two, one, 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 two.
Check 1 2. Check. 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 Check 1 2. Check. Check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. 1 2. Check. 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 Check 1 2.
Hello. Is Lillian Agesa in the room? Just put up your hand if you're in the room, Lillian Agesa.
Hello? Kuja na mic. Kuja na headphone. Headphone moja. Hello, 1, 2. Hello. Hello, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Hello. Naisikia. Hello, 1, 2. Hello. Iko poa. Hello, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing. Hello. 1, 2. Go sawa? Good. Hello, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Hello. Hello, 1, 2. Hello. One, two. Hello. 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Higher digital. You can. Yeah, you can.
Sitaki uniambie kwa unaenda. Sitaki uniambie kwa unaenda. Haraka unajua.
Hello, karibuni sana. Karibu KISE, karibu Kenya. We want to thank God that this is the day that the Lord has made. We are glad to be here at KISE. We are happy. Are you happy? Yeah, are you looking forward for something good? Yes, yes. I'm Josephine Kisilu, the MC, and Flora Malasi. Together we'll be coordinating the day. Any issue that you have, you want to inquire, we have our team in yellow t-shirts, KISE colors. Please, you can inquire from them, or anything that you want to ask, get those people. And today we have our entertainment team called Alan Digital Smart Band. Alan Digital Smart Band. Can you just say your names, Alan Digital Smart Band?
Yes. Thank you very much, our beloved visitors, our guests, all protocols observed. My name is Alan Umolo from Siaya, the famous Obama's Place. So, this is the digital smart band. Actually, we are living with disability. We are visually impaired. So, we have come here to show you that disability is not inability. More, you will hear our stories from the songs that we will be singing. We are not just here to entertain, but we are here to teach you also. So let my friend also say his name.
Morning to you all. Yes, this is Corazon Odhiambo, also from Siaya, from Obama's Place called Kogelo. So we come here to make you feel at home, feel at KISE. So in case of any song, any request, just look for Digital Smart Band.
Sorry, pia hatuogopangi kusema kulingana na kimila yetu. Ukisikia muziki yetu imekuzuzua na ungependa mwanamuziki akunywe soda, huwa hatuogopi kusema. We always don't call we call a spade, not a big spoon. So that is how we always speak our minds. Thank you very much. Otherwise, welcome. Enjoy yourself with digital smart band until the end of the conference. You will not remain the same again because of our music.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And with that big introduction, it is very cold. Can you give us a dance, Karibu Kenya, Hakuna Matata? And members, you are allowed to make a movement, to just shake your body a little bit. Yeah, with this digital, Alan Digital Smart Band, you are allowed. You are not restricted. Yes, give us that Karibu. Pole pole kidogo, pole pole kidogo. Hey, 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 hey. There you are. There they are. Alan Digital Smart Band.
Yeah. Furahia muziki wa Digital Smart Band.
Toa baridi, toa baridi.
Wageni wetu mwakaribishwa.
Hey.
Wageni wetu mwakaribishwa. Wageni wetu mwakaribishwa. Welcome to Kenya. Enjoy yourself. Welcome to Kenya.
Welcome.
Enjoy yourself.
Enjoy yourself.
Welcome to Kenya.
Welcome, welcome.
Enjoy yourself. Karibu Kenya. furahia amani.
Something your
Karibu
neighbor. Tell
Kenya,
them welcome.
furahia
Something your
upendo.
neighbor. Tell them
Karibu
welcome.
KISE, karibisha mwenzako.
Karibisha mwenzako.
KISE,
Wow,
karibisha
karibisha
mwenzako.
Hey.
Karibu KISE,
karibu KISE.
salimia
Oh,
mwenzako.
yes.
Karibu KISE, mwambie jina lako. Karibu KISE, mwambie jina lako.
Karibu, karibu, karibu.
Wageni wetu
Hey.
mwakaribishwa, wageni wetu mwakaribishwa, wageni wetu mwakaribishwa, wageni wetu mwakaribishwa. Karibu Kenya, furahia upendo. Karibu Kenya, furahia amani. Karibu Kenya, ona wanyama. Karibu Kenya, furahia mbuga zetu. Welcome to Kenya, enjoy the nature. Welcome to Kenya, enjoy our nature. Welcome to Kenya, enjoy our climate. Welcome to Kenya, enjoy our climate. Welcome to Kenya, enjoy our climate. Welcome to Kenya, enjoy our country.
Karibu Kenya.
Welcome to Kenya, enjoy our culture.
Oh, yes.
Welcome to Kenya, enjoy our culture.
Karibu sana.
Wageni wetu mwakaribishwa, wageni wetu mwakaribishwa, wageni wetu mwakaribishwa, wageni wetu tunapenda nyinyi, wageni wetu tunapenda nyinyi, wageni wetu tunapenda nyinyi, wageni wetu karibu sana, wageni wetu karibu sana, wageni wetu karibu sana. Hey, yeah. Ukipenda muziki cheza kidogo. Ukipenda muziki cheza kidogo. Ukipenda muziki piga makofi. Hey. Ukipenda muziki piga makofi. Ukipenda vigelegele. Ukipenda muziki vigelegele. Kula haya.
Karibu sana, karibu sana. Yes, karibuni sana kile KISE vile that you are in Kenya. Karibuni sana Kenya, hakuna matata. Thank you so much. Karibuni sana. Our ushers in yellow t-shirts will be able to guide you for whatever that you want to ask the team about. Karibuni sana. So use the ladies and gentlemen that are in yellow t-shirts, our KISE color.
Kenya yetu hakuna matata. Kenya yetu hakuna matata. Kenya yetu hakuna matata. Kenya yetu tunapenda watu. Kenya yetu tunapenda watu. Kenya yetu tunapenda watu. Kenya yetu nchi ya raha. Kenya yetu nchi ya raha. Kenya yetu nchi ya raha. Kenya yetu imeendelea. Kenya yetu imeendelea. Kenya yetu imeendelea. Kenya yetu imeyawa. Kenya yetu nchi ya amani. Kenya yetu nchi ya amani. ya amani. Naona wageni wamefika. Our visitors, welcome to Kenya. Our friends who have come, your presence in KISE is a blessing. Kula waya. In Kenya we say kula waya. Eat the music. Our guests, welcome to Kenya. Welcome to Kenya. Kenya is a good country. It's a good country. It's a country you would love to stay in. A country you would love.
My delegates, my students, come over. We welcome my students. KISE trains teachers for special education in the areas of physical disability, deaf-blind, in the areas of learning disability, early childhood and development education, hearing impaired. I'm speaking like that as my delegate from the Kenya Institute of Special Education. Karibuni hapa, mkuje hapa karibu na mimi, so that you welcome the visitors in style. Karibuni sana. Thank you for being delegates. So we have training in the area of mental disability, gifted and talented, and we have inclusive education, learners with autism and visual impairment. We also train Kenyan Sign Language, in certificate in Kenyan Sign Language, inclusive education, mental disability, these are certificates, cerebral palsy. I'm expecting a bigger number. Mko wapi? Karibuni sana, mkaribishe wageni hapa home. Hata alumni, just the other day alumni, come, you are part of us. You're doing a good job in Murang'a County. Karibu sana in the area of autism. And that is why I like someone who has kept on alerting me about the sound. It shouldn't go so high because we have got also areas that would be affected, or persons that would be affected by the loud noise. Yes. Band, tupatie wimbo wa kukaribisha watu Kenya. Niko na team hapa inataka kudansia wageni. Style gani? In KISE we have all the styles.
Kila mtu acheze muziki. Kila mtu acheze muziki.
Style yake.
Kila mtu acheze muziki.
Oh yes.
Kila mtu acheze style yake.
Oh yes.
Kila mtu acheze style yake.
Oh yes.
Ukipenda muziki piga makofi. Ukipenda muziki piga makofi. Ukipenda muziki vigelegele. Ukipenda muziki vigelegele.
Oh yes.
Wageni wote. Hey! MC wetu acheze muziki.
Ndio huyo.
MC wetu
Ndio huyo.
acheze muziki.
Kuja hapa.
Dada Mjosi acheze muziki. Ukipenda MC wetu piga makofi. Ukipenda MC wetu piga makofi. Ukipenda anavyoongea piga makofi. Ukipenda anavyoongea piga makofi. Ani kila mtu acheze muziki. Kila mtu acheze muziki. Walimu wa KISE wacheze muziki. Walimu wa KISE wacheze muziki. Walimu wa KISE musimame tuwaone. Walimu wa KISE musimame tuwaone.
Our
Watu
trainer,
wanauliza.
the area of P&D,
Wapi
physical
nyinyi?
and multiple disabilities,
Watu wanauliza,
says that
ani
Kenya-
wapi nyinyi?
Ndio huyo,
Walimu wa KISE,
ndio hao,
muringe kidogo.
ndio sisi
Walimu
hao.
wa KISE,
Eh,
muringe tu waone.
eh.
Muringe tu waone.
Hamjui kuringa?
Warembo wa KISE, hamjui kuringa.
Eh, eh,
Warembo wa KISE, hamjui kuringa. Kula waya.
Kula waya, kula waya.
Na
Hawa
wageni wote
Yes.
wacheze muziki. Wageni wote
Wageni
wacheze
mcheze
muziki. Wageni
baridi
wote
muziki.
msimame tu waone.
Eh,
Wageni wote
Alan
msimame tu
Digital
waone.
anasema msimame muwaone.
Ukipenda muziki kanyaga kanyaga.
Kanyanga, kanyanga,
Ukipenda
kanyanga.
muziki kanyaga uwanja.
Oh yes.
Ukipenda muziki kanyaga uwanja.
Ndio huo.
Kanyaga tu kuone
Lagat Hall.
unavyojua kucheza. Onyesha sisi kama unajua Onyesha sisi kama unajua kucheza.
Oh yes.
Onyesha sisi kama unajua kukatika. Cheza muziki. Katika katika. Kanyaga kanyaga. Kanyaga pole pole.
Tunajua mko.
Kula waya.
Thank you
Eh,
so much.
eh.
Oh, thank you. Those are our trainees. We are just about to release them in the year 2023 to go out there and do a great job in Kenya. We thank God for them. And they are also blessed to be able to attend this conference so that they can be able to connect with our parents and also give a lot of support as they are given support. Yes, Alan Digital, mziki wa chini kwa chini pale ambao hauna sauti. Naona watu hawafurahi kucheza sana, lakini me I'm happy this morning because the joy of the Lord is my strength.
Yes.
Yes, this morning. So karibuni sana Digital.
Yes.
Entertain us, but make sure sauti
Yes.
iko chini kwa sababu tuko all areas of special needs
Okay.
here. Yes, ikienda sana inaweza kuniumiza, you know, all areas are here. So just keep it down and keep it moderate. Asante sana. Yes, in case you want to inquire anything, our ladies and gentlemen in yellow t-shirts will be able to guide you. Karibuni KISE, karibuni Kenya. Welcome.
Let's love them.
Let's love them, let's love them.
Our disabled children. Let's love them. Let's love them. Let's love them. Let's love them. Our disabled children. Let's love them. They look so nice. Our children who are disabled. They look so nice. Our children who lives with disability. My advice to parents, let us accept the condition of our children. Let us love them and help them. Let's love them, let's love them, let's love them. Our disabled children, let's love them. Let's love them, let's love them, let's love them. Our disabled children, let's love them. Our parents, some of you, some parents, they fear disabled children. They consider having a child with disability as a curse. It is a blessing to give birth to a child living with a disability. Let me tell you our story. Our parents took good care of us. They accepted our condition. They nurtured us. And that's why you can hear us produce good music. Wire. Let's love them, let's love them, let's love them. Our disabled children, let's love them. Let's love them, let's love them, let's love them. Our disabled children, let's love them. Dear parents, let us give our children, let us give them their educational rights. Let us give them their parental rights. Our parents, let's all love our children. Let us not do the act of favoritism. Let us not separate them from other children. Let us not see them as if they are unable. Let us give them opportunity to realize their potentials. Kulawaya. Let's love them, let's love them, let's love them. Our disabled children, let's love them. Let's love them, let's love them, let's love them. Our disabled children, let's love them. Dear parents, having a child with a disability is not a curse. Can you imagine? In your home area, you are well known because you have a child with disability. Watu wanauliza, ule mtoto kipofu ni mtoto ya nani? Wanasema ni mtoto ya Onyango. Onyango anajulikana kwa sababu mtoto yake ni kipofu. Hey, ni vizuri pia kujulikana, kujuliwa na watu. Kula waya. Let's love them, let's love them, let's love them. Our disabled children, let's love them. Let's love them, let's love them, let's love them. Our disabled children, let's love them. Dear parents, welcome to this conference so that you can learn how to nurture children with a disability, how to take care of them. We thank Kenya Institute of Special Education for initiating this program to train the parents how to handle children with a disability. Kulawaya. Let's love them, let's love them, let's love them. Our disabled children, let's love them. Let's love them, let's love them, let's love them. Our disabled children, let's love them. Yeah. Special thanks goes to the director of KISE, Dr. Keugora, for leading this initiative. Indeed, thank you for having children with a disability in mind. Indeed, you are a good parent. Ukipenda dokta, makofi kwake. Ukipenda dokta, makofi kwake. Usipopiga makofi inamaanisha dokta hafanyi kazi mzuri. Usipopiga makofi inamaanisha daktari hafanyi kazi mzuri. Let's love them, let's love them, let's love them. Sing along. All for children, let's love them. Sing along. Let's love them, let's love them, let's love them. Our disabled children, let's love them. Hey, let's love them, let's love them, let's love them. Our disabled children, let's love them. Special request goes to our international guests. Please help us sponsor children with disability. Please help us sponsor conferences that sensitizes parents with the children who have disability. Special thanks again goes to Dr. Keugora for initiating this conference so that parents can learn how to nurture the children with a disability. Indeed, Dr. Keugora is a real parent. Kulawaya, let's love them, let's love them, let's love them. Disabled children, let's love them. Let's love them, let's love them, let's love them. Disabled children, let's love them. Our children are gods. Are gods. They are wonderfully made. They are fearfully made. They are just people like any other persons. Let's love them, let's love them, let's love them. Our disabled children, let's love them. Let's love them, let's love them, let's love them. Our disabled children, let's love them. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy the music. Music that comes from people with disability. I'm sure in your life you have never seen a person with a disability singing, but you have seen today. Let's love them, let's love them, let's love them. Our disabled children, let's love them. Let's love them, let's love them, let's love them. Our disabled children, let's love them.
Yeah.
Yes, we want to tell you that parents, we also can give you Zilizopendwa and other, the Lingala lovers, shikilia hapo hapo, the waliopenda Zilizopendwa, shikilia hapo hapo, na mambo inashuka katika mtambo wa digital namna hii. Msichana wa sura nzuri, kitu gani kinakufanya usiolewe? Elimu unayo ya kutosha, hata ng'ambo ukaenda ukarudi. Msichana wa sura nzuri, kitu gani kinakufanya usiolewe? Elimu unayo ya kutosha, hata ng'ambo ukaenda ukarudi. Miaka yaenda mbio sana, na sura yako nayo ikichujuka. Miaka yaenda mbio sana, na sura yako nayo ikichujuka. Msichana wa urembo kama wewe, uonyeshe mapenzi kwa vijana. Ukionyesha majivuno kwa vijana, utazeeka ukiwa nyumbani kwenu. Msichana wa urembo kama wewe, uonyeshe mapenzi kwa vijana. Ukionyesha majivuno kwa vijana, utazeeka ukiwa nyumbani kwenu. Oh baby, ona watoto wa nyuma yako wameolewa, wamekuwa chukihangaika. Oh baby, ona watoto wa nyuma yako wameolewa, wamekuwa chukihangaika.
Furahia ngoma ya digitali.
tabia zako ndizo mbaya. Awali kweli dada ulijivuna, sasa mimi nilitaka nikuoe, ukaringa eti sina masomo. Pengine tabia zako ndizo mbaya. Awali kweli dada ulijivuna, sasa mimi nilitaka nikuoe, ukaringa eti sina masomo. Oh, baby, miaka yaenda mbio sana, na sura yako nayo ikichujuka. Miaka yaenda mbio sana, na sura yako nayo ikichujuka. Musa nimevumilia sana, Musa nimevumilia sana, kupigwa pigwa kama mimi punda, kupigwa pigwa kama mimi punda, na sura yangu imeharibika, na sura yangu imeharibika, na ngumi zako za kila siku Musa, na ngumi zako za kila siku Musa. Tabu, tabu, tabu. Kweli Musa, uliponioa sura yangu haikuwa na alama hata moja. Kweli Musa.
Good morning once again, and karibuni sana, and I want to take this opportunity to invite you to the 4th KISE conference. We would like to start, and as we prepare to start, I want to request, I hope we have Betty or Mbeva around to pray for us. We want to give this occasion to our God. We need to glorify him for giving us this particular chance to stand here and interact with each other. That's God's favor. We are not going to take it for granted. Sawa sawa. So, we are going to start with the national anthem. So I think we are all going to stand. After the national anthem, we shall also listen to our East African anthem. Okay, the one coordinating. African anthem.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Asante sana. Betty, if you're around, pray for us.
Let's bow down for a word of prayer. Our Heavenly Father, Father of all creation, we come before you this morning with thanksgiving in our hearts. We say thank you for the free gift of life. We say thank you for this far that you have brought us. This is a conference that we have set up together to discuss issues that affect or effect some of us in the society. We pray for your insight. We pray for your direction. We pray for your wisdom, even as we deliberate on issues concerning the people and parents with children with special needs. We pray, Jehovah God, that your presence will be entangled within us, my Father, that even as the members network, each one of us will benefit from each other, because that's the essence of humanity. We thank you, Lord, because of gathering us together and the agreements that we shall come up with in this conference. Heavenly Father, we want to commit each activity before your holy hands, that whatever deliberations, whatever activities, whatever plans that we have, you're going to take full control. For we leave this conference under your able hands. Bless every member, protect them in your special way. For it is in Jesus' name I do pray and believe.
Thank you, Betty. Get seated. I want to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of our keynote speaker, Madam Sylvia Mora Mochacha. I'm correct? Mochabo. Okay, Mochabo. Sorry for that. I think I noted it wrongly. Karibu sana. I also take recognition of our Deputy Director Programs, Mr. Ndichu. You can just salute the people. Yep. And as we start this program, I really want to appreciate the speakers who have already arrived. Abdishakar Tara. Thank you very much. All the way from UK, Queensland, Karibu Sana. Now it's Kingsland, Karibu Sana. I also want to take notice of Dr. Saraswate Raja, I think from Mauritius Institute, Karibu Sana. We also have another speaker, Jacqueline Madaga, Karibu Sana, as well as Baoli, not so sure, from Nigeria. Baoli? Okay. Karibuni Sana, and I want to also take notice of all the parents of children with disability or youth with disability. Karibuni Sana, this is your day. Remember, as parents of children with disabilities, we are all different. We are not the same, and we should not be grouped as one, because we have different challenges. They vary in terms of approaches, in terms of values, in terms of involvement, in terms of even the background. So we really need to talk about that today. We need to bring out the dreams we have for our children. It's from this conference we can bring the dreams we have for our children to reality. So let us not hold back, but bring it out so that as a group we can come up with a movement or a way forward of how best to support our children through education, as education makes a difference. So I want to now invite our chair, and before the chair comes, I think we earlier on announced we have washrooms or restrooms right behind this hall. Then you can also move downwards on the left of the hotel. We have some washrooms down there, and right ahead of us past Seneia, we also have washrooms out there, and our ushers would always guide you through that. So welcome, Mr. Mweu, the chair of the conference. Karibu.
So thank you. Sorry for that mishap. The other thing we are going to see is what role are we going to play to support the parents? What role are we going to play to support the children? What role is the government expected to play to support the children and the parents? One thing we should know is that the government has a role, and as we talk as the government having a role, we also have a role. Amongst us, we have presenters, we have keynote speakers, we have delegates from outside the country, international delegates, as you heard. We have delegates from within. We have education officers, and we have children or persons living with disability who will have something to tell us in the course of the 2 days. So it's a busy 2 days conference that we are hoping that we shall come with results that will assist this country and assist children with disability, parents of children with disability in the world. Otherwise, you're most welcome. We shall be having panel 1 and 3 will be in this room. Panel 2 and 4 will be in another room next here, to my right, just outside this door. So we shall just have 2, so you can see where you feel that you want to get some input. Otherwise, you're most welcome, and feel at home. In case of any challenge, then we are here to assist you and make you very comfortable. Let me take this opportunity to just invite my deputy director on behalf of the director who is within and will be able to join us later. But for now, the deputy director can give a word, and then from there, hand it over to the MC to invite the keynote speaker, because we need to start straight away because of time. Otherwise, thank you very much, and welcome to Kenya, and welcome to KISE. Welcome. Thank you.
Deputy Director, karibu sana. Ana sisi.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to KISE. I don't know why we are feeling shy. This is a conference for all of us, and we need to be happy. And there are people who are not recognized. If you belong to the media, inua mkono pale huko tukuone. Watu wa media, hatujawaona. Simuchukue hiyo. It must be seen that this conference has been covered. Sidio? I don't know why we are feeling shy. If you are a parent and you have come, stand, we see you. Stand up, we see you. Tuwapigie makofi. To be very honest. Thank you, sit down. You see, parents of children with special needs, God is always wonderful. He has a way of ensuring us we are fair, we get jobs, we work for people with disability. You can imagine. Are we together? In a way, let us support the children with disability. Presenters who may have arrived, whether local or international, please stand up, we see you. Stand up, we see you. Wapigiwe makofi. Wazazi si wapigie hawa makofi mazuri ndio
Makofi kwao.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We have our students. Our students, wherever you are, stand up, we see you. Thank you, they have come to learn. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as the chair of the conference committee has rightly said, we indicated that we change the program slightly. The opening ceremony will start at about 10, and that's when even our director and the chief guest will be coming. Meanwhile, it is important we continue with the program. Today we shall have, after the opening ceremony, and we shall be guided by the MC, we shall have panel 1 here and panel 2 on another room called Grace Seneia. Then tomorrow is when we shall have panel 3 and panel 4. And also we are saying, should we feel here, we tujai hapa, then people will spill over to that Graceneya. What is happening here, other than being physical, that screen is everywhere. It's also there, so we can follow it from there. So those who are ushering the delegates, when you realize that we are full here, direct them to Grace Seneya. With those very many remarks, it is my humble prayer that for the 2 days we shall all, number 1, socialize, number 2, learn from each other, number 3, rededicate our efforts to serve children with special needs in a better way, and number 4, to make friends. Thank you very much, and may God bless all of you. Welcome, Madam MC. Thank you very much.
Makofi, makofi kwake, makofi kwa ndicho, kula waya, sha.
Okay, asanteni sana. Now we want to move to our next level. But before we do that, as a parent of youth with disability, this is what I want to tell the congregation, that we always have wishes, expectations, and dreams for our children. And the moment we realize they have a disability, that does not change our expectations. What it does, it puts us in a situation where we wonder how we can be able to realize these dreams or expectations we have for our children. So let us understand that our sitting here today is to encourage one another and to pull synergy together to see how best can we now support our children to realize their dreams. And our new competence-based curriculum is purely focusing on nurturing those gifts, talents, skills we can always impart on our children and make them realize their dreams. And therefore, let us listen to our keynote speaker and learn from what she has brought to us today. And I want to take this opportunity to invite our keynote speaker, Sylvia Mora Mochabo. Karibu sana, tumkaribishe kwa makofi. Karibu sana, karibu sana, karibu sana.
Good morning. I'm sure we had breakfast. I know it is cold, but good morning. Okay, I want us to start this day on a very high note. And it is indeed a pleasure to be here and to see so many parents, and also a lot of my friends and colleagues and people that we have worked with, and also to see that we have students in the room who are ready to learn and get to understand for us as caregivers what it is that we need. As she mentioned, my name is Sylvia Mora Mochabo. I am the founder of Andy Speaks for Special Needs Persons, and I'm also a parent. I have 3 boys, and of my 3 boys, 2 of them are on the autism spectrum. And on top of that, I serve at the National Council for Persons with Disability as a board director, and I represent caregivers and persons with neurodevelopmental disabilities. So in light of that, my focus for today will be in light with invisible disabilities, autism, and the neurodiverse community. But we know there is various disabilities, but all of us are in the same boat, right? It is the same storm, but different boats, because we have different challenges. And we, as parents, why we also are glad to be here today, and the fact that at least there is a conference for parents. And I believe it's one of the few firsts that we've had, right? Who has attended an exclusive parent focus conference before? Other than the ones parents we create for ourselves. See? No one. So that means it is indeed something great that is happening. And we're moving forward with all the advocacy that has been going on in the recent past. At least we feel heard a bit. There is improvement in the space of disability, and at least parents are being looked at now. So, like I mentioned, disability space is wide. We have physical disabilities, neurodevelopmental, physical, but there is the one obvious thing that when people hear the word disability, the first thing that comes to your mind is physical, right? So there is already the pre-existing mindset that we have. So, and in moving forward, we always have to look at the past. And the past is what they say advises our future. And for us as caregivers, I have to tell you that the journey has not been easy at all. At all. In everything that you look at, in all solutions that come up, we always have to work through to remind people that we exist. We have to always work through and say our children are also there, that they need to be considered. And we have limitations in environment, in the society, in access, physical barriers and others that are not there, access to services, social integration in the community. And all of this actually for our special children, you find that it makes it harder for them to coexist in our community. And that's why we are here today, because some of our children are nonverbal. That means they cannot tell you exactly what they're going through. For us as caregivers, we have to learn them. We have to understand their special language. We have to create our own internal language and ways of communication so that our children are included and we try and make the society understand. But the challenge that we also face is, for us, if it's going to school, there is always an extra for our special needs children. I will just not apply and get that spot. I have to do extra, be it in hospital, be it in any activity. Everywhere you go, you have to always have that extra information that follows through for your child to be. All right, we will be aligning. So we want to align the visual plus what is on my screen. Just 1 second for that. So, and the other thing that we always, as parents, face, when you become a parent, when you're pregnant, when you're expecting, all of us have that great expectation of a bundle of joy, right? Is there anyone who expects any less? So what do you do when God decides to give you a special needs child? You know, it's not like a mail. You remember back in the days for post office, at least you had an option of return to sender, right? When the mail does not belong to you. That is exactly how it feels most of the times after delivery. And at that point when you're told that, oh, I'm sorry, but there is something wrong. There is a whole process that sometimes we go through. And the things, the emotions that you face at that moment are unimaginable for us as parents. Most of us, those are the first times we hear some of the diagnoses that we receive. You've never heard of the word autism. You've never heard of what spina bifida is. But that's the point, you're being told that your child has it. And you get into this space of turmoil where there is mixed feelings. There is a lot of feelings, emotions, expectations, heartbrokenness. And we get into denial. There is always this sequel of what we go through that nobody knows unless you walk through it. And remember at that time, many a times there is no one to hold your hand and actually tell you, by the way, this is how you go about it. So you're on your own, you're trying to figure it out, you're trying to accept. So it also comes to blaming, why me? What did I do? And this one also, even I will say sometimes our medics support in this, you know, when you're being asked tough questions like, who in your family has this or that, you know? So you start sitting and having conferences with the extended family. Mom, do you know in your line? Daddy, do you know in your line? So you get into this space where you're just trying to get answers. You're trying to get answers and you don't know where to run to. Then you go into Mr. Google. You try and research. And there you actually get into depression because there is all you cannot, you will not, they will never, their lifespan. There is all this information overload that just gets to you. And when people realize that you have a special needs child, what's the next thing we experience? A lot of rejection. You are rejected. You're blamed. The family, most of us are left by our spouses because they say it is not in our family. It is your fault. It is your gene. You're the mother. You're the one who brought this. I did not sign up to this. My question is, as a parent, did I sign up for it? For the parents in the house, is there anyone who signed up and said, God, I want a disabled child? No. So those are the things that come to us, and where this leads us is down the road of depression. And lucky are you if someone pulls you out of there, because you can stay in that state for a very, very long time. Denial and depression and just trying to get you to find your way. And by the time we get out of it, most of the time, sadly, it's a bit too late. Because when we're talking about early intervention, it means we have to act in good time. But we find that we are in this state where we just feel lost, confused. Everyone is looking at you. The highlight is on you. You even forget that you actually have a child that you need to take care of. Because you're looking at this child and all you're seeing is a reminder of everything that everyone is telling you, every finger that is being pointed at you. And it is a long journey towards acceptance. And why I say I put out that quote that we cannot direct the wind, but we can adjust the sails. It's because that responsibility that God has bestowed upon you is for you to choose how to go forward. Remember, a child did not ask to come to this world, and at the end of the day, it is you they fully rely on. So it is for us as caregivers to pave the way and the direction that our children will go. And it starts with us. We have to first accept the situation. But which world do you go to when you're going through all of this? That image specifically says exactly how it feels the minute you faced it. And it's like a blindfold. I always say, for me, the time I was told about my child, I had never heard what autism is. I had no idea. I went through the entire process, but then you're being told they will survive. You have to do this. You're hearing things like therapy that you've never had before. I had never heard about occupational therapy. You're hearing about speech therapy. Remember, we are not doctors. You know, in biology classes, we only learn the basics. So you're getting into this space where you're being forced to take in so much, and then you have to also adjust. And when you go out into the world, when you decide, okay, let me do this, let me take my child to school, what greets you on that side? More rejection, more terms and conditions, more you have to add this, you have to add that. When you go to hospital therapy, you have to do 3 sessions. You have to make a choice as a parent. If you're employed, is your employer understanding enough to give you those 3 days every week? How easy is it to find a school that your child will fit in? Remember, all our children are different. You have to relocate your life. Everything has to change. The nutritionist will tell you, you need to adjust the diet. Do you do it alone? Is it the entire family? How do you cater for all these extra costs? For the parents whose children have comorbid conditions, meaning a coexisting condition, you'll find majority of the neurodiverse have epilepsy, you have OCD, ADHD, ADD, all this at once. And remember, you're still processing, right? So you're looking for a school, and everywhere you go, I remember the first time I took my child, and I was told, we can handle it. And he was in school, term 1, term 2. And I'm just wondering, why are things not changing? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't take away from us. We have expectations. We as parents are hopeful that something will change. We're hoping we're doing the best we can by providing according to our providence. You take them where you think you can afford. I remember when my second child also had to go to school. I had already been told that my third child had been told he also has signs of autism. And that was the longest denial. It took me 9 years to accept, because I had 3 diagnoses, but there was no way I was going to take it. It felt that God was unfair. It felt that being alone, having been through a divorce, having tried to start my life again, and that certification that even this child has autism. I forced him into a regular school, and my child hated school after a while. Why? Because I was trying to make him normal. I wanted a child who is normal. And that's a pain that no one can ever take away from you. Because unless a parent who understands, unless someone who's walked that journey, who knows the pains and the wishes, because when you give birth, let's say in the same age group with other parents, when you're seeing their children hitting their milestones, you're asking yourself, why isn't my child getting there? What am I not doing? You're going back to self-blame. You're going back to trying to find, what do I change? That time you've done the best you can. I remember when I was told he is, I'm like, more therapy, more speech, more all of this, and I'm like, I'm alone. Is it food? Is it medication? What do I prioritize? And that is what we walk through every day. It took one day during sports to watch him in the line, when they line up, and I'm like, this guy is tall, my God. That's when I realized he's with toddlers, yet he's 9 years, and that was my wake-up call. I remember crying that day, and I'm like, I have to make a move. And the hard thing is finding a school. Do you put them together? Do you put him separately? Do you want him to become his own individual, or do you want them to just be in the comfort of other children like him? Then the other thing we fear is aping. If I put him in a special school, will he start picking up behaviors of other children? Because autistic kids, what they see, they do a lot, and they pick it up. So those are some of the fears that we never get to say, but that is what is going on through our minds every day as you go to bed, trying to figure out, how do I navigate this? Sadly, there is no manual. There is no manual anywhere that we are given and told, this is the best way, because once you meet one autistic child, you've met only one. It is a spectrum, and that means that every individual will only have similar character traits, but they're never the same. Yeah? But sometimes we just have to do what it is we can, what we believe we can. So when we are stepping out there and we're requesting for people to just hear us, understand us, I believe it's not much to ask, is it? Is it much to ask? When we are saying, involve us, remember, I am the one who stays with this child most. Everything they go through, all their needs, I'm the one who's trying to figure out. When I was doing my research, I remember I went to the UK and I took my nephew who has Down syndrome to school, and I got culture shock. Because I compare the school that I take my child to and what I am seeing, and I'm like, where are we going wrong in Africa? What is the, aren't we paying taxes? Aren't we paying taxes? Equally parents, don't you pay your taxes, special needs or not, right? So why are we not getting equal service? Why are we not having equity? Why is my child not being put in the space where he needs? Why is my child, as they get free textbooks, why can I not get free therapy in school? Why can I not get that electronic device if my child is a visual learner, if they're a tactile learner, if we need the compound to be in a specific way? Why do we always have to be fighting? I believe that's the question that we are always asking ourselves. Why is it always a fight? Don't our children count? Are they not part of this community? We are always celebrating, oh my God, that person with disability made it. Do you know why they made it? Because there's a parent somewhere who believed in their child. There's a parent who did not give up. There is that parent who sacrificed everything they had to make sure they could give the best for their child. I remember days when I used to eat one meal a day. I used to walk or leave the office at 10 p.m. because that time you're sacrificing time with the child, or do I make money to support the same child? So I would take water in the morning so that they can eat breakfast and go to school. Go to work at around 10 because the fare was cheaper. It was like 20 bob at that time, right? Stay in the office until 10 p.m. so that the fare is back to 10 bob. Because I left the house with 50 shillings and I cannot afford. All right? So you go back home, at least they've eaten, they have everything, you eat, you wake them up at that time because you still want to just spend some time with your child. But you have to make the sacrifices for them to be able to go to school, for them to have medication. One of the greatest heartbreaks I will never forget is going to a hospital and telling the doctor, I cannot afford this medicine. Know what the doctor asked me? Then what are you doing here? You know? And I remember crying my heart out. And this is the one person you expect to understand you. All we want is just to be understood. For someone to just see the whole 360 of all the things that you're doing and how you're trying to make it happen. But that's not a guarantee, sadly. Because you will go there, but they have their expectations. They are working. They have 10 patients to see. Then I'm telling you, you need to buy medicine. You're telling me you can't afford it. And trust you me, within 24 hours, we were in HDU. The sad reality is, the same doctor refused to see my child. How many neurologists do we have in the country? Dr. Jane? 23. To serve, yes, neurologists, pediatric neurologists. If you are to look at the population, it is sad that we don't have statistics until this date to be able to know exactly how we are performing. But I will tell you, there is days I would go to a doctor's office in the morning just to book a number, come back at 2 p.m. because my appointment is 2 p.m., and leave at 7 p.m. Even 9 p.m. I've seen parents who've left at 1 a.m. because maybe that's how much you can afford. That's the only doctor you feel comfortable with. And remember, our children also rule our lives, right? Because you can take them somewhere, and if they don't settle in, they don't feel their vibe, woe unto you, back to square one. You go to a therapist, and they just don't gel. Or the therapist and the child just can't get them to settle. And that is the story of our lives every day. As you're just trying your best to make sure you give them the best. But what does the community do? Aren't we embraced with open arms, right? Yeah? Your child goes out to play, and what are you told? I remember I was away, and then my nanny calls me and says, Mama so-and-so came to my house saying that we're making noise, that the boys should be locked in the house because they're making noise. Who are you to judge how a child plays? Who are you to tell me to learn how to make my child keep quiet? Do you think for me as a parent, I also enjoy when they're going through the steaming? When they're suffering, when they cannot communicate, when they're frustrated, when they get violent and break things in the house? Is it because I enjoy it? Is it because I just, you know what? Because the first thing we get branded is we are bad parents. You go outside, you want your child to just have play. We are told play is important. They need to learn how to socialize. They need to learn turn taking. How will they turn take on their own? It is said that 1 out of 20 children has a disability. That is the statistics. We need to change our view because we are always forcing that child to be like everyone else. While that one child is giving 19 people an opportunity to understand integration, equity, inclusion. So for us as a community, I miss the days when we grew up, when Ubuntu actually existed, when the child belonged to who? Akifanya makosa, the neighbor will beat them up and bring them to you. Dare you touch my child? Isn't that what we live with these days, right? Dare you touch my child? Because all it starts with is at home. Charity begins at home. For you, as a regular parent, I'm using the word regular because that's what we have been branded, regular and typical. I don't know where the baseline is set for us to know what's normal and abnormal. But for our children, if you teach your child that we are all different, if you teach your child that if you find a child who's a bit different, try and understand, try and embrace them, try and make them comfortable. Because remember, most disabilities is because of the environment. It is what heightens the gaps. If we were inclusive, there is a photo that I saw of a child walking into a school back in the States. And there is stairs and there is a ramp. And the cleaner, there was a heap of snow. And the cleaner was removing, this child was on a wheelchair. The cleaner was starting with the steps. So the boy asked, why would you just not clear the ramp? He said, can't you see you're one? How many other people are waiting? But what that man did not realize, you clear that ramp, everyone can use that ramp, right? Everyone else will be able to access. You will be reducing the traffic of people waiting by clearing that ramp. And that's how inclusion is. We are always saying, okay, let's wait. Or once, everything we are fighting. Jane, aren't we always fighting in rooms? Policies have been put, but we have to stand there and say, umetu sahau. Why? Why can't we equip our leaders so that whenever they're making policies, we have a representative in the room? Someone who will guide them in the right way. We don't have to always spend money going again to start the process, going again to look for who, how, where did we miss, what did we miss, doing it right the first time. That is what I would ask. For us, we always try to be there. And I will tell you, most of the institutions that are there that are trying to make a difference are parent-led institutions, right? Because if you don't know how it feels, you will not understand. And we're the ones who go through all of this. And we try our best. I remember being told that, these organizations will come and go. We are always being expected to fail as parents. Yes, we struggle. We're trying to balance the act. I'm trying to do something for the next parent so that they don't have to go through what I went through. I'm trying to make it easier for the next child who gets a diagnosis. I'm sacrificing my life to clear the path for the next child. But is the community going to be accommodative enough to allow us to be able to thrive and make this happen? So I'm crossing my finger. I just want us to take a moment and get to understand what goes on in the mind of a neurodiverse child, right? If you are them, and this is our environment, how do we see things, and how do they see things? I hope there is sound.
We are all different, and that's wonderful.
Can we hear?
Our favorite foods, ear, or special skill. Interestingly, the way we see the world is also different. For instance, what do you see in this drawing? Most people see a duck, but some of you might have seen a rabbit. Whichever you saw, you are correct. This is just a trick drawing to show you that all brains work differently. The brain is your body's computer. It works differently for all of us and controls how you learn. That's why we are all good at different things. How you feel, which is why we all feel different emotions. And how you communicate. Sometimes the brain is connected in such a way it affects senses and how we perceive and read situations and interactions. This is known as autism. Many people have autism, so it's likely you already know someone who is autistic. And for this reason, it's useful to know a little bit about autism. The special wiring inside an autistic brain can sometimes make the person good at tasks we may find difficult, such as mathematics, drawing, or music. It can also do the opposite, and activities we find too easy are incredibly difficult to them, such as making friends. The senses constantly send information to your brain about your surroundings and other people. However, when a person's brain and its senses don't communicate well, the brain can become overwhelmed and confused, affecting how they see the world. Picture yourself walking down the street. This is how an autistic brain may experience the same walk. Scary, isn't it? Sadly, in many cases, the person can't say out loud how they feel. So even though there's chaos going on in their heads, they seem okay on the outside, unable to ask for help. We all develop behaviors to help us feel calm in uncomfortable situations. We may look away, hug ourselves, chew our fingernails, fidget, bite our lips, and so on. Equally, autistic people develop behaviors that help them cope with these intense moments. These actions may seem unusual, but they're just their way to feel calm. When they happen, it means they are having a hard time. The kind thing to do is not to give them an even harder time by getting cross, ignoring them, or mocking them. Remember, just because a place people with autism are not ill or they might just be able to share that need for love. Autism can make amazing things happen.
Who has learned something new today? I can't see, they're all short, like up and proud. Good. So I trust the next time you see a child or an adult even going through a hard time, what have you said? Understand, accommodate, make the environment easier for them. I was having a conversation with a 42-year-old yesterday who called me, they were sent to me. And he told me, I have suffered all my life, but I just got my diagnosis. He has multiple neurodevelopmental challenges, dyslexia, dyscalculia, ADHD, all combined. And he said even his own parents had no idea what was going on. In school, at work, he was labeled. He tried getting married, he just had a divorce. That is where early intervention comes in, and awareness. So for us, it's about we light a candle. We educate you, you educate the next person. Because you never know your neighbor. There is that child who you're always saying the way they are just ill-mannered. Take the time. Talk to that parent. Find out if they are aware what is going on. Don't be the first one to judge, but be the first one to intervene and support. Our education section also. Because interaction with a special needs child can come in different places. First, we have our nurses, who are the ones who are taking care of our children. That's the point we expect at least support. Guide me, tell me, we've noted this, we need to pay more attention to your child. When they start school, the teacher notices a child struggling, but what's the first thing? They're put aside as they focus on the others. You're slow, you're not getting anything. That's the branding that affects a child's life for the rest of their life. You're limiting them. Yet we're talking about unlimited opportunities. And we want to also talk about equity. It's not about having a level play field. It's about meeting me at my point of need, meeting me with what it is that I require to make sure that I am the best and I meet my best potential. So for us, as we're trying to also recognize the fact that we have the challenges, let us also recognize that there is something we can do about it. But who's going to take the first step? Who always has to take the first step? The parent. So that means everything squarely lands on your shoulder as a parent. We have to identify, and for a parent, there is all these extra emotions that you're always thinking you're afraid because you have been surrounded by the same thing over and over again. Rejection, dejection, blame. Every service, everywhere you go, everywhere you turn, the story is the same. It's always the same. And that's what we're looking forward to changing. All we are asking is for the rest of the world to understand and make accommodations. For us, we have our expectations. I will not lie. I'm always the first one to tell people and parents, like, we can do this, we can go get there. But there are those days, like I said, when you sit with your child, with other children. I'm seeing 12-year-olds playing games, being able to do things that I still feel like a dream that will come one day. Sometimes you give up. I remember I approached a teacher and I told them, why are we wasting? How much money have I paid in the past 7 years in school? We still cannot write. We still are not holding. Not that I've not gone for therapy, but it is what it is. It is painful. So when we are giving up, all we're doing is crying out for help. Like, just step in and ask me, we can do this. Just step in and tell me it's not the end of the world. Not that I don't know, but I am human. There are those days you just want to hear it from outside because you get tired of telling yourself and things just don't seem like they're changing. It just doesn't seem like it's changing. So if we change the system, we start with our education system, the healthcare, social protection. Those are the gaps that we're having. If all those things are aligned with our children at the end, at every corner of every decision that's being made, because in our country, trust you me, we are said to have the best disability rights, right? The best policies everyone comes to borrow. Where are we lacking? Thank you. So why do it if you're just doing it for the paper? How many people have been given 12-hour notice to attend a public participation? Thank you. 2 hours. I was even being optimistic. And you're supposed to go and stage, get ready and do all of these things. And still be a parent, do everything, go to work, you know? How many superwomen do we have in the room? I want to see the parents. Our mothers. Oh yeah, yes. So tell them, just stand to them and tell them you're a superwoman. Because indeed, the things that we have to do, it only takes superpowers, right? Because how many of us have been told you are strong? How many times have you heard that word? I cannot do the things you're able to do. Who told you I had an option? Can someone give me an option? Trust you me, I will run. If not for the love and affection I have for my children, give me an option. And as a human being, I will run. I wish I could run like my ex-husband did, but I don't have that option, right? It squarely remains on your shoulder as a parent, and worse still, as a mother. So you're carrying your child, you're carrying the government, you're carrying the community, you're carrying your family, and your own insecurities. Sometimes you walk around looking ragged, and people wonder what's wrong with her. What time will I be a doctor, therapist, nutritionist, manage everyone's calendar, my own? Because our children love routine. Change one thing, and your whole world is upside down. And I'm sure COVID taught everyone that. And I'm so glad for COVID because everyone had a taste of our own. Not to be mean, but everyone felt what my child feels. You can't move. You can't go out. You can't just hold anyone because you don't know how you will be judged. How many youths have been arrested just because they were going through their own steaming, they can't talk, and they were branded they're the thief? How many of our youths have gone through that? You come as a parent, you're told your child is in a police station. Our kids, there's something called escapism. They just go. So when you see me with my 12-year-old, nimembeba kama kikapu hapa handbag, and you're like, can you let go of that child? You have no idea what I'm trying to save myself for. We always, in our support groups here, oh, my child is missing. Trust you me, you cannot sleep, even if it's for 2 minutes. Because anything can happen. That child cannot talk. They cannot even answer what's your name. They speak differently. You know, in my household, the funny thing is if I ask Andrew what's your name, he'll tell me Bradley. If I ask Bradley, at least he knows. But you know, they know, it's what they hear. When someone says, what's your name, you know, I will always step in and say, that's Andrew, that's so and so. So they pick from how, they speak different, as in their space is different. But do you ever, as the person next door, take time to understand how they see things? Understand their own language. And you know, sometimes one of our parents, Mercy, I always used to say, oh, my child disappeared. But the good thing is, she made T-shirts with their names and the phone numbers at the back. You know? And at least the entire community knows their children. But how many of us have that energy when you don't have a support system? How many of us can afford to go that extra mile to customize things so that our children are safer? All we are asking is for you, my neighbor, my family, just be a bit more understanding. Just be there for me. Sometimes I just want a phone call to be told, Mutena, let's have a glass of wine. You know? You know? Like, just come, let's talk. Because our kids are too weird to be invited to birthday parties, to be invited to play. Maybe all he knows is how to hold the ball and not pass it on. But that's an opportunity for my child, for your child to teach my child how it's supposed to be. But when you tell your child not to go near them, is disability contagious? Are we that naive? Because that is exactly what we face every day. Rejection. Communication is one of the very things that if we were to all tell our stories, I think we will need a box of tissue in front of everyone. You know? Because I remember the first time I took Andrew for this new school. I'm so excited. He's finally potty trained. But at the end of the term, do you know what I was told? Your child cannot continue. Why? And when the report form came, it was can't. Have you ever felt like someone is stabbing you 20,000 times over? And that's why I thank God for CBC. As everyone else is complaining. You know? Because it opens opportunity for my child to discover themselves and other potentials they have. They're able to discover, I can be an artist, I can make this, I can sing. But when you use a yardstick, they always say if you judge a fish by how its ability to climb a tree, because that's what our children go through. You're expecting them to do a specific thing which maybe their mental capacity cannot. So when you're seeing all those can't, we are now happy to say, oh yeah, you can improve with better, you know. That is music to our ears, because for us, every that smallest thing, for me, he had been able to go to the toilet on his own. That was a great milestone. But what does everyone else see? They cannot read. They cannot hold a pen. They cannot color within the circle. They cannot match dots. They cannot combine. Trust you me, I cried a bucket of tears. But then that cycle becomes a bit too much. So sometimes for our teachers, when you spot that difference, how you also tell a parent. Last week when I was speaking, I remember some of the head teachers came and asked me, I have spotted this, how do I communicate? How do I tell this parent before they bite my head? Remember, at the end of the day, we are all human, right? I might not want to hear it, but you'll have done me a favor by letting me know. Remember, the environment, if a child is at home, a child is in school, they operate differently, and we need that synergy. When you talk to me and say, I have noticed this, how do we make his life easier? Versus telling me, oh, your child cannot. Which one is better? Pardon? Yes. So positivity. Let's have a bit of positivity. And we also need synergy in our system, in our policies. We want the Ministry of Education to work with the Ministry of Health, to work with social protection, to have our institutions all work together, because we all start our small schools. But will our children be small forever? So where are the secondary schools? When I asked for a list, I got a list of 47 special needs schools. How many ECD centers are there? So where is the transition? We have TVET centers. How many actually take in special needs and children with learners with disability? Yet we are saying we are the best. We have catered for everyone. So what's your definition of everyone? So this is what we go through for our children. We try to shield them from all these things. Self-doubt, ignorance, anxiety, discrimination, disrespect. I will tell you, some of our kids are so pure at heart, they don't even feel some of these things. I remember watching my son jumping into a trampoline excited. He just wants to be part of the action. He walks in, and what happens? They all walked out. Yet he does not even have the coordination to jump. So he was depending on their jumping to throw him up and down in the trampoline. But see, innocence. This young girl walks up to me and asks me, what's wrong with your child? That's the time you say, Hail Mary, a very short version, to God help you. Because sometimes the pain is just beyond. My child didn't even notice it, but I was dying. I was practically dead on the inside. But you see, it was an opportunity for me to empower this child to be embracing my child. Because she did not understand why he could not stand up. She could not understand why he was big. Because you know our children are big, yeah? It doesn't change the fact. And he was drooling. So you know, these are things, it's their muscles. They're not fine enough. They cannot control some of these things. Lucky enough, at least he can take himself to the toilet. So you can imagine if he was in a diaper, what other question would I have gotten? But that's the story of our lives, my friends. And we have to live in it. So for us as parents, remember, we are like a walking CPU. You see the way you have information overload? Because I have to have, how many times, Christine, have you been asked to repeat how you gave birth? You're going to the same hospital, like they don't have records, but I have to re-narrate and relieve the pain of how my childbirth was. I have 2 kids. I don't remember how their convulsions interlude. I'm forced to be recording and keeping a tab. And remember, convulsions are not easy. They're things we just never get used to. No matter how old your child gets, there are pains that just don't change. Not when he was 3 weeks old when he first had, not when he's 10, not when he's 12. The pain is still the same. So for you as a parent, and when you're engaging, just, Don't make it extra hard. Just try and understand how we are carrying all these pains, because we have to handle all this. You can see that list, all the therapists, all the specialists you have to see. In the school, you have the shadow teacher, you have the actual teacher, you have, I know every time, can we go for swimming? Everything has to be checked back. Because we see, for us, when we see phone calls from school, for you, you'll be waiting to be told results. I don't know, you did not buy what. For me, it is a moment of, where is my handbag? Because you have no idea what has happened. It can either be, we are on the way to hospital, meet us. He has fallen. I remember I was told, he has fallen. Oh, you're not even anywhere close. He has fallen. We need to know what to do. And I'm like, then there is a day there was an ambulance that did not even have oxygen. I'm like, are we serious? Like, seriously? I got there before the ambulance that the school had called. And that is our systems. And for every time for our children when they're going through convulsions, their brain cells are dying. You're causing an opportunity for them to lose all the gains they have had. It is a chance where they can sleep. You can actually die. Most people don't know, but we have had cases, children getting convulsions and actually passing on. Do we even have those statistics? Do we know how many children died during COVID due to lack of medication? Do we have an idea? In our parents' groups, I can tell you for free, in a week, we always had a burial. And that is the ones I know, the ones I'm in. But who reported it? Nobody. So we always face experts, but for us as parents, you have to always remember it is you. It is you, and it's squarely on you to be the voice for that child. But at the end of the day, do not forget yourself. If you're not okay, your child will not be okay. So take time for you as a neighbor. Call me out. Tell me, for today, go take a walk. I will spend 5 minutes. Try and walk in my shoe. I know most will last 5 minutes, but at least it will be 5 minutes. How many sleepless nights do we have? Jane? Thank you very much. I remember I'm blessed, at least I got lucky enough to get remarried, and I'm glad that my husband is in the room. And I know one of the last week I was asleep. I just jumped out of bed and ran out. He had no idea what was going on. But we sleep, but we don't sleep, eh? We are there, but we are not there. Me, I had something that no one else would hear. We have when we say we are super women, I tell you, you see the ears that you see for Superman. When they're saying he can hear, me, I had someone stamp like, boom. Do you know what trigger that is? Someone is having a convulsion, has fallen. Someone has tripped, we are breaking something somewhere. And I'm just thinking, my God, the cast is not yet out. But that is the story of our lives. You sleep, but you do not sleep. But parents, always remember to take care of yourself. So the level of stress we can actually handle, I don't even know. But maybe that's why people say we are strong. But we are women of strength, because that's the only option that we have. Right? And for all the children who have actually made a difference, and we can see thrive, it's because there's a parent somewhere who did not give up. And I'd like to call upon all the parents in the room, even when it gets extra tough, even when you feel like there is nowhere else to turn. Because sometimes we turn amongst ourselves. KISE, unipatie sotano Jen. You're telling me the way you only have milk for tonight. Who do I turn to? You've borrowed a bit too much. There are times you don't even know what people are saying about you, but you did not bring it upon yourself. If only my child could be somewhere and I could work. It's not that I cannot work. It's just that there is someone who depends on me 24/7. Right? Then let's talk about severe disabilities, and you're not part of that severity, Mutena, I feel your pain. And actually, I would like to applaud my fellow parents who have more than one child in the room. Please stand up, and I would like for us to applaud them. It is not an easy journey. It is one that we have no idea how we wake up to do it, but we wake up and keep moving, right? Yes, you might have your sets. It is not easy. for them to be here. I must say, I am very proud. Jackie, there is you set up an event. What's your turnout? Four people to 100. That time you've given your all. Not that you're not a parent or you don't want to do. So sometimes we go back and you're like, God, why am I doing this? And only saving grace you have is God's grace. Because that's the only explanation that we can give sometimes to the amount of strength we are able to display, the amount of strength that we're able to live through, because it's just cannot be explained. So we are hoping. The other thing I'd like to encourage our parents, also let's educate ourselves. Let's be aware of the opportunities that are there. Because the sad reality is some of these things are there. We all said policies are there, but implementation is a question. All the funds that are kept for persons with disabilities, we don't show up as parents to claim it sometimes. Sometimes we don't even know they exist, right? And it is exactly. You remember that pile of paperwork we saw? When you go to claim, you're asked for so many things. Thank you. I am glad parents are here. You know, we all walk different journeys in different ways and different experiences. So you will walk in and you're told that money is not for you, it's for your child. Let me ask you, a child with cerebral palsy, they're confined on a wheelchair. They cannot feed themselves. They cannot go to the toilet. That means they're 100% dependent on the parent. Yes, we have the benefits. Yes, we have the disability card. But for me as a parent of a neurodiverse child who's fully dependent on me, they might never get to enjoy that. My child will, if we have not sorted education system, my child will not get to university. So when you're telling me there is a GPA of 5%, what does that mean to me? What does that mean to me? When you tell me there is tax exemption, what does that mean to me as a parent? I cannot claim it on behalf of my child. I went into KISE and there is a mother who came and she had carried her child who was 18. Bado yuko mgongoni. She's telling me she now needs the therapy. Her back is done. She cannot afford a wheelchair. So how inclusive are we? How supportive are we of special needs parents? Because they're the ones taking the whole blunt of everything. We are very good at policies, like we say, but let's move forward and look towards equity. Let's look at solutions that will actually benefit the person who needs it the most, the person who is supporting that child, the person who is required to ensure that that child goes through life and becomes the best person that they could be. And in closing, my fellow parents, as we embrace our children, accept them and plan. I know there is one thing that we're always afraid of when you're wondering, when I die, where do I go from here? And sometimes when people ask me why I do what I do, that is the constant reminder. Changing this space now, so that when I'm not here, my child will be able to get something out of it. It's not for ourselves, it's just we're trying to make this place a better place, so that when I'm no longer alive, my child will be there. And to my fellow parents, parenting is about accepting our children for who they are and not what we expected them to be. And if we embrace that and just try to be the best and do the best we can, trust you me, we have a brighter future coming. Thank you.
Gele kwa Sylvia, gele kwa Sylvia. Hey.
Majority of us, you've reminded us what we need to do. Thanks for what you have presented. Thank you very much. I hope you have learned the way I have learned. She has reminded me the path I've always been following. And all this time, my son celebrated his 28th years just the other day on 20th of November. And the truth is, for these 28 years, I do not sleep. I do not sleep. Majority of the time, I wake up, I go to work, and I ask myself, will I make it? And I don't tell anybody. Lynette is my neighbor. She's knowing today that majority of the nights, I don't sleep. We are there. He keeps on talking. He's talking to himself. He's fighting with himself. He's biting or hitting himself. And he does that throughout the night, till when he's exhausted, around 5 or 4 a.m. That's when he slides into sleep. And that's the only time I get to rest, but I have to be up by 6 again. But we are strong. I agree, we have the strength. And one thing I've learned from your presentation is we have to be a team. We have to work together. And movements across the world have changed how children with disability or youth as well as adults navigate in the society by coming together. And I think it's a high time as parents of children or youth or adults with disability, our voices need to be heard. Our taxes need to work for us. And for the taxes to work for us, we need forums like this. We also need to make our schools responsive. Rejection, rejection, rejection. Rejection up to tertiary levels. I took my son to a tertiary institution, hoping finally he has the activities, the daily living activities. He can dress, he can feed himself, he can walk around. He was rejected by the system, despite him being able to do the basics for himself. And studies in the world show that most parents of children with disability find schools not safe for their children. I don't know whether those of you who are parents like me experience that. Are our schools safe? Are our institutions safe? Can they be safe and responsive? They can. When we come together and say this is what the system needs to be, and we have an opportunity to raise that voice. So now I want to give members an opportunity to ask. I think I'll give maybe 5 questions or 6 if our chief guest would not have arrived. Raise the experiences or the questions you have for Sylvia, then she will be able to respond to them. I think that's okay, Sylvia?
Hello, 1,
Yeah.
2.
So now the field or the ground is open for those with issues to raise or comments to make. Thank you. Okay. We need to have our, but in the moment you can please take to her.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Sylvia, for such an engaging and powerful talk. My name is Winnie, and I'm all the way from Mombasa. And my daughter has dyslexia, phonological dyslexia to be specific. So this year, we purposed to do something to create awareness in Mombasa. But my question here is, or I need help. We need help in Mombasa, that's for one. And second, when I talk to teachers about dyslexia and accommodations, they are not willing. They are like, if we make these accommodations, how are we helping these children? So the policies, the education system, how do we better reach them? What do we do? As a parent now, I'm talking about dyslexia in Mombasa, but I feel like I'm still a drop. I think I'm making impact, but very little, but more needs to be done. I don't know. What can we do? What can I do? Thank you.
First of all, it is not small. The ocean does not exist on its own, right? It is that one drop that came from that corner and that corner that actually made the change. And that small contribution you're making counts for a lot. I know people in Mombasa are always saying they're left out. I've had enough DMs like that. Oh, you guys are always in Nairobi. Must it mean all of us have to move to Nairobi? You know, but for you, you can start that ripple effect. Be that change that you want to see. Bring together the children and the parents. I know we've started many of our own. Choose one school, have a conversation. Ask for a special unit. The Ministry of Education can owe you that. I know it is not easy. How many doors do you knock before you start seeing? Trust you me, we have knocked doors to start seeing change. We have sat outside waiting rooms for hours on end. Yeah? We have. But you have to just keep going and keep moving. I know there are several organizations here in Nairobi that are also focusing on dyslexia. Maybe you can have partnerships and move an activity there and raise awareness. I know there are media houses here, they can support. But you see, the other thing about media, sorry for me to get to that point, when you talk disability, you're told disability is not an interesting topic to air. I'm just avoiding to use one word that has 3 letters that everyone likes focusing on, you know? But, you know, we are talking about human beings. And that's what I was saying. Where did our humanity go? Must it be that life-threatening? Hey, how many people have been asked to pay for their stories to be aired? For their awareness to be out there? Yet something else that would be mainly insignificant will get the coverage. Yet we are talking about changing the future, changing our community, changing our country. But it is not important enough. So I will put this challenge out there to our media houses. Let's be accommodative. Everyone is moving to diversity, inclusion, and equity. What's your role? And I can support you. Talk to me. Next year, Autism Ride is Nairobi to Kilifi, so we can see what we can do.
Awesome. What is the government doing about it? What is the government? Education, what are they doing about dyslexia and all those other things? What is being done? Any answer?
You know why I'm looking there? Because we have a powerhouse of women over there, and they've answered that question on my behalf. They said nothing. And that's why we are here today. We need to turn that nothing into something. We need to stand in unison and raise our voice until something gets done, right? I know they usually say push, pray until something happens. And that's exactly what we'll be, on our knees and on our toes. And let's run our mouths. It's the best you can do for now until we see something happens, right? Awareness and advocacy. So go to that local county office and camp there. Trust you me, we have camped. I will not tell you how many times I shifted from the Ministry of Health Education. Just trying to get answers. And the worst thing is, when you're asking about special needs, the same way it is on ground in schools, a corner over there where even the head teacher doesn't know how many students are in it. That's the sad reality of the rest of the country. One more question. Our chief guest is here. All right.
Thank you, Sylvia.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Thank you very much. Your enlightenment has really touched very many of us who are parents. I'm a parent of a son who is now 41 years, and I've had a nightmare for 41 years. He was my firstborn child. And every time Sylvia, since he was 2 months, he has lived on drugs. And sometimes I go to hospital to take the drugs and I've lost the prescription. I've lost the prescription out of the blue. I get to a chemist, they refuse to give me the drug. And by the time I end the day, my son has had a lot of convulsions. He has broken all his limbs because of convulsions. And sometimes the drugs are very expensive. The time I walk to the doctor to write another one, the doctor asks me to pay. When I go to the hospital, to the chemist, they ask me to pay again. I'm wondering if there's any policy that can even use our disabled card for us to get the drug and for the government to reduce the price. My son has done very well for the last 41 years. He had a wife. The wife ran away because she wanted a salary. As a mother-in-law, I'm supposed to pay a lady a salary to stay with my son. I don't know what type of policies that can come in so that the drug, the public, the health people can end up giving us drugs at a fair price. Imagine one convulsion breaks the hand of my son 2 times. We go to the hospital, and then to repair the hand, the hospital again charges us 400,000 for the limbs to be fixed. There is nobody who is giving us even an insurance for the disabled children. When you go for insurance cover, they say this one is a disabled, you have to pay higher premiums. So I'm wondering whether there is empowerment which is normal in this country, whether the Ministry of Health really wants these children to survive. We have done our best as a family. If I arrived with my son here today, you wouldn't know he is sick, he's having a problem. But epilepsy is a nightmare. He has never been accepted in any school because, as you said, every time he went to school, he looked older than the other children, and nobody had a room for him. So where can we get drugs for his lifetime? Sylvia, if I dropped today and died, who will pay drugs for my son? And I've been working in this country. At least I can afford 3,000 per day, per month, every time for my son. What about this other lady who has never had a job? Where do they get the drugs for epilepsy? May God just intervene and speak to our policymakers.
Thank you very much for that question, and I can trust you me, I understand the pain because we all walk that journey like I mentioned earlier. The good news is that as of this year, at least through the National Council for Persons with Disability, the Treasury has allocated a budget for the neurodiverse community and those with related conditions, where one of the projects that we're looking at having is medication, all right, and subsidy and therapy access. These are some of the projects, and I know that they will come down to us as caregivers to also support in stating how else best and how we can implement the same. It's sad that we are not able to access medication that is affordable because I can trust you me, I know for epilepsy, there are those whose budget is 30,000 a month, there are those whose as low as 200, but nonetheless, all of us need support as parents, especially in the healthcare. When we're talking of universal healthcare, these are the key things that we want. But the question is, if we are not recognized in the system, so how do we get these services? Sadly, I've been asked to welcome the chief guest, to give the opportunity. Maybe we will find time to discuss it later. Thank you for the opportunity, and for my fellow parents, always remember, each day takes you closer. With each day you move, your child is growing, And we will make a difference so long as we keep marching forward.
The band. Let's relax.
Mr. Joan dance the music dance. Mr. Joan dance the music dance. Enjoy the music dance, dance the music dance. Enjoy the music dance, dance the music dance. Enjoy the music dance, dance the music dance.
Thank you very much. Thank you, our band. Thank you for welcoming our visitors. Now I want to welcome our chief guest, our PS, who has just arrived. We want to welcome you to the conference. We've had our first session with the keynote speaker, and it was really a moving session. You can see there are a lot of tears around, and I think we are allowed to cry, parents. Let us take it out. It's our day, and therefore don't hold back. If tears are flowing, let them flow. If it's laughter, let us laugh. Because by so doing, we shall be healing, and we shall be also stronger and move ahead without fear. So now I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the visitors who are seated ahead of us, and I now pass over this mic to our director so that he can also invite the other guests. Karibu sana, Dr. Kiogora.
Dr. Kiogora, karibu sana. Dr. Kiogora, karibu sana.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Our guest of honor, our guest of honor this morning is the CS. So the PS is wearing the shoes of the CS. So it's our guest of honor this morning. And we know the PS has been very passionate about special needs. Very passionate. We appreciate Sam. In our midst also we have a member of the council led by the immediate, the outgoing chairman of the National Council, Mr. Muchiri, National Council Chair. We have a good champion of the special needs also, Mr. Wawero. Guest of honor, sir, we also have Mr. Aga. Aga is the director, SNE. Welcome, sir. We have the regional director, Nairobi, who will be working the guest of honor this morning. And the guest of honor, sir, the lady who has been seated, Mora is a parent in children with special needs. She's a champion. She is an ambassador for disability in this country. She has given us a very moving story about herself. The media, we appreciate it. For the last 2 weeks, the media has been very passionate about this program. They have been this program in both in our electronic and the media, both the local radio stations. They have been very particular about this, and we appreciate the stakeholders. The media have been very keen about this conference for the first of its own kind in this country. We appreciate also our band. Our band is made of men who are visually impaired. They are visually impaired. And when you also this, because they're putting all their effort into this. Our parents, we appreciate you. Thank you for coming, and the government has given you this opportunity to give directions on the issues of special needs. That is why this particular meeting is anchored in CBC requirement, if you didn't know. Parental engagement is a requirement in our curriculum. And therefore, this is a moment for you to give your opinion. That can be taken by the government and the various stakeholders in terms of engagement and also speaking for you. And guess what, sir? This is the first conference in this country that has been prepared to speak and also interrogate parents with kids with disabilities before we talk about children with disability. But to forget a child who is disabled, the person in the life they child for 24/7 is the parent. When a person is disabled, the parent becomes disabled because they must go to the child, they must revise their programs, they must resign, many of them must resign their jobs. Some of them are going to put various children in families. They were shunned by Mora this morning. She has taken a very moving testimony of what parents go through. And therefore, we can appreciate for you, parents, through the government, which has put this partition for you. This history has been built by the government for you, so that you can be able to get the service that you require. Therefore, you don't have to be worried. Give the opinions, and then I'm sure this will be a forum whereby the Europeans have to move forward and make decisions about special issues. To all of us, this is a great day in this country, so that you can give direction and appreciate what our parents do. Because I'm not the guest of honor, I to welcome you, and because the guest is with us, we are really grateful that our parents have come in big numbers. There are many in the compound, because this is their day. This is their institute. And for the reason, on guest of honor, sir, we are excited because of this institute, this particular institute, in terms of assessment, what we have is unbelievable. This institute has been given by the government the level of only one in South Africa. We stand next to none in terms of facilities. But many people do not know about this particular facility. And then the government has done alone. Therefore, the parents were with us. And those who are following us online, guess of honor, sir, many are following us online. We have been checking. Many of them are following what we are doing here online, our parents. And therefore, let us influence other parents wanting their children so they can bring them on board. And you have learned, any learner can learn. Any child can learn, irrespective of disability. They require an opportunity, nothing else. And they were there. This afternoon, in case of honor, sir, we have one key speaker. The top generation this afternoon, who is officially impaired. He will be speaking to us. I send that anybody who is disabled, given an opportunity, he can become the best he can become. And that's a confirmation of this concept. Any parent who has a disability should not be worried, because every child is a prayer answered for that parent. Any child is a child. And that's what we are saying as an institute of the government, that every child matters. And that's why when the CS is present, because the CS now, when you see that he's standing in the shoes of the CS, when you see the CS coming here, it's a for the government that there's a serious engagement. And we see that opportunity and make sure that we give direction in terms of policy and decisions. We want to thank all of you for coming. It's not my day. I will allow the regional director, TSC, to welcome our guest of honor this particular morning. Madam Regional Director, welcome the guest of honor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kigora. Our chief guest this morning, the Cabinet Secretary, is ably represented by the PS, Dr. Julius Jang, the Director of Special Needs from Ministry of Education, Mr. Haga, the Chair of the Council, KISE, Director of the Council, Dr. Kiogora, and your staff, parents, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am glad to join you here this morning on behalf of Teacher Service Commission and Nairobi region. And I want to take this opportunity to congratulate all of you for taking time to come over so that we can be able to share ideas together. And we want to thank God for each one of you because you have taken that responsibility of working with our children that are abled differently. And thank you, Madam Mora. We have found you speaking. I also followed a little from a different room, and with the passion with which you have taken it. And we want to thank you for that presentation. And from where we sit, we want to say that until you have a kid with special needs, then you have no idea of the depth and the strength and the tenacity and the resourcefulness with which you run the life of that child. And I think we have seen it very well from the speaker that has just spoken. And so as parents, we do not have the power to make life fair, but we have the power to make life joyful for those children that are abled differently, that God graciously has granted us an opportunity to rear them in our homes. And so let's always realize that these children are not a distraction from our important work, but they are the most important work. And that is why we are glad that you have come in large numbers so that we can share experiences and realize that all these children, they need a little help. They also need a little hope. And they also need someone to believe in them. And that is why we see them doing great things. Once they realize that we believe in them, even for us as teachers, when they realize that we believe in them, then they go far in doing great things in their own lives and even in our families. And therefore, it shouldn't matter how slowly that child learns. What matters is that we encourage them that they should never stop trying. And so that should be an encouragement for each one of us. Teacher Service Commission has got SNE teachers, that is teachers that have been trained to teach or to deal with our children that are abled differently. And we also found it necessary that these children are also placed in integrated classes in our schools so that we can be able to eliminate stigma. And so we have them. Let's not keep them at home. We have our teachers that have been trained so that they can be able to work with these children, and we have seen them grow at their own pace. And so let's never keep these children somewhere hiding them. We are happy that we are able to come out, and that's why we encourage this morning to see many of us here today. And without much ado, I want to now take this opportunity to welcome the chief guest with the Cabinet Secretary ably represented by the PS, Dr. Julius Joang. Karibu sana, 1PS. Thank you.
Everybody welcome Dr. Joang. Everybody welcome Dr. Joang. And Dr. Joang spoke to us. Bless the conference. Marco Piguato.
Thank you very much. I think that's a wonderful song. To my colleagues, the chair, members of the council, the CEO, my colleague from TSC, the regional director, parents, good morning. I'm here to represent the cabinet secretary. He is actually out of town. They are in Wajir today, handling issues of exams. So I was supposed to accompany him to Wajir, but he requested me to stay behind so that I can come here and represent him. So I have a long speech that he gave me to come and read. But before I do that, allow me to thank everybody, the leadership of this institution, the parents, for coming to see the facility where some of your children are. And I want to admit that this facility is one of the best you can have around. We funded it deliberately as a government so that our learners who need this kind of facility can have the benefit. I hope, Bwana Kiogora, you also submitted a memoranda to the task force or the Presidential Working Party, because one of the things that we have been trying to push is to have KISE as a semi-autonomous agency, as a SAGA, so that they are able to open regional branches and they can function and bring services closer to the people. It's something that has been on the cards, and we really look forward to it. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that in the new CBC curriculum for teacher training colleges, we made sure that SNE is taught as a compulsory course, so that all the teachers who go through our teacher training colleges have some basic knowledge on how to deal with learners who deserve a special type of care. We've had issues where you have learners going into integrated schools, but the teachers don't know how to handle them. I dealt with a very sad case where a grandparent came to me. The granddaughter was autistic, and she was in an integrated school. I mean, an inclusive school. So every time the girl went to school, the teachers would take on her because they thought she was rude. She was not doing her homework as fast as the teachers expected, etc., etc. So the grandparent went and explained to the teachers that this is a child with special needs, and therefore you need to handle them with care. From that time, when I was at KICD, we realized that one of the biggest mistakes we made as a country is to take people through the teacher training colleges without giving them awareness that we have different learners with special needs and they need to be treated differently. So that is already ongoing, and we believe that we will take care of these learners because they are part of us. They are part of our families, they are part of our community, and we must take good care of them. And so that is something that we are doing. Now allow me to read the speech of the Cabinet Secretary. And you know, when you're given a speech to read, you read every word. You don't remove anything. So he says to the leadership of this institution, parents, ladies and gentlemen, may I take this opportunity to appreciate and welcome everybody present. Special appreciation goes to all our parents, delegates, and invited guests from various sectors and counties. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference, parental empowerment and engagement in nurturing potential of children with disability, is very timely in the current education reforms. The role of the parents and caregivers of a child with disability cannot be underestimated. Today we celebrate you parents and caregivers for being heroes in the upbringing and support of these children in their education journey. Really, I've watched Maura on TV as she was explaining. I think that was KTN. Was it KTN or Citizen? Many of them. Yeah, and I thought that was quite something encouraging, so that we don't feel shy about our children. They are our children, and we have to accept them. I would like to call upon the delegates to positively engage during this conference to provide the ministry with the recommendations that will inform policy on engagement and empowerment of parents of children with special needs. I wish to assure the country that the world and the world at large of the government's commitment to the promotion of education for all children, especially those with special needs. This commitment is further expressed by the fact that the Ministry of Education has put in place a sector policy on education of learners and trainees with special needs. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Kenya established KISE in 1986 through a legal notice to provide training and other specialized services to persons with special needs. One of the mandates of KISE is to conduct functional assessment of children with special needs and for identification, early intervention, and educational placement of the learners where necessary with the support of the parents and the teachers. In addition, this institute spearheads provision of specialized learning resources, assistive devices, and assistive technologies for learners with special needs and disability. I better add, and deviate a little, that from this financial year, we decided that there is some top-up money that we normally send to schools and institutions which have learners with special needs. We decided that part of that money be brought to KISE so that KISE can buy the specialized devices and take to the schools. I did this because we discovered that a lot of times we send the money to the schools which are integrated or inclusive, and then that money gets used within the normal operations of the schools. And since KISE already specializes in even making some of those devices, they are going to do a centralized procurement, and they will deliver those devices to schools across the country. So that is something that we changed this year, and I'm sure it is going to help our learners a bit. The ministry shall keep its support for KISE to continue with this unique and critical role in education of learners and trainees with special needs. Ladies and gentlemen, the ministry will continue to support research in special needs and related areas. I want to report that over time, KISE has been able to undertake research activities in the area of specialized needs and disability to inform policy. It is worth noting that KISE is in the process of conducting a national survey on children with special needs and disabilities across the country so that we can comprehensively understand the amount of support that the learners require. Moving forward, KISE will be able to provide the ministry and other sectors with up-to-date and reliable data of learners with special needs in the country, and this then will inform the kind of funding that we give to support these learners. Ladies and gentlemen, KISE runs a functional educational assessment center, often used as reference point by our field officers who are interested and other partners. The center offers assessment and therapy services to our children. This is a unique center and is expected to revolutionize assessment of children with special needs and promote inclusive educational practices. The center is equipped by the government of the Republic of Kenya with modern equipment. I presume you have taken them around and they have seen what you have, and will continue to be supported to cover areas that are not yet covered. I want to congratulate the management and the council for keeping the project on course and for your foresight in the development of special needs education in this country. As you may be aware, KISE has been organizing inclusive education conferences since the year 2016, 2018, 2021. Today's conference on parental engagement and empowerment in nurturing potential of the learners with special needs will build on the achievements of the previous conferences. And this is extremely critical so that the parents appreciate that their involvement in the upbringing of their children is something that the government recognizes. As you are aware, you must have seen some of the parents complaining that CBC is indulging them too much in terms of supporting their learners. So I was telling somebody that we are one of the few people who complain when we are given a chance to engage with our children. So as the complaints go on, we do appreciate that probably as a country, we are taking a completely different route, because we should not feel sad, we should not complain that we are supporting our children. As I conclude, allow me to once more encourage all of us to discuss freely the prevailing and emerging issues regarding parental empowerment and engagement. And I believe when you come together like this, share experiences, share knowledge, and share our feelings, we will live here feeling encouraged, we live here feeling strengthened and appreciating that we are all in this together. I encourage the Institute to continue leading and providing guidance and advisory to the country on the implementation of CBC, especially for the learners with special needs. With this long speech, ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to declare this National Conference on Parental Engagement and Empowerment in Nurturing Potential of Children with Disabilities officially opened. The signed by Honorable Machogu, the Minister for Education in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you once more for engaging. I think it is good to engage, it's good to share. It's good we realize that we are not alone. We are all together in this, and as a government, we'll continue supporting the work that is being done here. I can't help looking forward to a time when we'll have similar centers spread across the country so that parents don't have to travel to Nairobi for this kind of support. God bless you and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for blessing the conference.
Thank you, Bwana CS. I said, as one guest for honor is wearing the shoes of the CS, we thank you for the passionate that you have, and the ministry and the government for special needs. So, the parent, there's an opportunity for you to speak in one voice in terms of influence the policies. Our chairman of the council has arrived. Chairman, welcome. Thank you so much. The chair will be greeting us as we go for our meals. I know the media houses, in case you want questions, not here, you can talk to the PS outside here. Someone wanted to speak to the PS. After this one, you'll be free to engage the PS outside here. Our loose has organized so that you can engage the PS member of the CS on the issues that he has raised. Once more, we want to recognize the following members who are with us. You know, this guest of honor kiongea tuongeangi tena, but government protocols. But the number of visitors, there are many of you who are not parent, but we know you are stakeholders in special needs. Not mentioning your name. If you have come as invited guest, please stand up. If you have come not as a parent, but as a stakeholder, please stand up, we recognize you. Please stand up. Let's recognize them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our guests for now, these people work with us. They support these families in various ways. Thank you so much for starting people with disability. We also want to thank the sponsors, led by UNICEF, KICD. They have been very, very supportive on this conference. We also have Doctors of Hearing. We also have a number of them who have sponsored that, led by UNICEF and KICD. They have Doctors of Hearing. Very many of you who have sponsored this conference. We appreciate, and it will go far in impacting in the society. I don't want to do a lot of talking. I will invite the chairman to greet us, and then allow the conference. It's not in order, but I just want to allow the chairman of the council to greet the delegates so that we can hand over to the next group for a cup of tea. I will be the MC to guide us from there. Chair, thank you so much, man. We know it's very easy. It's very busy for you because of the exams. We know it is very hectic. Everything to come here is a lot of sacrifice. We appreciate chairman. Just send jumbo to the members, chairman of the council.
the Principal Secretary, State Department of Early Learning Basic Education, members of the Governing Council of KISE, invited guests, parents, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamu alaikum. I want to ask for an excuse in the first place for having coming after the PS has come. That is bad manners. And PS, I regret I was held up in a traffic jam. Today is a very important day for us as an institute and for the fraternity of people and children with disabilities. There is something that people don't know. Bwana PS, that each one of us at one time or the other is a potential candidate of being a person with special needs. It is not a must that you should be born with special needs, but you can acquire it at any time in your life. Therefore, this area of special needs, in my opinion, is an area that should be given the necessary attention that it deserves. Many of us here may have come when we were being driven or we were driving ourselves. We may have left our children who have gone to regular schools, or they have gone to schools for children with special needs. But little do I know that as I'm going back to where I've come from, I could end up at the end of the day being a person with special needs. You all know that there are so many ways of acquiring special needs. It can be innate, you can be born, you can get it through an accident, and the following day you are walking using crutches, you are being wheeled in a wheelchair, you have lost your sight, you have lost your power to hear, you will have become a person with special needs. And therefore, as regular people, we need to appreciate that special needs is not very far from us. It may not be there in our homes, but it could come anytime. And therefore, we need to be abreast, and we need to be able to keep in touch with the latest developments in special needs education. I know special needs education is part and parcel of the school system in Kenya. And the government has, over the last, I think, 10 to 15 years, done its very best to ensure that children with special needs are given the necessary attention and the necessary support that they require. And therefore, we are grateful to the government for having taken those bold steps in ensuring that we are integrated into the mainstream education system and that we are not on the periphery, but we are within the mainstream. As the task force, the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms takes shape and concludes its final deliberations, we hope they will come up with all those issues that we have been thinking about in the last 10 to 15 years and were very difficult for us to push through. And that this time around, the Working Party will come out very strong and very clear on how we are going to handle children or education for children with special needs. The government must come out very clear. I'm not ruling myself out of government. I'm still in government myself, being a chair of this institute. We have had our time with the party, and we have given our recommendations. And we think that we are going to get very favorable considerations coming out of the Working Party deliberations. Bwana PS, I don't think I want to add any more than that. Mine is to welcome you to the Institute, and feel free. I think we are going to be here today and tomorrow, and we are going to be interacting at personal, institutional, and at the different levels. So thank you very much. Welcome to the Institute.
Thank you, Chair of the Council. Quickly, our guest of honor, it's good you also know that we have international participants in this conference. We have a team from Mauritius, I think the whole, Mauritius? Yes, welcome. We have a team from UK. Welcome, thank you so much. We have a team from Nigeria. Nigeria, welcome, thank you so much. We have a team from Somalia. Thank you so much. We are, all the counties are represented here, Bwana, and guests of honor, all the counties. We have representatives from all the counties, the whole country. So the whole country is here, guests of honor. Allow me, one guest of honor, quickly to connect the people who sponsor this conference. The sponsors. We have CISEND, Somali Institute for Special Education. Are they here? Thank you so much. Military Wives Association, MWAC, Military Wives Association. The chair was supposed to come. Then we have KICD. Anybody from KICD? Know their function this morning. We have UNICEF. UNICEF know they'll be joining us because of the day. We have TSC. Jao is there. TSC. Government of Kenya, of course, authorities with the Government of Kenya. African Population and the Health Research Center. They are also represented here. We have also Cancer Society for the Blind. Mali Therapy Center, Regional Center for Mapping, our neighbor, Coca-Cola, Mwalim Sacco, Media Society, because they are beginning our programs, Media Society of Kenya. We have Mwalim Sacco and Doctors of Hearing. It's good in case of honor knows who have run this particular conference. Thank you so much. God bless you. Take over the MC. Let's present our MC as she comes over. MC.
Yeah, well, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, sir, and all protocol observed. We thank you for being here with us today. That we've realized the power of parents, especially in educating our children who have special needs and disabilities. Without this base, and the base is the parent, we may not achieve what competence-based curriculum objects to achieve. So thank you very much for being with us here. Thank you for representing our CS, and I think we have all seen that the government is ready to support us. What we need to do is, how do we bring synergies together? How does the Ministry of Education work with the Ministry of Health, work with the Ministry of Social Services, so that we do not experience what this other parent has just told us about a child being denied of different services. So our sitting here today, sir, is to try and see how best can we coordinate and network so that within the sectors we can seamlessly support our children for them to achieve their potentials. So thank you very much, and I want now to invite you for a healthy break. It's time for a healthy break, and Lucy will guide us to a different room just behind the hall, and the rest of us will take our tea just outside here in the tents. Kwa hivyo karibuni sana for chai, karibu Mauritius, karibu UK, karibu Nigeria, Karibu. Somali, it's tea time, and tea time in Kenya is usually a time to relax and enjoy. Let us have conversations during the tea time. Thank you very much. The band can take over as our visitors move on. Sijui. Anaenda media. Maybe we need to
Hello, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2.
Disabilities in England, Teacher's Perspective by Abdushakur and Dr. Chrison Sood. Learners with disabilities in integrated primary school in Thika, sub-county, Kenya by Dr. Millicent Wandia. The next room, which is just right ahead of us, Greseneya room, we are going to have panel 2, where we are going to discuss parents' role in assessment and interventions for learners with disabilities. Chairperson is George Maura, and he says they are ready to receive you in that room. And we have 4 papers to be presented. One on parents' role in assessment and intervention of children with disabilities and other health disabilities in Kenya by Clifford Otieno and team. Then parent support, a key factor in maximizing success assessment and intervention for children with intellectual disability within Siaya County by Philip Oliech. Misdiagnosis and its effects on lives of parents and school system by S. Rajad and Athesing J.S. Jugro. I don't know whether I've pronounced those names correctly. And finally, parental involvement in identification of disability, functional assessment and intervention, policy and practice in Kenya by Martin Mongela. And the 5th, the role of parents in assessment and intervention of learners with disabilities by Dr. Wamuyu Owoki, Jacqueline Madanga, Jane Muriri, and Doreen Gitonga. So thank you, and you can now move to your rooms. Thank you. I can guide the team moving to panel 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we break into our rooms, I would like the people who are presenting or the presenters for panel 1 to please come forward and we talk a little. Panel 2, the people who are going to panel 2, you can get out through that door, and the seminar room is on our right. We have 2 panels. There is panel 1 and panel 2. Yes, you have a program. Excuse me. Do you have a program like, you have a book like this? Inside there is a program. It is interest. Just look at the topic and then it's interest. Thank you very much. The topic for panel 1, I'm being told it's not very clear. The topic for panel 1 is family engagement in educational interventions and parental engagement in planning for transition of learners with disabilities. That is panel 1. And panel 2 is parents' role in assessment and interventions for learners with disabilities. So assessment and interventions, if you are interested about parents' role in assessment and interventions, then you can exit even through that door or through this door. It's just the next building. And then for panel 1, it's about parental engagement and parental engagement and educational interventions. So thank you. The presenters, please. Millicent, I can see you. Mary Musyoki for panel 1. So panel 2, please. Those ones who are interested in panel 2.
if we are ready, then I'm going to request that the band, is our band ready so that it can give us something small before we start? Yes? Yes? No. Usually that is how conferences are run. We could even be having even 5, 6 panels. You only choose one panel where you're most interested in, please. Thank you. So I think all my presenters are ready. We are going to start our presentation in the next 5 minutes.
Hello, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello. Hello, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Hello. Hello, 1, 2. Hello. Hello, 1, 2. Hello.
So I think those ones of us who have been left behind, I want to welcome you to the first panel, or panel 1, not really the first panel, but panel 1. And here we are going to have a discourse on family engagement in educational interventions and parental engagement in planning for transition. So some papers will be presented on transition and others will be presented on how to engage parents in terms of, in areas of intervention. We have 4 presenters, and I'm sure they're in the house. We have Akulima Mohammed, who is presenting with Lilian Egesa and Patricia Macau. And then we have Mary Musyoki, and we have Abdi Shakur Tara, who will be presenting with Dr. Krishon Sood. I'm sure Dr. Krishon Sood is online. It may not be very possible for him to do the presentation because we got the communication a little late. I'm so sorry about that. And then we have Dr. Millicent Wandia. So our presenters, you are only going to have 15 minutes of presenting. Only 15 minutes of presenting. Only 15 minutes so that all of us can get time to present. And all the presenters will present. Please, if you have questions, note down the questions so that after the presentations, we can ask the questions. After the presentations, we will ask questions. So we will have 15 minutes of presenting, and then each presenter will do the presentation. Please note the questions. Then after all the presenters have presented, then we will ask the questions. Thank you very much. Now it's time to have our first presenter, who is Mary Musyoki. Let's have the presentation up and running. Mary Musyoki. Mary Musyoki, please come forward and do your presentation. Your 15 minutes have already started. Thank you very much. Mary Musyoki is going to present on parent support to the children through therapy and home program.
Gosh.
You are welcome, Mary.
Hiyo podium, futa kidogo. Vuta kidogo podium. Vuta kidogo.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Musyoki. I'm an occupational therapist working with special education professionals, which is an organization that works with in partnership with projects, already existing projects. And in its capacity, special education professionals gives trainings to parents on matters disability about their children, and also gives capacity building to the people in the projects. It also works with the siblings of the children with disabilities, and it also trains professionals to handle children with disabilities. So today I'm going to present on research that we did in some of our projects. We work with projects in low-income area, and one of them is in Kibera, another one is in Kahawa, which serves Githurai, and another one is in Kikuyu. And for our research, we did in two projects, which is Kikuyu project and Kahawa project, which serves Githurai. So in this research, we were looking at the barriers that influence adherence of home program implementations for parents attending the two projects. So home program, I think most parents know what home program is. If you go to the therapist or to the teacher and they're working with your child and they will give you some activities to do at home, that is what we call home program. So I think most parents have difficulties or challenges that they face when they're doing home program, which we might not know as therapists. And so that's why I was able to do this research, so that we can enlighten professionals on how to support parents more when they give their home programs to the parents. Amaje wazazi? Yes, yes. So why did I choose this topic? We are told that management of disability is 24/7, yeah? 24/7 means every minute, every second counts. So, and we've already heard from our keynote speaker, Sylvia, that you as a parent, you wear many hats. And if you wear many hats, it means you are a teacher, you are a therapist, you are a nurse, you are a doctor to that child. So if you are supposed to help this child, then you need more support from the professionals to carry on at home, because you are with that child more times than I have with that child. You will bring the child for therapy, you will take the child to school, but at the end of the day, you have the child more time than the therapist or the teacher has. So, and strategies that will help us increase this 24/7 care, they need to be put in place. So how can we increase the effectiveness of these strategies that we bring on board? So the problem statement is maximize on home program. They need to establish and document on barriers that parents face when they are doing home programs, so that we can have it in back of our mind when we are giving home programs to the parents. And what could we possibly support parents with to ensure that home program is effective? There has been no researches in Africa on home program intervention. It is not a main intervention, but it is a very, very important intervention. So I thought maybe it would add to our knowledge as Africans, as Kenyans, as people living and supporting children with disability, that we be able to know what barriers parents face. So my questions were, what is the parents' understanding of importance of home program? Are parents able to understand that home program is important? If the therapist tells you, when you go home, train this child to roll, do you know that it is important? So if you know it is important, you'll be able you'll try your best to do training for that child on rolling. The next day, the therapist will tell you, train this child on lifting their neck. So if you know it is important as a parent, you'll be able to try and implement this program that the therapist is giving you. Are parents able to implement home program? And how much time do parents give to home program? So our research was descriptive, cross-sectional, quantitative type, and the study area, as I had told you, it was in Kikuyu project and Kahawa project. The study population size was 21 respondents. From the 2 identified projects, this was derived from 70 parents or caregivers who bring their children in the centers. And then they had guided interview questionnaires, and then there was purposive sampling. So purposive sampling meaning we chose parents who were coming for therapy not less than 3 months, or interacting with the therapist in the projects not less than 3 months. So that they're already implementing home program. So you can be able to know what are the barriers that they have for home program, implementing home program. Most of the respondents were, out of the 21, we had 19 parents, and the others were relative. So meaning the respondents of this research were close relatives of these children. And in the understanding of home program, it is good to note that parents, the highest number knew what specifically is home program, which is activities that you incorporate in your daily routine for the child to help the child improve in their daily functions or the other functions on development. The ability to perform home program, number of home program given, most parents reported they had more than 3 activities that they had received from therapists or the speech therapist or the teacher in the projects to do at home. So meaning they had a higher number of activities to undertake, and most so out of the results that we got is that most parents had challenges with implementation of home program because they had lack of equipment at home. Most parents don't, because we work in low income area, meaning most parents will not afford something like therapy ball. If you tell them, do this on the therapy ball, they only see it in the center that they go into. Then most parents also reported that they do not have someone else to help in undertaking this home program. So, and also difficulty to perform home program, only 2 respondents gave that as a challenge because they were new. They had just come exactly 3 months before the research. So they were still getting in touch with understanding what is home program. And then lack of handouts was also something. If they get handouts to help them at home, to guide them in undertaking home program, then that would have been helpful. So for time allocation, the highest number reported that they take around 3 to 4 days in a week to perform home program, meaning they take it as an important thing to do at home. Yeah. So this was a positive response, and 23% of them would have wished to do more with their children or have the home program done daily. So conclusion, what was our conclusion? Parents' experience in implementation of home programs suggested the following barriers: lack of suitable equipment at home, limited time due to other household responsibilities, lack of knowledge, lack of therapist support, lack of handouts for reference, and lack of assistance at home to undertake some of the activities given. So, looking at our research, it went hand in hand with most of Novak's researches, which are on barriers of home program implementation. So barriers, they gave a route, they stemmed back into 5 steps. which I will list them. The first one is we need to have collaboration between the caregivers and the therapists in everyday intervention that will aid in the impact of the caregivers' delivery of home program, which is based on the caregivers' preferences and training. So if, as a therapist, you are able to sit down and talk to the parent one-on-one or the caregiver on what to do at home, then they will be in a position to understand why am I doing this at home, and they will also give you preferences of what they would like to do at home. So you will tailor-make your home program according to the caregiver's preferences. Something else is we need to have clearly understood home programs. So establishing a collaborative partnership. The second one, setting goals of the child with the parents. So that I have already mentioned. Then selecting therapeutic activities to be done at home, matching the goals that are supported by the parent. And then supporting parents through regular coaching and training while adjusting to the growing needs of the child. And the last one is, of course, the therapists need to keep on evaluating the parents and how they are doing the implementation. And as the child grows, they need to keep on adjusting to the needs and wants of the family and also the child. So that is where we were at. And then clear understanding of what home program is will build on time allocation. If the parents understand that home program is incorporated in daily routines, then they will be able to have more time to do home program. If we are, let's say we are sitting down and eating, then that is a good chance for the parent to teach the child feeding. How do I hold the spoon, or how do I pick the food from the plate into my mouth, chew and swallow? So there they've already done something that has already trained the child. Yeah. So if the parents are able to know what a home program is, they'll be able to have more time with implementation at home, because they will only incorporate it in their daily schedule. To help support parents and caregivers in the implementation of home program, the recommendations below were given: adapting low cost or available resources to use as equipments. So if we are giving parents, we are giving them home program to do at home, what equipment are you prescribing them to use? If let's say you want them to use a standing aid and they cannot afford standing aid, I think a good and standard standing aid costs around 15,000, if I'm not wrong, a good one. So if you tell them you need to place the child on standing for 1 hour and you have not given them an alternative of a standing aid, then they are not able to do this. So maybe you can tell them, use a stool, turn the stool on the other side and place the child in the stool, and then they will be able to stand, depending on the strength of the child. Training caregivers on specific home program. As special education professionals, every time we have a session, you have to ask the parent, what have you been able to do at home? How is the home program? What are you doing for home program? And you will observe the parents do the home program and correct where it is not, the parent is not able to do well. So if we do consistent and many follow-ups on specific home program for specific children and parents, then this will help the parents be able to implement them at home. Then there is monitoring of home program. So monitoring is the same as if they come, they need to show you what they've been able to do. How are they doing the rolling? If they're not doing it correctly, then you will be able to correct them. Then provision of handouts. If you have as SEP, we have handouts on different disabilities and different things to do with the parents. So if you are advising the parent on positioning and you have a handout for position, then you can just circle which positioning activity would you like them to do at home. Then when they're at home, they're able to go back to the paper and look at what they have been able to do or what they're supposed to be to do. Then the last recommendation was consideration of home environment when prescribing home program. Then successful home program requires collaboration, as we had said before. Training caregivers to incorporate home program in daily routine is important. Recommendation of adaptive home utilities as equipment, and establishment of structure in home program is important. Clear stakeholders and guidelines. Who is supposed to do home program? Are they able to get help? If not, what else can we do? A research also need to be done for in other settings, because that was a community setting, so we need to do researches in other settings like hospital, school, and all that. Thank you.
Another round of applause for that presenter. Thank you very much, Mary. You can take your seat so that you wait for the time that you will respond to any reactions that will rise from your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm taking home from this beautiful presentation is that this is a project that was being carried out around Kikuyu, Kibera, and Kahawa. And it's about therapists assisting parents in terms of home therapy so that there can be continuation of what the child has been taught at the therapy center for purposes of intervention. So what I picked about the challenges that both the therapists and the parents or caregivers are experiencing lack of equipment, appropriate equipment that they can use to be able to do the kind of therapies that they have been trained to do. Then others reported that they had no help in terms of carrying out whatever activities that they had been required or asked to do at home. And others had difficulties in carrying these activities, especially those ones who had not gone through the training by therapists. And then lack of handouts, and here handouts were in terms of assistance in carrying out the activities. And of course, there were some who took it positively in terms of what they had to do with their children. And others also talked about time constraints or limited time to be able to carry out the activities. Of course, we have been given recommendations where parents are taught how to adapt equipment from locally available materials so that they can be able to carry on the activities as per prescription and observe, the parents were required to observe clearly how the therapists were carrying out the therapies or the activities so that they can be able to do the right thing at home. And also, some of the recommendations were monitoring and evaluation of the program to see how well it was doing. And in some cases, provision of handouts to assist the parents or the caregivers. And in other cases, consideration when giving activities, considering the home environment first before giving appropriate activities that children are going to carry out. And among other recommendations were that the therapist should give clear guidelines to the parents so that the parents can be able to carry out the activities required appropriately. And above all, that the caregivers and parents should be trained on what to do and how to do it and where to do it. Thank you very much. I'm sure you have questions that you will be able to ask the presenter. Please note them, and then you will ask them at the end. I want to recognize the presence of our visitors who have come back, invited guests. You are welcome. Please enjoy the presentations with us. Our next presenter is, sorry about that. We have our next presenter, who is Abdi Shakur Tara. Abdi Shakur Tara. We have our presenter, who is Abdi Shakur Tara. And Abdi Shakur Tara comes to us all the way from the UK, England. He's talking about benefits of parents' engagement in educational interventions for learners with disabilities in England. Benefits of parental engagement in educational interventions for learners with disabilities in England. This is a teacher's perspective. Let's give a listen so that we can be able to learn what they do in England and be able to copy or to be able to at least get assistance for best practices. Thank you very much. By the way, Abdi Shakur is a Kenyan.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Thank you. Normally, I don't remove my hat, but I want to remove my hat for someone today. And I don't mind even, although I was given 15 minutes, but to give up that 15 minutes, maybe a few minutes to this wonderful lady called Sylvia. I'm going to take this out. And the reason for that, I think what Sylvia did this morning was amazing, exceptional, and also exemplary for many, many parents. I think she has shown how important it is parents to have self-advocates. To be self-advocates is the way forward for parents, without any doubt. And I also admire particularly, although I tried to make a number of notes, but the key one that I captured this morning, when Sylvia was mentioning about, she said, it is us who know our children, so they have to be consulted. That is really a very strong message, and I think it actually also sets the scene for my presentation, and thank you very much, Sylvia, for that. Wonderful. So, who am I? My name is Abdushakur Tara. I'm a senior lecturer at Nottingham Trent University, and also this paper is co-authored by Dr. Christian Sood. I believe he's also a Kenyan, but went to UK at a young age. So, greetings from him, and he would have been delighted to be here, but unfortunately due to teaching commitment, he couldn't make it. But I will try to actually make the presentation by myself. It's been lonely, but I think as long as I'm in Kenya and as long as I'm in Nairobi, I'm not alone. Thank you very much for that. So, again, I just want to really apologize. This is a very boring, long-winded type of academic paper, but I just want to really see the benefits of parental involvement in education, particularly children with disabilities. And we know that the educational intervention will always happen in any educational context or any school context, because there will be children always cannot actually learning at the same speed as other children. So there is always intention from the school's perspectives that you should have an educational element of intervention. So what I'm trying to do, I just want to really go through these, and I will try my best not to bore you about, the content in more details, but I will try to cover as much as I can. So the main aim of the paper, that's something I want to really talk about, and then the context of why the parental involvement is very important, then looking at the conceptual framework alongside with methodology. Points emerged from the discussion I had with the teachers. Then I'm going to look at the parental involvement in terms of policy perspectives, looking at the practice, the provision, and then I will end up a paper recommendation. As an academic, we always have to be careful. We cannot actually impose from one situation to another. And I just want to really, as an audience, to just be mindful. We're talking about two different countries in a very different socioeconomic differences. So I'm trying to be more kind of neutral, although I was associated with KISE since 2009, and I'm honored to stand in front of Mr. Habat, who, when I embarked my first research in 2009 with KISE, he's the one who actually introduced me to KISE, Kenyan Institute of Special Education, and thank you very much, Mr. Habat. So, the aim of the paper was actually to examine the primary and secondary school teachers' perspectives on benefits of parental involvement in educational intervention for learners with disabilities. And these are teachers selected from primary and secondary school. So the context, we all know there is a growing call in terms of parental involvement, not necessarily with the children with the special needs, but also children who are also non-disabled. And we know the benefit. Academics, teachers, policymakers, and also advocates are really pushing this forward because they know the benefit that it has on a student outcome. We know that if a child is not doing homework, homework is always part of assessment. We know that as educators. And if children do not do their homework, then it's more likely to actually be behind with his or her peers. So schools and parents should work together to establish aims of parent participation to mark progress and build trust, as lack of parental involvement might affect the student's outcome. That's what Kanyo and other colleagues have said. Another important context is it is generally accepted that without positive cooperation of family and schools, it's not possible to reach the high demands set for educational outcome by a demanding society. We know that sometimes our society still have that kind of mindset of children with disabilities, you know, should not be or might not actually progress, but that's not the right way forward as a society that has more to offer. So this is another context. So there are a number of theories and conceptual frameworks that Christian and I came about. And we deliberately have chosen Epstein, and we disregard the others, because others were too complex. And also sometimes they look at more kind of socioeconomic, but also they look at the cultural disparities among different countries. But so what Christian and I decided to do, look at this Epstein, you know, which clearly highlights the key areas or concept or aspects of parental involvement: parenting, communicating, volunteering, learning at home, decision-making, and collaborating with the community. So in order for us to have a very narrow focus on this paper, what we decided to look at the three key elements, which is parenting, communicating, and learning at home. And I'm going to highlight all of them here. So parenting, help all families establish home is very important. That home environment should be a supportive one to students. So the parenting, that's part of the parenting. Communicating, it's very important to design an effective form of school home, but also home to school. Because what sometimes we underestimate is the communication that could come actually from school, from home to the school. And I think there was some, actually, was it Sylvia and others have mentioned earlier. Now, learning at home is very important. We all know that, and that's one of the reasons why we said educational intervention, because it's very, very important that we as a parent can actually know what kind of educational intervention our children given, so that we can actually support them at home. Yeah? So in terms of methodology and ethical consideration, paper used qualitative methodology, which is a really small focus group, because of the time given was very, very tight. So what we decided to have a small focus group of 8 teachers. A set of questions were prepared, so that Christian and I actually came up some very interesting questions and discussion points. We share that with the teachers, and then we have kind of a participatory approach, so that the participants also had a voice in terms of the way we want to actually conduct the focus group. And there are, of course, both of us, myself and Christian, are practitioners in inclusion and special educational needs. Then it's very difficult sometimes when you're writing something that you have passion about. You need to be neutral. You can't just really represent your views and opinion and strongly present it. So you have to be kind of neutral, and that's why we adopted this, Richie and colleagues, what we call it empathetic neutrality, yeah? And somewhere that you can actually balance your ideas, but also respect the views expressed by the participants in the discussion group. So these are primary, so the TB stands the teacher primary, and then TS stands for teacher secondary. And they were really quiet. You can see senior teachers, you know, also ordinary teachers. So these are the discussion key points. Madam, how much time I have? 7 minutes? Oh, that's enough. That's enough. Thank you very much. So these are discussion points in the focus group. Why parental involvement should happen? How do you support parental involvement? What benefits do you see of parental involvement for students and learning progress. What barriers are faced by some parents? Remember, some parents still, might not have the language skills, the cultural element of not engaging schools. What link, if any, do you see between parental involvement and the student learning outcome? And the final question was, we give them opportunity to share with us any positive examples as a teachers. So these are the key. Remember, Epstein framework, we've selected 3 areas: the parenting, we've selected communicating, and also the learning at home. So what did actually came out from that? Positive parenting means providing comfortable living environment for children, including space for learning and support at home. That's teacher primary 2. Some parents may need extra help to make such input, and teachers and schools can provide training. Things like, we call it home-based support, so that school can also play very, very crucial if we are aiming to have an inclusive education, inclusive schools. In terms of communication, which was really highly debated, highly discussed in the group discussion, one of the teachers said, I have very informal and regular engagement with my parents, and it's almost daily, when they pick up the children, and you can see the kind of regular communication that they have, particularly those with additional needs. Parents of one of my students, she said, this teacher said, with ADHD, seem very engaging with their child's schoolwork. Child is on high risk on school exclusion due to the persistent behavior, persistent disruptive behavior, and requires specific intervention, which parental involvement is very important with the help of my support staff, which sometimes is teaching assistant or learning support assistants. So parents always ensures that task is returned to school completed. This is a great effort by parents, which is beneficial for students. This is exactly what we mean. Parent and teachers working together. So the child do the work, parent communicated with the teacher. So learning at home, this is also another very thoroughly discussed point. School is heavily reliant on parents to ensure children to engage learning at home as equally as they are at school. And this is exactly what Sylvia mentioned earlier about engagement from both sides. For example, completing homework and other schoolwork is crucial for school progress in terms of assessment. We share with parents, pupils, student learning targets, and interventionists both have acknowledged they, as professionals, equally benefited from their contributions. And this is really important because giving students a target and then sharing that learning target with parents, that actually enables the whole learning environment to take place. So that means the child will benefit, that kind of dual interventions. Yeah? In terms of challenges, which is really very crucial. And I think parents, bear in mind, England, very rich countries, but the parents is still actually sharing the same pain and same frustrations that you all have, because we are talking about sometimes human disconnections that can happen every environment. Challenges for teachers, there were time constraints, of course, they're professionals. Sometimes the demand coming from the school policies and school management system can actually make difficult for teachers to have time. Dealing with a larger number of students, if secondary school teachers seem to be less engaging to their parents compared to the primary school teachers. Language and cultural barrier to parents, this is another what they've said. And remember, this is a contextual based on the UK and England system. Challenges in terms of parent-teachers perspectives. So poor parenting skills can actually sometimes have, and I know sometimes the stigma still exists, unfortunately, is poor parenting. You talked about that, Sylvia, earlier. Poor parenting, where they see children behaving, oh, this poor parenting. But hold on, this child has got completely in a different environment. He's in a different world. that behavior could be translated into something that actually naturally born on something else. So the poor parenting sometimes actually are related according to the challenge that teachers' perspectives. Cultural and language barrier, of course, some parents in England context might not actually understand the English language, and so there will be less engagement with their teachers, and they're not involved. Although some schools, they have like support staff or teaching assistant who actually speak the language, and they use that as well. School cultures and also ethos, sometimes very, very important, because some schools might not be as inclusive as others, or they might not have a kind of welcoming ethos for children with disabilities and their parents. And childcare issues also another challenge that were highlighted, because parents sometimes they might have other siblings, and there might be some childcare issues. So policy, at the government level, and I'm very conscious time might be approaching, but I hope the audience will support me to continue a few minutes, just to clash with the chair. I'll try to avoid that, sorry about that. Now, at the government level, and I think this is what we're talking about. Daniel Sanu, who's one of the team of KISE, we always talk about, there must be legislation that actually help these children. So in England, Children and Families Act 2014 has given actually a lot of power, a lot of, I would say, entitlement to parent in England. And this is Children and Families Act. Parents have specific rights of participation in their children's schooling, and under the Act, there is something called Code of Practice. The Code of Practice, specifically, there is a clause, there's points where it actually clearly states the parental involvement is very, very crucial. And at school level, to enact a localized, contextualized policy. So the schools were asked to do that, but the way they deliver code of practice or engagement with parents, they're left with them so that they can actually contextualize, because we know the schools are different. Practice, there is an expectation of the code of practice that the organization is working with the families with SEND must have an early and structured discussions which allow parents to have a good understanding of the pupils' areas of strength and difficulties, and that their concerns also must be highlighted. The agreed outcomes also must be made aware to them as well. Parents should be informed all decisions taken, and such a record must be kept and shared with parents. Provisions at school level, parents are commonly involved in all stages of the SEN process, from identification, planning for intervention, statutory assessment, and providing the right provision to meet these learning needs. And school structure also must be adopted and critically discussed in order parents to have expectation of their views, their children's needs. So these are the recommendations that paper gives to consider. Schools consider parental involvement as a tool to support learning beyond school gates, and that's those schools that must be actually praised. Schools should help teachers to support parents and enable them to be effective co-educators by providing the right training. Support parents who face barriers to getting involved, suggesting reassessing, but also the school culture has to be also a welcoming one. Schools should develop policy, provision, and practice that facilitate teacher-parent relations for improved partnership and collaboration. These are references. I think I did very well, didn't I? I finished. Yeah, I haven't finished it. Do I still have 1 more minute? No? Okay, that's fine. I just want to say, honestly, I'm delighted to be here, and KISE is the right institution that actually advocate and also lobby to get these in a very legal framework. If you have a legal framework, you're more likely to actually push the parent, the parents can push their rights into it. And I'm delighted to be here, and that's why I removed my hat alongside with Sylvia, and also to you as a parent. And I'm humbled to stand in front of you today, and I think this is the best day that I've ever visited KISE. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for our presenter, Abshakur. Another round of applause for our presenter, Christian Soon, who is with us online. Thank you very much. I think, ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that even if this paper is based in England, and even if there are some contextual differences, we can actually borrow from England what they're doing in terms of parental engagement in their children's learning, and even in relation to the legal framework. I think my take home from this presentation are three very important issues that the presenter was highlighting, and I hope that is what you also captured. One was about that they involved the teachers both in primary and in secondary schools, what we call in Kenya the basic education, which is very, very important in terms of laying foundation for children's development. And they looked at three key issues, which was parenting, in terms of parents giving a supportive home environment so that the children can be able to be engaged in learning activities, and communicating. And here he talked about communicating between the teachers and the parents so that the parents are able to carry on with what the teachers are doing. And lastly, learning at home, which is very important, which is the reason why the parents are being engaged in terms of their children being able to carry on what they have learned in school and going to learn at home. I hope you walked with me through the recommendations he talked about so that they can also be the basis of our recommendation to our government in terms of policy, and in terms of even policy at the ministry level, and in terms of policy at the school level, in terms of how they are supposed to be having engagements between parents and teachers. So I hope you have questions for Abdi so that we can be able to have it clear on how we can be able to move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, let me welcome our director, Dr. Kiogora, to welcome one of our visitors, or some of our visitors who are with us. Dr. Kiogora.
Good afternoon once more. Stay kupana because of me, yangu yalisha asubuhi. But thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for your patience. You know, Android learn sometimes with the eyes closed, and they learn. Thank you for being patient. I don't want to talk again. I know it's going to lunchtime, but with us, one of us. And Dr. Abdi has been with us all along. He is very close to this institute. All the from UK, you have already been supporting us. I will appreciate. It's a lot of commitment. We appreciate Abdi. All our conferences has been coming. All of them has been attending in person. Thank you so much, sir. Then with us, we have one of our own, who brings this particular family of disability, and he has been in our conference, all of them, Mheshimiwa Sankok. So mnamjua yote, you have been saying in the advert. He is part of this institute. He has been coming all the way. In the morning we talked to him, he was in Narok, but he said I'm on the way coming. We appreciate sir for coming. And because now he has been nominated to East African community, I think now your voices will be all over, because he's one of us. Mheshimiwa, thank you so much. I'm going to allow to greet the delegate, but in our meeting also we have the vice chairman, the national vice chairman of K-Unity, Mr. Wesonga. Wave at the Congress, please, the delegate. Wesonga, we allow him to greet you before we end up tomorrow. You will have a chance to greet us before we finish up the conference. But it's not my day, it's your day. But allow me to allow Mheshimiwa to greet us, Mheshimiwa. DJ, please welcome Mheshimiwa Sankok. And Mheshimiwa must know our DJ are all visually impaired.
Mheshimiwa Sankok, karibu sana. Mheshimiwa Sankok, talk to us. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and I'm pleased, and I'm really delighted to be in front of all of you, especially the song. It have made my day. Now that it's coming from person with visual impairment and with a little tone of the Kenyan electorate. So thank you very much. Our visitors from the UK, from Nigeria, from Mali, and from Mauritius, welcome to this country. I hear also there are people from Somaliland. Welcome to Kenya and welcome to the city in the sun, the only city in the world that have a national park. So when you finish the conference, please make sure that you have not gone back without visiting the Nairobi National Park, which is just within our city. Our very important guest, that is our parents, my own mother included, she's in your midst, together with my uncle, the brother of my father, who is also in your midst, because my father was a bit busy, so I decided to pass by with them because it's the day of our parents. Congratulations, our parents, for giving us what we really need in life when everybody else does not trust in us, does not believe in us. Our parents, some of them who have been divorced simply because of having a child with disability. We honor you, we respect you, we love you. If there was a way we can give you our hearts, we will gladly give you our hearts. We love you so much. Today is a day that we will also have to appreciate our sponsors who have sponsored this conference, who have continuously sponsored children with disability and persons with disability. Being led by, I have seen KICD, I've seen MWAC, I've seen Doctors of Hearing, I've seen Mali Therapy, I've seen UNICEF, and of course KISE. KISE have been the single and the most important institution, not only in Kenya, but in Africa when it comes to children with disability. We honor you, we love you, KISE, and that is why when you told me I have to come, surely I have to do everything possible to be here because we honor you as a government, as parliament, and as citizen of this great republic, now that I'm going to speak on behalf of East African community. So we honor you. Some of you had been asking that I say that I'm retiring from politics. It is only English that is becoming a bit hard to understand because I said I'm retiring from Kenyan local politics. When it comes to IALA, it is an international geopolitics. So I think I make that point a bit clear. So thank you very much, and because of the interest of time, I think we have discussed with KISE for some time, and we have talked about a few issues that we need to do as a government. We also recognize the presence of Sylvia Mora, who have been a champion of parents with disability. You have talked to me, you have sat in the board of National Council for Persons with Disability, and I think the government will take care of parents of children with disabilities because they are the first point of contact. And there are two ways in which we will take care of parents of children with disabilities. One way is their children themselves, to honor their parents and to take care of them. But then there is a category of those children with severe disabilities. Of course, they have love for their parents, but in one way or the other, they may not be able to honor their parents the way Sangok is honoring his parent. So for that, the government will come in and honor those parents with severely disabled children on behalf of those children. So that one is an undertaking that I assure you that you will do that. We had also discussed with the KISE that KISE take over, and there is a bill in Parliament, National Assembly, for KISE to be able to take over in all assessment centers in our country, so that they can be able to have that one-on-one contact with those kids at a very early age, and also interact with their parents, so that we can be able to take care of our kids at a very early age. What I just want to assure you is that your voices will not only now be heard in Kenya, but also will be heard in East African member states, which are 7 of them. Lastly, there are benefits that persons with disability normally get in this country. Some of them, tax exemption, importation of duty-free vehicles, and also preferential treatment in terms of job opportunities, and in terms of access to government procurement opportunities. This one should extend to parents of children with severe disabilities. And I want to say this, that it is parents of children with severe disability, because Sangok and Mushiri here, Peter Mushiri, the chairman National Council for Persons with Disability, can be able to access tax exemption. They can be able to import vehicle duty-free. But that person with severe disability, they will not be able to import vehicles directly. They will not be able to get any gainful employment. Therefore, they don't get tax exemption. This should be extended and must be extended to their parents. As I conclude, let me allow my mother to greet you so that you know. She will not take any time. She will only greet you. She will speak in Kiswahili. You know, she did not benefit to go to school, but her love is beyond schooling to me, just the way you love your parents beyond schooling. So I'll allow her to come up here. Of course, she's not understanding what I'm saying. So atakuja, na pia hata ndugu ya babangu ambao ni mjomba wangu pia akuje tu awasalimia, alafu tumalizie twende. And I think you'll allow me after that to rush. We have not yet been sworn in, but we are trying to put in place other issues after a very gruesome election that we were elected as members, so we are still running up and down to prepare ourselves for the tax ahead. So after this, you'll allow me. I'm not normally, and I think the director, Dr. Naman, you know me very well, that in all your conferences, I come and sit from day one to the last day. And I always report before anybody else. But it's only that I'm busy today. So you'll allow me, it is not my character to just pop in, talk and run before even I listen. So please, today, allow me. But I promise that any other day that you want me, I'll come and sit throughout. So thank you very much. Madhe Ebu Salamia wananchi.
Salamia nyinyi kwa jina la Yesu. Sasa kweli, kwa ukweli mimi ndio mama ya Sanguku. Na ninashukuru Mungu sana na nimeokoka. Huyu kijana wangu ninampenda sana. Alikuwa kiwete akiwa mtoto, lakini sijamtupa. Niliandamana na yeye na Mungu, naye Mungu akanisaidia. Sasa unaona alikuwa bunge. Hiyo ni maajabu ya Mungu. Kwa hivyo ninashukuru Mungu, na nataka kuambia wenye wako na watoto kama hao, muwasikilie, sababu wako na kesho yake iko na mabarikio ya Mungu. Na ni wasiako.
Swahili sanifu kabisa. Hiyo ni ya Tanzania hiyo.
Na wasalimu nyote katika jina la Yesu. Amjambo. Kwa majina ni Wilson Ola Sankok. Huyu ni kijana wangu. Kwa vile baba yake hakuwa amekuja, mimi nikakuja kumrepresent, tukuja pamoja. Nasimama juu yake nikisema ni mlemavu. Hatuja mtupa. Mbona wewe utupe wako? Tafadhali shika yeye, atakuja kukuinua. Na vile ako na heshima na tunamheshimu, na tunaambia nyinyi mheshimu wenyu vile mnaheshimu Sangoku. Nimeona venye amepokelewa pale, nikafurahi, nikapigwa na jacho. Nikasema ai, itaenda namna gani? Amjambo tena. Asanteni na nimeokoka, napenda Bwana.
Hao ndio wazazi. Babangu mzazi siku ingine atakuja. Sasa Kiswahili yake ndio safi hata kuliko ya mama yangu. Kwa hivyo next time mtakuwa. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki. Thank you so much for those visitors who come from, you know, I've spoken Kiswahili a bit, from UK and other countries. I'm just saying my mother's Kiswahili and language is the best. And my father is even better. So when he will come, he will greet you in that language. So start learning Kiswahili. Thank you so much.
Let's clap for Mheshimiwa and the parents. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have any other thing to add to what they have said? You can see practical lessons here. Madhe ametuambia kama hakutupa wake, kwa nini utupe wako? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. So I hope parents, we have learned from what Mheshimiwa has shared. And I hope for many of us, this has humbled us the way it has humbled me. Now we can continue with our program because of the essence of time. I would like to request Dr. Millicent Wandia to come and give us her presentation. Dr. Millicent Wandia is going to present to us after coming all the way from England. Dr. Millicent is, after coming all the way from the UK and learning what happens in the UK, Millicent is coming to tell us about what is happening here in Kenya, and specifically in Thika, where she did a research on influence of parental engagement in planning on transition of learners with disabilities in integrated primary schools. Now we are going to talk about in transition. So for those ones of us who have children that are about to transition, probably from home to school, from school to places of work or college, let's listen and probably we can draw the lessons from there. Before Millicent, you do your presentation, there is a representative from Coca-Cola. Where are you? Our partner from Coca-Cola, please. Where are you? Okay, ni kama hayuko, but where are you from Coca-Cola? Probably what they wanted to say is about kuna soda, there is soda around, and I think it's outside there and it's available for us. They'll be able to talk when they get here, so we will continue. Thank you so much.
You have 15 minutes. Thank you. I am Millicent Githui, a lecturer here at the Department of Autism. My paper is on influence of parental engagement in planning of transition of runners with disabilities in integrated school in Kenya. And as I present this, I'm glad about the talk we had this morning from our keynote speaker, Madam Sylvia. Thank you so much, because you pointed out what parents go through out and in school. And as we think of the transition, right now Kenya is going through the transition of the CBC. And the issues that are coming up is, are the parents involved? Were they involved in this planning? So when we think of the transition, we think about a new situation, or it can be in terms of running, it can be in terms of moving from one class to the other, and it can also be in terms of moving from one education setting to the other. And we have got people who've looked at what transition mean, and they actually point out that it is a location of a teacher or a curriculum or even philosophy. So when we think of the teacher and even the curriculum or then the philosophy, is the parent actually featured in when that one is being done? And for this to be a smooth transition to be achieved, the parents or the caregiver needs to be involved because they're the ones who actually understand the runners better. They're the ones who have been working with the learners from home. They have been known maybe their talents, their capabilities, and all that. And in a school setting, we have got forms of support. For example, we may have teachers who are trained. There is a curriculum that is set, but that curriculum, does it support the learners? And then the parents also understand that my child is good in this area, and then the curriculum also points at it. And in Kiabu, Wajiro actually noted that the enrollment of runners with the disability in the integrated schools, it was low. So this study actually looked at that to establish why is it that the runners with the disabilities in the integrated school, it is low. And the statement of the problem, that the parents, they play an important role. And why we pray that they play an important role is because they are the ones who've been working with the learners. They know them right from the initial stages when they are growing up. What is this learner able to do? What is this learner able to achieve? What are their abilities? And what can the learner be able to cope up with the school? At the Inithika sub-county, the transition of the learners with the, disabilities from home to integrated school, it has been a challenge. And despite the many factors that maybe the study is going to point out, the parents, we want to see the engagement of the parents or the involvement of the parent in this transition. The objective of this study was to assess the influence of parental engagement in the transition of runners with disabilities in integrated school in Ithaca, specifically the Kiabu County. And this study was grounded on the theoretical framework that points out the importance of the learner's environment, the importance of the parents participating in the move of the learner, be it school or even in the ability that are within the learner, and also ensuring the smooth transition of this learner. A bit of my background, I remember when I was in school, sometimes pupils could not be allowed to move to the next level just because they are not performing. And I remember the parents, it was an issue for only the teachers. They decide you are not going to move because you are not able to perform in this particular subject. This study, it used a mixed methodology, and it applied concurrent triangulation research design. And the research targeted 176 respondents comprising of 44 head teachers, 44 special needs teachers, and 88 parents representative, and 10 head teachers, 33 special needs teachers, and 10 parents representative. And these are the people who actually participated to give us the direction of what is actually happening. Are the parents involved? When the curriculum is being done for the runners, are they involved? Are they actually involved even in the school setting where maybe the teachers will talk issues about the learners? Are the teachers involving them? Is the school involving the parents? Or even the system, the education system? Are the parents coming in so that the learners can be supported? And qualitative data was analyzed thematically along the objectives and presented in a narrative forms. And quantitative data were analyzed descriptively using frequencies and percentages, and inferentially using PPM correlation, where SSP version 23 was used and the percentage tables were used, and the results from the findings from the parents, from the teachers, and from the parents. The response rate of 33 questionnaires. They were administered to the special needs teachers. And in return, 29 questionnaires were filled and returned. 8 head teachers, 9 parents representatives were interviewed, and the results that were yielded they are shown in the table. Sorry. The head teachers, the special needs teacher, and representative. So from the table, we ran that on average the response rate was 86%, which was adequate for the general outcome of the target population. And the influence of parental involvement in planning on transition of learners with disabilities in school, the study reflected that 17.2% of the special needs teachers strongly agreed with the view that parents were not required to provide instructional materials to enable the smooth transition of learners with disabilities in the integrated school. And the 13% of the teachers, they strongly agreed that to improve on the transition of learners with a disability to integrated school, parents attended meetings with the school stakeholders on how to facilitate the transition of learners with a disability, and 6% of the head teachers, they strongly agreed that on many occasions, parents were involved in allocating resources to specific activities which involved transition of learners with disabilities. And the majority that were 75% of the special needs teachers, they strongly agreed with the view that the parents were often involved with finances, and the finances were required for the transition programs for the learners. And during the interview, the parents actually talked of being involved in less adequate way, that maybe they are called for a meeting or they are be called for the materials, but if there are issues maybe containing maybe issues about the learner capabilities, they were actually not involved. So from the findings, the respondents were in agreement with the fact that the law of the parents in planning for the transition of learners with disability is important, and it should not be neglected. And in summary, these findings, they affirms to the fact that parents have been constitute key in the pillar in planning for the transition of learners with the disabilities to the integrated school. And the summary of the findings about the parents, about the teachers, and even the stakeholders, that is the people who are involved in the program of integration of the learners. In the summary of the whole findings, it shows that the study established that despite the laws on planning for the transition of learners with disability, the involvement was not very frequent, and they got involved in circumstances to require them maybe to pay maybe like school fees or instructional materials to facilitate the learners. And this made transition of such learners difficult, and we know that parents with a child with a special need, sometimes even to pay extra coin, being in the hospital, required to attend the clinic, and even movement sometimes to school. Any additional cost of materials or anything extra, it becomes tricky. So in other words, the study established there is a significant relationship between the frequency of the involvement or the engagement of parents in planning for the transition and the number of learners with the disabilities in the integrated school. And the recommendation for the study is, as a practice, the study recommends that the heads of the schools, the special school, should involve the parents at all times in the planning for the transition of learners. And this one is quite noted in the school. What happens? The parents go to school and then they are told, your learner will not move to the next class because of he's not acquired any skill. And if there are any changes, the parents are still left out. When the school decide or the teachers decide, they will move. The parents are not even consulted. They are only told, your learner was taken to that other class, not even involving them in either way. So another recommendation that the policy, the Ministry of Education should enforce policies that require that the parents be involved at all times in the planning of the transition of learners, so that they can enjoy learning like any other learners that are in regular program. Thank you.
Let's applaud Dr. Millicent once again. Dr. Millicent was talking about transition, but whatever Dr. Millicent has talked about, it's about involving parents in terms of planning for their children's transition. And what I have picked from here is that actually parents are not as involved in making important decisions, especially when their children are transiting from one level of learning to the other, be it from one class to the next, or from one level of education, let's say primary school to secondary school. And she also talked about that they are only involved, the parents who were interviewed, they only said that they are only involved when it comes to financial issues, such as paying school fees or providing materials, which is, kawaida. But also the study again, she said, noted that the role of parents in planning for transition is very key, and therefore the recommendation that the head teachers should ensure that they involve parents when it comes to planning for transition at all levels of children's learning. And also she has given us another key recommendation that we are picking from here and moving forward, is that there should be a legal framework in form of a policy on transition of learners, of parental involvement and transition of learners from one level of learning or from one level to the other. Thank you very much. Let's have our last presenter. I hope you are noting any issues that we need to raise so that they can respond to that. Our last presenter for this session is Akulima Mohammed and Lillian Agesa. There is Akulima Mohammed, Lillian Agesa, and Patricia Makau. They are moving us all the way from Thika to Isiolo and Laikipia counties, where they conducted some projects and some programs, and they have some learning to teachers. Thank you very much. It looks like our panel was the best because everyone is coming to our panel to give us one or two things. We have our partners from Coca-Cola. They have arrived. Partners from Coca-Cola, please step here and say something. You know, at the end of the day, these guys are going to buy me a lot of Coca-Colas, and I take Coca-Cola Zero. Ile ya no sugar, because nimefika job group ya S. They are coming, sugar free. Yeah, she's coming. We are told you have a minute to give us a word.
Praise the Lord. Okay, I'm saved, and I'm called Joan from Coca-Cola, representing Coca-Cola. We are selling soft drinks outside. We all welcome you.
She has finished. Did she promise to give me Coke Zero? Wameniitishia job group S, ni job group ndogo kweli? Okay. We have Patricia here, who is going to, Lillian, who is going to present on behalf of her fellow presenters, that is Akulima and Patricia. You have 15 minutes, and we start now.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to present on behalf of my team. I'll try to be within time. Our presentation is based on a project that we have implemented in Laikipia and Isiolo. It's an inclusive education perspective, and it's based on outcomes of parent engagement in assessment and intervention of learners with disability. So just basically, I work for VSO. VSO stands for Voluntary Service Overseas. It's a leading international independent organization that utilizes volunteers to deliver high-impact programs across the world. We work in 21 countries. Right now in Kenya, we are working in 16 counties, and we are working in 3 different areas. Our projects will mainly be around inclusive health, inclusive education, and livelihoods. So those are our major areas of intervention. And the our vision is a fair world for everyone. And our projects we go to places we call hard to reach places where not everyone will make it. And that is why today we are presenting our experience with implementing inclusive education in Laikipia and Isiolo. So we also have our unique strengths, and like I said, Voluntary Service Overseas works with volunteers, and that's our unique approach, the V4D approach. We also use social accountability in all our work. We build on existing government structures, and we are very, we are integrating social inclusion in all our projects. So the Right to Education project is the project that we implemented in Laikipia and Isiolo, and this is where we are drawing our learnings that we are sharing in today's presentation. So the main goal of the project was improved learning outcomes and life opportunities for 1,200 children with disabilities within those 2 counties. We were working in 7 wards. We had 4 results areas that we wanted to see change in, and this was parents and communities are engaged in the education of their children. We also looked at improving quality of teaching and learning for children with disabilities, effective implementation of policies, which is one of the main big things that we are here for today. And then we looked at improved access by children with disabilities to inclusive education. So throughout our work, we recognize that according to the census, we know that out of the 47 million Kenyans, 2.2% between the age of 4-19 were found to have a disability, and therefore I'm not going to run through the data again. We all appreciate that in any population, there's a percentage that the World Health Organization has set or will be found to be having at least one form of disability. So we rolled out the project in the year 2021. Last year, it was a 2-year project. And our objective through our baseline was to assess children and see what are the levels of functional difficulties among these children before we start engaging in the project. And therefore, we applied what we call the Washington Group of Questions. Now, this is a well-researched and well-known tool that many organizations and governments are using in preliminary disability screening. And through that, we were able to gather that out of the children that we sampled, a certain percentage of these children were out of school. Some of them had never been enrolled to schools. And I think all of us are alive to the fact that we all agree that there are challenges that will bar children in Kenya, children with disabilities, from accessing quality inclusive education. So I'll go ahead and just note that 27.4% of the learners that we reached were not in school. They had never attended school. And also we know that through the projections, we expected to reach more men than women, but we found that more male. We had a majority of male learners who were out of school and also with disability, as opposed to the girls. We also found that some parents had never been trained on inclusive education. They don't know what it is. Many parents did not show any knowledge in terms of safety and education of their children, and that's why we are saying that there's a real gap in terms of awareness. So on the project, we found that these were glaring areas that needed an intervention, and this is how we used this kind of data to build our intervention in terms of what were we going to deliver within those counties. And as we know, or if you know Kenya well, that Isiolo and Laikipia are some of the highly marginalized counties in our countries. especially because they are also under the National Drought Management Authority list of counties that are within the disaster-stricken counties that are facing, issues of drought, and therefore we were operating in a context that had other marginalizations. Apart from having to reach children with disabilities, these children were facing multiple challenges, including coming from families where affording a meal a day is a problem. And also within those counties, we noticed that, we appreciate the fact that their main economic activity is pastoralism, and also this pastoralism means that even as it is their main source of income, it also affected the learning of children with disabilities. And I think parents or people who have worked within those areas will tell you that, especially learners who have intellectual disabilities, their parents will prefer that they're the ones who are left at home to look after the kettle or move with them as the other regular learners go to school. And therefore, our context was very a bit of a challenge. And additionally, because of pastoralism, we also had elements of conflict. We know that Laikipia has been having conflict over time. We were intervening in Olmoran. Olmoran is one of the places where we know of the banditry activities and all that. And all these were affecting learning within the school. So it is important for us to note that as we continued with our implementation, there were other barriers, apart from the barriers that we all know about inclusive education. There were other, related challenges. So this is just a summary of our findings. So these are the methodologies that the project had applied in terms of our intervention. Remember that we are basing our outcomes in terms of engaging parents in the assessment and intervention for their children. So we had to start at the very initial stages where we did an assessment, a multidisciplinary assessment of children with disabilities. After we had done our baseline with the Washington group of questions, now we had to enroll learners to the project. And by enrolling learners to the project, it's about bringing together a team from the Ministry of Education, from the National Council, from the Ministry of Health, working closely with the Teacher Service Commission and the organizations for persons with disabilities within the two counties, where we were able to assess the 1,200 children that we targeted within the two counties across 7 wards, so that they can be properly placed and assessed. And through the assessments, we were able to also do referrals for other services. I think we all understand that children with disabilities have, more than just educational needs. I've had people talk about therapy here, and I've had parents appreciate the fact that they don't even know where to go for therapy services. Some parents don't even know the existence of the National Council, especially in highly marginalized places like where we work. And this is why for us, the multidisciplinary assessment was one of our main key approach. And how this came into play in terms of garnering parent support, we were able to raise the awareness across the wards that we were working in. And through that awareness, parents came to learn that there's something called assessment, that my child could see a specialist who can actually advise what kind of device they need, what kind of therapy they need, what kind of school do they need to be placed in. So through this multidisciplinary assessment, we also were able to educate parents in terms of what is the right procedure or what is the right thing to do once you know that your child has a disability. Of course, our challenges were also in terms of parents being aware that even their child has a disability. So this was one of our main interventions. The next step we took is now interventions that were targeting the parents, and these were interventions that were tailored to the households. Throughout the project, what we did, we built the capacity of parents. Like I said, we found that about 5% of parents only had been trained on inclusive education and on safety and protection of their children. So it is an area that we thought that we need to intervene on. So we were able to build their capacity on that and sensitize them on the rights of their children. Because even as much as we talk about the existing legal structures, if parents are not aware, they will not be able to use them. If they are not aware of the policies, they won't push for the implementation of the policies. So also we were able to help parents to come up with parent support groups where they come together in groups of about 15 to 20 parents or less, depending on the numbers within the wards. And through the parent support groups, they formed forums where they could meet, talk about different issues about children, help themselves to understand how they can support the education of their children, and even encourage each other. It was a very good platform for even psychosocial, support. We were able to link parents to services through referrals. As VSO, we are not really offering everything. We are not giving them everything. We are helping them to create linkages and also be aware of what services exist from within their communities. So we offered them referrals to other partners, like partners that could offer assistive devices where we were not able to offer. Issues of child protection, we linked very closely with the Department of Children's Services, birth registration, social protection. So we did that through referrals. We also promoted participation of teacher-parent associations in 40 primary schools. We were working with the 40 schools, and we appreciate the fact that parents may not have the time set aside to just follow up through school meetings, attend school meetings, and ask how their children are doing. And through our work, we were able to actually help them understand the need for parent associations and how they can use parent associations as a platform to voice the needs of their children with disabilities. So for us, that was very important. We supported household income by providing some business skills trainings to some parents. For this one, we basically decided to concentrate with parents who had children with severe disabilities. I've heard many speakers talk about what benefits do parents of children with severe disabilities get. And this is where we thought parents who have children who can be enrolled to school will find time to be involved with other income-generating activities. But parents with children with severe disabilities are there 24/7. They cannot leave their children, and if they have to do something, it has to be something that is tailored to their way of life. So we had to help them start their small businesses here and there. We did a lot of adaptation within our program. We empowered parents to be able to provide home-based learning for their children, which is a place where we are also still learning. Now these are the outcomes. We found that we were able to reach actually 1,222 children through our services and referral services. We were able to reintegrate 12 children back to school from home program. We were able to reach over 10,000 parents with awareness. 3,000 children were reached through humanitarian interventions. Like I said, we worked in a place that is drought-stricken. And also sensitization on child rights. We did that through schools. We also reached 257 children from last year through home-based learning. And 146 parents out of 360 that we targeted were able to gain a better way of coping with stresses and shocks of life through the parent support groups. So these are the main outcomes, but we looked at different outcomes even at the child level, where children were able to improve their functional abilities. They were able to gain acceptance and belonging within their communities, to access services, improved intellectual capabilities, improved health. At child level, at parents, they were reporting that they have improved standards of living because we were able to help them gain some income through the business startup kits. There was increased parental time with their children. They appreciated that their children with disabilities need them as much as they need learning at school. There was improved access to social services by the households and better coping strategies among families. So at the parental level, we were able to see that. That's just a small testimony from a parent who is saying that after 11 years, their child was able to, gain some independence, and this for us was quite a thing. The baby steps will matter so much if you ask parents of children with disabilities. At community level, the attitudes were improving. Members of the communities were taking an active role in terms of protecting children with disabilities. They were, becoming agents of change, and they were advocating for rights for their children with disabilities. Schools had better understanding in terms of social inclusion. How can they welcome children with disabilities within their spaces? Because before, we found head teachers who could give us 100 million reasons why they cannot admit a child. And we were able to use sensitization as a way of just having them embrace integration of learners with disabilities. So we learned a few lessons through our engagement with the communities. We aligned our work to government programs and policies, and that gave us a good platform for us to be able to succeed with what we were doing. And also equipping parents with knowledge and skills in disability, and this can help especially to reduce the burden of care, and even just helping parents to know that there are different services out there for them. We also strengthened parental and households, being able to help them appreciate that community-based care is possible, and with the right support, they can be able to take care of their children with severe disabilities at home. And also, I may not go through all this, but very important to us was that integrating parental support with humanitarian, peace building, prevention of disability will help to sustain resilience in terms of working with children with disabilities and their communities. Like I said, we were able to intervene in terms of providing some relief food assistance during the intervention. Because of time, I'll just read 3 main recommendations. We thought that there is need for actors to embrace an integrated approach to programming. I heard one of the speakers here say that there should be a synergy in terms of how we work, not just by collaborating with the different actors, but also looking at the child as a whole. How do you reach the child, psychological, socioeconomic, socio-emotional, and cognitive well-being by working together as actors, stakeholders, and different government sectors. In terms of having to collaborate, the National Council, Children's Services, Ministry of Health, Teacher Service Commission, if we bring our efforts together for us, we thought that it was a big learning, and it contributed to the success of our project. Also, the government, and specifically the Ministry of Education, I know they're here, they ought to provide clear implementation strategy for home-based learning. It's something that we tried, but I must say that we tried, but we are still learning, and we will appreciate if we can get a clear strategy on how to implement it, because we saw even children with severe disabilities at home could still do some learning. There's some cognitive stimulation that can happen at home, and it can help gain independence among some of those learners. So with that, I think our recommendations will be made clear when we submit this for, among other materials, but we appreciate and thank you for listening through the presentation.
Let's appreciate her again for that beautiful presentation based on improved learning opportunities for marginalized children with disabilities. And I'm sure some of us who didn't know that Isiolo and Laikipia, and more especially Laikipia, were marginalized, we have now learned. And as I'm wrapping this up, please let me have all the presenters who have presented to come up here so that they can respond to the questions. The main key things that I have picked from this presentation are that they worked with the parents, and before they worked with parents, they had to do an assessment using a widely used tool that is used for assessing children with disabilities, so that you can be able to know whether they have disabilities. And as they were engaging with parents, it was very clear that parents did not know the meaning of inclusion and issues like that, and the teachers in school or the head teachers were also not ready to include these schools. But as they implemented their program, we can see that at least there was great improvement. Even the children, in terms of their functioning. Let's have another chair, please. Thank you. And in general, about even improvement in the community. Now, because of the essence of time, I know you have worked with me in listening to these presentations, and you have probably some questions or some clarification you need to seek from our presenters. Probably I would ask for, because of time, and this is actually, it's almost 2 o'clock. Let's have like 2 questions for our first presenter, who was Mary Musyoki. questions that are directed to the presentation by Mary Musyoki. I have people on standby with the microphone. Could you please pass the microphone? There is one. Please raise up your hands. There are two there.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Please be brief so that we can be able to have them addressed.
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Elizabeth Wanzao. I'm living with a child who has got one with epilepsy and another one with dyslexia. My question to you, Mary, was the gadgets that we use for occupational therapy. You are actually told to go and buy, but you don't know where to buy. Then secondly is you talked about a special education professional body. Are you able to share the details?
Thank you very much. Please, next. Be brief, like.
It's okay. Thanks a lot. My name is Mr. Wesonga from Kenya National Union of Teachers. My question to our first presenter is this. One, whatever she did, the research was an urban setup. What would it look like if we brought in a rural setup? Two, how did you fight stigmatization? Stigmatization is a problem. Three, how did you find it working with the lack of equipment, lack of knowledge, lack of time? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Just behind you, there is another question, and that will mark the end. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a principal of a special school dealing with mentally handicapped, a partner to this conference. The question is, where is the source of the handout when you go for the visitation? Because the government only send capitation to the children who are in school and not the home-based children.
Thank you very much. Let her please answer to that round. We will come for another round. Let her first answer to those questions.
Thank you for your questions. I think the first and the last question I will answer to that, the source of handouts. So this I talked in accordance with special education professionals. As an organization, we provide handouts for parents depending on different disabilities of the children. We have rickets, we have CP, we have autism, and also we have some of the management handouts like positioning, how to do stretches. So this one, I think I would urge the other institutions that they build handouts that are specifically for parents and easy for parents to understand so that we can have a collaboration. So wherever you as a parent you're going for intervention, you are able to get handouts that explain what you need to do in your own capacity and in your own understanding. So for SEP, we already have these handouts. So we mostly give the parents in the organizations that we work with. The second question, SEP's details, it's a special education professionals. It's an NGO that works with, in partnership with organizations, already existing organizations of children with disabilities. We majorly work with children, and we have occupational therapists, we have physiotherapists, we have speech and language therapists, we have special needs teachers, we have psychologists who work with these teams, and we also build capacity to this staff in these organizations and capacity to parents. We don't only work, answering the third question with that, we don't only work in the urban setup, we also work in the rurals. We have some projects in the rurals and working especially with dioceses, with parents groups and empowering parents. So we also train parents on ground in identifying disabilities and also basic intervention for these children. To answer your third question, yeah, I know we were only looking at, actually it was Kiambu County because Kikuyu and Kahawa, that is Kiambu, yeah? So we are also looking into expanding this research to also our rural setups, our rural groups. which is another project we also have within special education professionals. For the last question, stigmatization, as I had said before, special education professionals takes parents through workshops. So we have different workshops that we help parents with, or we take parents through, and one of them is psychosocial support or acceptance workshop. So the people I worked with in this research, they are already parents that we as special education professionals and our partner organization already working with. So we have already taken them through several workshops, including psychosocial support. So already we have already worked on the stigmatization. So it is easy for them to answer the questions and engage with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope the questions have been answered satisfactorily. I'll come back again for another round of questions. Let's give again members or delegates time to also raise issues or even ask questions to our second presenter, that is Abdi Shakur. Can I have 3 questions for Abdi Shakur? There is one there at the back. That is for Abdi. So the first 3. Let me take the first 3. I hope you've seen the first 3. Mungai, I hope you saw the first 3. Let's pick the issues.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm David Karani, and I'm the chair of the KISE preschool. I just want to take a minute to actually inform all parents. We have a very good school here in KISE, an integrated school. So, because I don't know if I'll get another opportunity, so I've just taken that opportunity to actually inform all the parents. We have a very modern school here in KISE, and we are looking for students for the next year. So if you're here and you have a child or you know a child who is not in school and is looking to join next year, we are open. Just come early and go for the assessment and book. So I'll just go straight to it's not actually a question, it's an observation. When you talked about legal framework, we are really trying as parents to come up with ways on how we can be able to empower parents. And last year, I don't know who attended the last year forum, but I was here. And we started something from the last year's program. We started an association of parents with children with special needs, parents and caregivers. Now we have an association, and we've been trying to push for legal frameworks. So when you mentioned the UK government, they have the Children's and Families Act. I'd really want you to actually just guide us on how some of the things are implemented in the system and how we can borrow that locally. So, because it is us who know the children, so it is us to formulate a law, because the only way for us to be empowered is through a legislative proposal. We take it to Parliament.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you very much, David. Because of the essence of time, let's pass the mic to the next. Please be brief in questions so that each and every one of us who has a question can be able to answer. Let's first have that one, and then you'll be the last one.
Thank you very much. I'm Julius Amoke. I have a question. The second speaker talked about resource mobilization for both parents and even the government. Resource sharing is an important thing, especially in areas or regions where resources for use by the children are scarce. I just want him to give me an experience. How is UK involving parents in community resource sharing, especially those parents who come from humble backgrounds? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Bet Abraham from Wasingishu. I have an hearing impaired child. Now, you talked about communication, the second speaker, the home to school communication. So this is a very big problem that we have in our area, that especially a deaf child. We want to take her to school, bridging that gap. Telling her that, you know, sometimes like my case, when I took my car to school, she cried there, and I also found myself crying. I don't know what to tell her, that you will be back after some days, or you are going to go to school forever. So how do they bridge that environment, home environment and school environment in UK? Then also the availability of materials. You talked about one of the major issues was lack of materials. Like in our case here, we have actually, that's a big challenge. Getting even a sign language book. You go to these schools, you will rarely get even one. Like a school in my place there, we only have one sign language book. So what do they do there to get these materials? Then the organization, somebody has already talked there. I'm a parent, and I've never heard of a parent association, Parents of Children with Disabilities Association. I think it's a good and high time that we form one.
Yes, thank you very much. During the 4 o'clock tea, you can meet with David, and probably let's learn from one another about that organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think these were really very important questions, but I think there is overlap. The second question from the gentleman at the back and yours for your second question. Let me start with a legal framework. I'm really very pleased to hear that there is already a movement has started, and I think that is what you always have to bear in mind. You know, those who are actually setting laws always do that under pressure. They don't just come up with a kind of humanity aspect of doing that work. So the way, in the context of the UK, the Children's Families Act was part of equality and human rights. It was part of really making sure that the children and families are supported. So there was some pressure group that has started campaigning to get this act passed. And as the act passed, under this act, there is a clear guidelines that each organization that's relevant to the work that the act is actually promoting or protecting should actually respect that. And that is really very, very important. We have to bear in mind, in order for you as a involvement of your child's education, you really need to get this act passed. And I'm sure advanced country that like Kenya can actually do that. The second question in terms of allocation of resources when it comes to parent, school, home communication. I think one of the things we have to bear in mind, and I think I said in my presentation, I will never compare two countries because there is differences between the two countries in terms of economic. So in terms of resources, the way we do in England, for example, schools will then say, okay, we are supporting your child in terms of, for example, managing his sensory impairments, yeah, to avoid certain things, colors or lightings or whatever. Then the parents will be given some sort of either material, written material or handbooks or whatever to actually support that. Sometimes they may actually give something, we call it PECS. For example, it's called Picture Exchange Communication, PECS, yeah? So this PECS system, it enables the child to actually develop the basic communication. For example, go into toilet. You have a picture. That picture is, you put in the next to the, this a board, and then the toilet, the eating time, play time, all these things. So these are the resources that sometimes the schools actually provide to the schools provide to parents. So this kind of communication has to go with the resource sharing. And unfortunately, in the context of many countries in the developing world, that's not possible. But there are many other ways that you could do it. I think the will must be there, first of all. When there is a will, there is a hope. And I think that's why we have to encourage our schools to have some sort of inclusive ethos, so they can actually maybe share their limited resources they have to parents. So the parents can also share some resources if it's relevant. I think the third question was also similar to resource sharing, and that's I think.
Thank you very much for answering those questions comprehensively, I guess. Let's save another round of questions for the second round. Now let's have 3 questions to Millicent about her presentation. 3, that is 1, 2. I hope you're seeing them. 1, 2, 3. Okay, you can start from there, madam. Start from there. 1, 2, 3. Then we can come for another round because you have spoken.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
please.
you. I think mine is more or less general to the presenters. And my question is, now that you have done the research, is it possible for you to combine the information you have in a tabular form, give it probably to KISE to fine-tune it and align it with the equipment they have, such that when it comes to those rural areas, we can be able to go to the interior and get the state of disability, because there is severe and minor, such that the parent will just have to tick, yes, mine belongs here, mine belongs here, for the benefit of the survey. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Waliaro from Western. I head teacher of a special school. I recognize my boss, KNUT. My first question, and I request that as finish this question, the director, KISE, hopes around have a very tough question for him. One is on transition.
Please put the mic a little far. Yeah.
Yes, when you tackle transition, I felt there are some gaps that were left out. We had liked to hear that we have these children categories. This group of categories, they can transition in this form. We didn't hear that because these parents exactly do not know how different categories of person with disability, children with disabilities, are supposed to transition from which level to which level. For instance, when you take HI or PI, they can transition from grade 1 to grade 2, grade 3 up to secondary and then university. What about a child with the autism, deafblind? What's the checklist? What's their perimeter for transition from one stage to another stage before a parent knows that when he goes to see a teacher, he's empowered to advise the teacher? What are the checklists for the transition to help the parent know how it's going to transit?
Thank you for that
No,
question.
I've just
the director is not here.
Please.
All right.
Yes.
Put the mic somewhere far so that it doesn't echo.
We were told by the Ministry of Education that KISE has been mandated to take up the top-up to make and supply learning resources. That's where my question is. I hope it will be very systematic. We don't want a crisis whereby things will be supplied in schools which are not relevant in that school and not appropriate. That procurement under KISE, we appreciate it, but let KISE involve the stakeholders from schools so that they come and procure, make proposals and leave for them to purchase. Because we have learning resources, we have devices, we have those for vocational. I doubt how KISE is going to do that alone if they don't involve people. So I propose to him through you, let him involve the SHAC,
Thank you very much.
the head teachers do that.
The distillers have captured that, and if you're here tomorrow, you will still hear the same being echoed. Distillers, please capture that. Thank you. The last question.
Everyone. My name is Ipora. I have an autistic child, 7 years old. Mine is more of a concern. There is a treatment being done in India, stem cell. So I was just asking for your advice on that, and if it is being done here locally, because it is extremely expensive.
Thank you very much. That third question will be handled by Abdi Shakur. Let's have the KNUT boss have the third question, because the second question was not actually relating to Millicent.
Normally, as KNUT, we raise concerns, because we are here to raise concerns, and as stakeholders, we advise the government, because we must get solutions out of where we are. Now, one, like she has done research. What were the challenges about this transition to integrated schools? Two, and if the challenges were identified, have you advised the government? Three, because as far as we are concerned, we are also at the ground. We find that some of the challenges are additional in nature. When a parent releases a child to school that handles children with their learning challenges, they forget. It's like it's a relief. They don't want to visit those children again. Poor organization in integrated schools. What have you advised the government about? Lack of equipment in those schools. What have you advised the government about? You want heads to involve parents. If a parent is called and doesn't come, what do you want the head to do? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those tough questions for tough Daktari. She will answer the questions, but first let's start with the question on the stem cell procedure.
And I'm really talking about on a personal level. A friend of mine spent nearly $30,000 to take his son to India. And he's really, really regretting that. And I think most of this stem cell is now actually used, process is used mainly for autistic children. My advice to you, sister, is do not waste your money on that. It's clinically, there is no evidence that that has actually enabled any child to actually become less disabled, and autism didn't disappear. So my advice to you on a personal level, do not, and keep searching any further information about this before you actually catch the flight to India. Thank you.
Thank you for the concern. The first question was on the survey to benefit that the information on transition of runners so that it can benefit other Kenyans. Once a study is done, honestly, the person who carries out the study presents the study in a way that people can borrow ideas from it, or maybe the government can implement the ideas from it. Once it is done, it's just the work of the government or the policy implementers to work on it. The second concern was on the transition of different categories of learners with disability, how they transit to certain areas. This study was actually, the scope of the study was not dealing with learners with autism, it was a general study on how the learners with disabilities get difficulties in transiting from one level to the other. And one of the challenges, because there is a concern on that, is that what is happening into the schools? One, for example, are the teachers maybe well versed with transition programs? Are the teachers also trained? Do we have a relaxed curriculum that will help the runner to move from one class to the other? Cutting across maybe various disability. What preparations are there for the parents? Are they actually involved that they can actually give an input on what they have observed about their runners at home, their capabilities, and so what is their participation when the transition? Are the parents even told in the school level that your learner will move to the next class, or will not move, or will be taken to a skill area? Those are some of the challenges that are there. And we also, as I was presenting, I talked about these parents who've gone through hell, buying drugs. Sometimes the runner is out of school because of hospital issues and all that. So those factors all combined. And also our policies. Are the parents actually slotted in when the curriculum is being made for such learners? Are they given a hearing that they can have an input in it? I hope I have answered.
Thank you very much. I hope she has answered the questions comprehensively. And if there is a question which has not been answered, we will have another round. We will have another round of questions. Let me take 3 questions for our last presenter, Lillian. There are 3 there. Those 3 plus this one, 4. Those 3 at the back, I hope you saw them.
Hello, I'm Nancy Muringo. I'm a student here at KISE. And I'm asking a question on behalf of a mom. We are on the same WhatsApp group. She's asking if there is anyone who has heard about apart syndrome. She has a kid, 4 years old, suffering from that kid. And if where you are located, how we can get you when we come to Isiolo. Thank you.
Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dai. I'm from Marsabit County. I'm a parent. I have a child with autism, a 6-year-old. And this child, I've tried to take him to school. He never coped with any school. He doesn't talk. He does have a speech problem. And I just request how I can get assistance and find a better place for him to at least go and go through learning, so that I can help him have a better life tomorrow. And also, is there a way you can decentralize this special education for schools for children with autism, so that all counties can have at least one special school dealing with autism in a county? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think mine is simple. I just want to actually put up a question across actually the counties you worked in. Was there any input when it comes to religion? Because I find Isiolo, we have both religions. Even is there any project that you've actually, because you've worked with community, is there any point where you've actually gone ahead and tried to work with religious leaders? Because most of the times you find parents with children with special needs, the first place they run to is either the church or the mosque. So is there anything that you've actually maybe tried to do in this form?
Thank you. The last question there.
Good afternoon. My name is Priscilla. I'm a parent with a child with autism. Okay, my child is a teenager. What I do is to help my kids and other kids with skill, because I've seen there is a gap. My question is, those statistics that is given, what is the help given to matured children? Oh, not matured children, that's irony. You know, matured persons with autism, with special needs, those who cannot function, like that man said, in school, how can they acquire skill? We are doing it, I mean, in a little way, but is there a statistics and provision to help those people, if they are not employable, you know, to earn income on their own? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for those questions. I'll tackle them as they came. The question from a parent on apart syndrome, I think in my capacity, I would still refer it to either PEDI. I heard of someone in the room, but it's a rare disease. And also we need to unpack the definition of special needs education and the definition for disability, because sometimes they are cross-cutting. And a parent who has a child with a chronic illness, say a child with cancer, sometimes it's hard for, you know, schools, managers of schools, board managers, head teachers, NAT is represented here. Sometimes it's hard for these people to place that child. Are they a child with a disability or a child with a special need? But speaking from the background of a special needs teacher, I would advise that the child gets proper advice from a medical practitioner. And of course, I know there should be a lot of accommodations at school, wherever the child is enrolled. On question 2, a parent who is talking about their child who has never gone to school because of placement is a 6-year-old, and you are talking about a special, whether you are inquiring about special education for this learner. I'm not sure whether the parent is based around Nairobi. I think this is a full KISE responsibility, that it's good that you get to know where your child can be assessed and placed properly. And if you're in Nairobi, KISE would be the best place to go. Within the counties, the government has really good promises in the sector policy. I think we all know about the sector policy for trainees and learners with disabilities. The government has made about 15 promises to our children with disabilities. And one of them is expanding the IAC assessment centers. And I think, parents, you are at a very good position to hold the government accountable. So I want to encourage us, as VSO, we work with communities in helping them to address their own problems. We really don't walk into offices as VSO, but we give them the skills and the capacity to be able to knock on those doors and make the long lines that Sylvia was talking about. So if you feel that the county you are coming in, you don't know where the IAC center is for assessment, ask where the education officers are and the TSC officers. I saw Madam Regional Director here. She can also be able to help us know where are these centers. They can help you and refer you to a center where your child will be assessed and placed. Of course, we are talking about integration, and therefore I wouldn't comment about special schools. There's a related question to that in terms of question 4, the last one on statistics. You talked about, someone is talking about we cannot find the schools everywhere, and this is what I'm still referring to. Those two questions are related. Let us ask, where are these schools? And the other question that is a bit confusing is, are we looking for special schools or we are looking for integration, for inclusion? So that is an area that the ministry and the government needs to come clear in. I said as VSO, we are trying to embed an element of home-based learning for our program, because as much as everyone here is talking about special needs education, I want to outline that the sector policy has clearly indicated that the ministry will implement a home-based program for learners with severe disability. Through the TSC personnel, curriculum support officers, I don't know if there's any represented here, they're supposed to actually walk into your homes and give you a program for your child at home, provide you materials. I've heard from Mr. Abdi about the UK and how materials are provided to parents. I hope that this is a dream that Kenya will come to, we will come to see this dream. The last question about Isiolo and Laikipia in terms of working together with religious leaders, I want to emphasize that we had 4 main outcomes from our project, and one of the outcomes was for communities and parents to be engaged with the education and protection of their children. We had different approaches in being able to get results from this outcome. And what we did, we actually went through what we call opinion leaders in the communities. So as VSO, we wouldn't have gone into the communities with caravans and campaigns and everywhere, but we did this through existing structures. We went through the Children's Department, we went through the National Police, which is under Interior, and we also went through child protection volunteers who are in our communities. We went through opinion leaders like the religious leaders, because they influence the decisions and practices of the communities. And therefore I want to say that we really engaged closely with religious leaders. We found out about very funny, retrogressive beliefs in terms of what our religious cultures are encouraging, and we don't just challenge them in a day, it's a journey, and we believe that with continuous sensitization that we shall be able to tackle the problem of stigmatization and discrimination for children with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's applaud our presenters for answering questions conclusively. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is 2:32 precisely. Saa 8:30 imepita dakika 2. Do we still want to continue? Because our colleagues from the other panel, they have already finished and have gone to it. Do we still want to continue with the questions? Because what I was going to suggest is that, because we had to have questions for each presenter, and that is why we went with the 3 questions first, so that we could at least cover all our presentations. Do we still take more questions? People are saying no. Okay, as we want more questions, but this is what I would advise. Please write your question down. We are going for lunch, and then we come back for an afternoon session where we are going to have a very good engaging round table, Some of you seated here will be in the round table, so I would like you to go and have a bite so that you can be able to come back here to be able to participate in the round table. However, write those questions at the 4 o'clock tea. During the 4 o'clock tea, we can engage and answer those questions, or you can still forward those questions to me, and I will forward them to the presenters, and we will find a way of them being addressed. And if they are questions related to policy and practice, please forward those questions, because the essence of having this discourse is that after we have finished, we usually do policy briefs to our stakeholders so that they are able to act. So please, if you have questions related to policy and practice, write them down, forward them to me. Thank you very much. There's someone who needs to give us a piece of information before we go for lunch. And before we go for lunch, I want to appreciate all of you for cooperating. I have enjoyed being the chair of this panel, and I have learned quite a lot. I hope you also learned. Actually, mimi nimeandika hiki kitabu kikafika nusu. I have learned quite a lot. I also want to appreciate let's appreciate once again our presenters. We have learned so much from them. And of course, from the questions you asked from the floor, we've been able to learn so much. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
Yes, thank you so much, Daktari. Thank you so much. I would want us to pray for lunch, isn't it? Bishop Shilaba, please come pray for lunch, and I'll give you the shortest time. And after we come, Nicholas, get ready to start in the afternoon. Our music team is ready, so they'll play the music through lunchtime. Please, Bishop, pray for the lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Let's rise up and pray for lunch. Father, we thank you for this afternoon. We thank you for the conference, Lord. We've been able to learn a lot, and Father, we shall continue learning. At this time, as we break for lunch, we pray that your Master may bless the meal and also provide for them that don't have anything to eat wherever they are. We dedicate everything to you, Jesus Christ, because we appreciate you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much. We have 2 serving points, please. So let's take the shortest time so that we can be able to finish on time and enjoy your lunch with good music from digital. Lunchtime music.
Yes.
Lunchtime music. Yes. Karibuni sana. Give us music so that digestion can take place.
Hello, 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 hello. Good people, I hope you've enjoyed your lunch. And I want to ask delegates sitting outside, come in, please. Delegates sitting outside, come in. Our delegates out, please come in. If you are done, if you are through with your lunch, karibuni sana ndani. And I want Nicholas to sit somewhere around. If you have taken your lunch, you'll be among the first. Delegates, please come in. Delegates, come in. Our ushers in yellow, please ask the delegates to come in. I know they are networking, but I want you ask them to come in so that we can be able to have a good time and have quite a number of issues addressed. I give you only 3 minutes to come in and off we start. Yes, digital, continue.
Hello, 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 hello. Delegates, we are kindly requesting all of us to be assembled within the next 10 minutes. The presenters for the afternoon are here with us. So we will start in the next 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You scared me. We can spread to the whole family. No, just you and no, my daughter doesn't sing well. Oh, all right. Just taking the air.
Hello, hello. Yes, thank you so much, delegates, for coming in, streaming in. Thank you so much, asanteni sana. And as the delegates stream in, I want to say that outside we have got some stands. One from Jomo Kenyatta University. Maureen Maina is there, stands outside there. And then we also have a stand, KISE stand. And then we also have a stand for doctors of hearing. They have a stand there, an exhibition. Then we also have Coca-Cola. She had an opportunity of saying that they are selling Coca-Cola there outside. Please, as we move out for tea in the evening, make sure you visit the stands and you can be able to buy very nice items from Kenya, from Africa, there. I asked the delegates that are still outside to come in. Delegates, come in. Delegates, walk in. And I want to ask delegates walk in because I want to introduce the first person that will be able to speak to us right away. Housekeeping department, kindly see the chair of the conference, Mr. Mweu, for some instruction. Have you enjoyed your lunch? Mmefurahia lunch? Asanteni sana. Kila mtu amepata lunch, eh? Yes, and it is still there. There's quite a lot. And if you enjoyed your lunch, we appreciate. I also want to say, housekeeping, please, some instructions. Housekeeping, the team in charge of arrangement, there is a slight change because we will have Justice Laibuti coming in for a presentation. Are we ready for our next speaker? Are we ready? Yes. I want us to welcome Nicholas. He'll come here and introduce himself and talk about himself and what he has gone through. Nicholas, karibu sana. We appreciate you've been with us and you'll still continue to be with us. Nicholas, karibu sana. Hey, can we clap for him as he comes? Yes. There will be the most appropriate, I think. Karibu sana, Nicholas. Welcome. Just a few minutes, Nicholas. Just a little. Just a bit of adjustments, and the good thing is that Nicholas is on stage. And we are live on Facebook, KISE Facebook. We are live. Everything taking place here is live at KISE Facebook. Kindly share with your friends and partners out there. We are live on KISE Facebook. It's very clear. It's live. We are live. Just a little bit of adjustments, and then Nicholas can take the stage. We are also live on YouTube, KISE, YouTube. We are live KISE Facebook, we are live. YouTube, KISE YouTube, live. KISE YouTube, it's live. So you can send the link to your friends, colleagues, partners out there so that they can see what is happening, the first ever conference on parental empowerment and engagement in nurturing potential. I wish it was written full potential of children with disabilities. I think we are ready now. Chairman, are we ready? We are okay. So are we ready to hear what Nicholas has for us? Yes, karibu sana Nicholas. Welcome.
Hello everybody. I want to say a big thank you for this opportunity. I really love to be here so much, and you guys look amazing. And my name is Nicholas Dongo, and I'm known as Nicholas Dyslexic Advocate. I'm a youth living with dyslexia, and also I will tell you about my journey as a dyslexic youth. In school, it was really not easy because other kids, other youths, they mistreat you. They say you cannot do this, you cannot do that, and also they limit you. Mostly the teachers, they say you are unable to do this, and also I got wonderful help by my sweet mom, who she helps me a lot and give me confidence and encourage me. And also I did a DEXA exam. In this DEXA exam, I'm in a special needs school. I did not graded in my exams. I struggled a lot. Yeah. So sorry. Okay, let me start again. Okay, let me start all over again. My name is Nicholas Dongo. I'm dyslexic youth. I'm a youth with dyslexia, and also I will show you guys what dyslexic youths go through and their challenges in schools. So I was in 844 while I was young. That time it was really difficult for me because if we have gone to many schools, and all the schools they told me you cannot join the school, and told my mom you have to go to a different school, and also they assess me and they don't like the way I'm reading, the way I'm writing, and also I was assessed by KISE. This is the place where I was assessed. I'm so happy to be here again, and also they told me to go to a special needs school where they can help me and also help me to read and write and to understand. I went to a school. They accept me. They make me accept my challenges, my dyslexia, and also right now I'm helping other youths to not go through what dyslexic youths are going through. And I have my own organization called Nicholas Dyslexic Community Ability V, where I help other youths to understand the other people who have disabled or who have kind of special needs, so they cannot limit them or they cannot bully them, or and also they can help them to raise up and not lose hope. And I have a YouTube channel where I create awareness, where I show activities, I do a lot of activities like golf. I show other youths how to do golf, other special needs how to do golf. And also I do cooking. I throw them in YouTube and help other people to, when they're not in school, they can do some activities like golf, music, and also cooking and many things they want to do in, yeah. My YouTube channel name is called Nicholas Dyslexic Community Ability V. You can check on it. You can see how I help and how I do activities. You can stick with this channel. Yeah. Oh, give me a minute. And also I visit schools where they, I visited one of the schools called Karame Girls School, where I went to the girls' school and see what if there's anybody have dyslexia or kind of special needs, and then I showed other youths how they can accept their challenges and accept dyslexia. They don't limit them. And also the parents should engage with other kids, engage what they're coping, and do not let them to limit their own children. Let them to be up, and also they can do great things. Their abilities are really amazing. They're able to do many things if you give them time. Yeah, thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Nicholas.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You can just leave it there. Do you have a YouTube channel yourself? Nicholas is challenging you. Do you have a YouTube channel? Nicholas has a YouTube channel. What else? He also has an organization for dyslexia. Are you an advocate? Let's support him by watching him and subscribing. Thank you so much. I now want to, Nicholas, thank you so much. Connect with him, connect to his YouTube channel, and it will be good for him. I want to ask President's Award Kenya, kindly, President's Award Kenya, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Oh, you are right here. Yes, 2 minutes. Karibu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so much humbled to be before you this particular afternoon. My name is Harat Malenya. I am a program officer at President's Award Kenya, and I'm so much privileged to have this particular few seconds to speak to you about what we offer as President's Award. President's Award is a youth organization under Ministry of Education. It used to be quasi-government before, but from 2017 it became government, and therefore we are anchored under Ministry of Education. And this youth program targets young people between the ages of 14 and 24. These are school-going children just before they finish their primary level up to the college level. We have got awards that we give to these young people once they do certain activities, and these awards are signed by the head of state. And the first one is bronze, which takes 6 months. The second one is silver, takes additional 6 months. And the third, which is the highest, is gold level certificate, which takes additional 1 year. and is awarded at State House, Nairobi by the head of state himself. And therefore, young people are supposed to commit their minimum of 1 hour every week to do community work from wherever they are. They are supposed to do physical recreation at least 1 hour. Again, minimum of 1 hour in a week. And also they are supposed to do some of the talents that they have. A student may be very good in poetry, but you only contain this poetry in him or her in the second term. Once that term is over, it's like this student is told no more poetry until the second term of the following year. So as a program, we want them to start doing poetry in first term and continue with it until December. So that when we have the same chance for competitive poetry, this student is not waiting to start afresh, but this student has been doing poetry. The same way, if the student has been practicing soccer, which comes in first term, ball games, we do not allow them to stop because it is second term. We allow the program makes him or her to look for opportunities to continue practicing soccer until that time when they will be competing. And therefore, our program helps young people not to stop doing what they love doing, but to continue doing even if they have been defeated at the zonal level or even sub-county or even at the national level. These young people have got talents, and we cannot be able to calibrate their talents the way we have got the terms. That they do ball games, they stop, they come second term, they do music, they stop, and then it reaches third term. The principals now say it's exam time, no soccer, no music, no poetry, no drama, and therefore delaying their talent development because of how we have structured their education. And therefore, bronze certificate, we award them at the national level from our own office, and silver, but the gold certificates, once we have gotten enough participants to be given to the head of state, then we print the certificates and then we take to him, and then he's the one who decides when he will award them, and then the date can be communicated to those who have qualified. Otherwise, this is a very, very good forum for me. I've never been to KISE, and therefore I've never known that we have got also institutions that have got special needs kids that are beyond what I know. What I knew up to today is that we only have institutions that takes care of the visually impaired, hearing impaired, and physically impaired. But today, I've been able to interact with a few of us. Some of you are parents, and they were telling me that we still have students who cannot be able to hear, and they can't also be able to see. And I look at myself as a professional teacher of the normal regular school, because I'm a trained secondary school teacher, and I know the trouble we go as secondary school teachers, and I'm just wondering how the teachers who take the lessons for this type of students, what they go through. And in fact, I've come to know today that institutions that take care of special needs that have got the double, the deaf and the blind, have been given 3 Ks. Kilimani, and I'm in charge of Nairobi, I didn't know. Kilifi, I know my colleague is in Coast, will be able to be told about it. And then Kitui, I'm in charge of also Eastern. And therefore, I must be able to see how I can be able to sell this program to those institutions, because the others have Machako School for the Blind, for the deaf, we have got Muhoro in Nyeri, we have St. Mary's for the visually impaired, and the others in other regions. And therefore, this is a special forum for us as President's Award to interact with those who are really experiencing what you go through with these special institutions. As President's Award, we shall see how best we can be able to do to assist these young people so that the teachers and the parents don't just suffer on their own, but as President's Award, which is also government, we can be able to see how we can be able to ease pressure on the teachers and also the parents to make sure that these kids get the best they can be able to be. And I'm happy to say that this program was able to be introduced in Machako School for the Blind, and we keep on mentioning Wanyoike Foundation. Wanyoike, who did this program and discovered that he can still run even if he doesn't see.
Thank you so much.
Otherwise, thank you very much.
Asante sana. Thank you so much. Thank you for President's Award, Kenya. We also want you to consider children with disability. We want awards for children with autism, award for children with mental disability, all those. And here we also train teachers for the gifted and talented in all areas. Someone please, your car keys are with me, please, car keys. And with that, I want to ask our director, Dr. Kiogora, please take over the floor. Thank you.
Let us appreciate the MC for this afternoon. Parents, thank you for allowing me to speak to you most of the day. Mmekubali niendelee kuongea na nyinyi? Asante sana. This afternoon we have our keynote address speaker, Justice Leibuta from the Court of Appeal. Is one of this family of disability. He understands this family very well. Keynote address speaker this afternoon, Justice, we have all the parents with special needs. In attendance, over 500 of them, and thousands are from this conference online. Therefore, you'll be speaking to those who are here and those also online. With us, our guest of honor this afternoon, we have the chairman of the National Council, and we're going to greet the Congress. He was in the morning. We also have a council member, Mr. Muchiri, and we have a meeting with him, who has been the outgoing chairman of the National Council. We have the chairman of the council. You have met him a few minutes ago. You have talked with him. Metet and champion, also for disability, who is with us. So we have a number of delegates from all the country. All of them from the 7 countries are represented here. We have some from outside the country, from UK. We have others from Mauritius, from Mali, others are from Somalia. We have many of them, and also various NGOs locally. So our guest of honor this afternoon, you will be addressing people who understand you, people who understand what you're talking about, people who understand your language. And many parents are here, they want to hear you speak, that you can give them hope, that their children whom they have given birth, their prayers are still relevant. They pray for their children, and those children have the time to become what they're supposed to be. They need to be supported, and to become the best they can become. You are a living testimony of what you're talking about, Buana Justice. So our guest one of us this afternoon also, I would like to say that, Minister, we have, you have told me you know Sylvia Mora, who has been very key in this advocacy. She has spoken in the morning. You told me you know her very well. So we want to say that it's a good afternoon. And I know we are talking to Android. When it's a bit hot like now, they start loading. And when they start loading, they will still hear. So before guest one speaks this afternoon, Justice allow me, the CEO of National Council, to greet the congregation. CEO of National Council.
Thank you so much, Director Dr. Kigoro, our chief and guest and keynote speaker, Justice Leibuta, all protocol observed. But before the protocol observed, the parents, the teachers in the house. God is good all the time. Assalamu alaikum. Allow me also to recognize in the house 2 of my directors. I don't know whether they have mentioned that they are the directors of the National Council. If they don't mind, just to stand up and wave. Director Joseph Lerina is one of our board member. Director Sylvia Mora. These are the directors of the National Council for Persons with Disability. These are men and women who in the boardroom at the National Council take a very deliberate steps and measures on how disability issue in this country can be addressed. And I'm very glad that we are also sharing with them today a podium. I'll be very brief, maybe 5 minutes or less. I want to really acknowledge the contribution of the parent to learners and children with disabilities. Every day we interact with many of you. We have seen homes that are broken up because of the children with disabilities. We have seen mothers who have gone extremely, going through a tough time. But despite all those, become very strong and come up with initiative that defines how disability and children and access to opportunity can be addressed. We've also seen fathers, actually, who also do immense work, to the matters disability in this country. I think many changes in this country and beyond were in one way or another initiated by parents. So we applaud and we appreciate your effort. I want to briefly say something around CBC and learners with disability. 2 days ago, the task force of the president came to the National Council to collect our views. There is 2 things that we put to them. The issue of learners with disability insofar as capitations are concerned, the ranking of children and learners with disability, how they should not be done together, and the director will also emphasize that because we are moving toward inclusive education, and we want everybody of us to understand the needs of learners and children with disabilities, we requested the task force to put very strongly the recommendation, all the teachers, whether they are trained in universities, whether they are trained in colleges, before they are employed by TSC, they must have certification or accreditation or a diploma from KISE. Just the way when you graduate from law school, you don't practice until you go through Kenya School of Law, isn't it? We need to have teachers as a mandatory, that's our contribution that we've made, because otherwise we'll continue pushing education from the perspective of exclusion, stigma, labeling, and stereotype. In Garissa, where I frequently visit, it's not my home county, there's a school called Garissa School for Mentally Handicapped. The local communities call that school School of Fools. They call the headmaster, I don't know whether he's in this congregation, the headmaster of the School of Fools. And then you hear, hiyo ni shule ya bubu, hiyo ni shule ya kipofu. As we move faster toward inclusive education, then at CBC level, recommendation that we shine out must really, address to that. And very finally, because the keynote to speak is coming up, I want to say something small around registration of persons with disability. I know this is a big conversation in this country. If I don't say that, I know I'm not being very fair, isn't it? As you know very well, previously, the way registration is done in this country is the most unstandardized, painful, bureaucratic processes for persons with disability, and most of for children with disabilities. Colleagues, I want to admit to you here, it has never been easy for us. But today I want to communicate to you here on behalf of my directors here, and the council and the government at large, that the signature of Director of Medical Services now has been devolved to County Director of Medical Services. 35 and 36 December, 2 weeks from now, all county directors of health across the country, through the office of the COG, they are coming to Naivasha to be sensitized on that document. Because disability presented an opportunity, crooks who are not persons with disability are also benefiting. We want to clean up also the data by going through that process. And the card that we used to have, as you know very well, is a very weak card. Anybody can go to the street of Nairobi and fabricate. 2 weeks ago, we have launched with our CS new digital card. And that card, we're going to roll out the phase-out mechanism of how, the other card become redundant. And because we put the security threshold of that card so high, the company that won that tender is none other than Delaru. So unajua Delaru? Delaru ni jua kali. See, this is the company that print our money, right? So now we put the threshold that very high. But the registration now, all the health centers across the country, level 5 and level 4 assessment will be done to make and then ultimately we will be working with other stakeholders to establish a statistical unit at the National Council so that we become an authority to administer administrative data for purpose of planning, whether it is in education, whether it is in programs on disability, in any other. And finally, very recently, the government has given us support to support for the first time a program on autism and other development disorders. That program is at this design stage. We have already engaged a number of you in the sector, and the design of it will be also subjecting it to the public participation very soon. And then we see to it, it's not a big fund, but it's a step toward the right direction on how to focus on those with autism and other developmental disorders. Because all disabilities are unique, it requires unique attention, interventions, and many other things. So this is going to expose us in a way that we can address the issue of that category of persons with disabilities. Otherwise, as a National Council, we look forward to closely work with you. We might not be a solution to every problem on disability in this country because of funding and many other challenges. But we have the heart to work with every stakeholder to make a better place for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO, National Council. It really supports us. Wherever you are functioning, you also be present in our meeting. Thank you, Bwana CEO. So, on guest of honor, sir, we know you're about to speak. We don't want to take a lot of time. I've seen down roads, we start at a time like now, they start concentrating so much and loading. Please not load so much because the speaker is about to start speaking. I would just like to say, before my chairman speaks, it is fair, a parent, 1 minute, Mora, 1 minute, for the guest of honor to feel the parent talking. Then the chairman of the council will invite the guest of honor, 1 minute, Mora, on behalf of the parent who are seated here. Let's appreciate Mora. DJ.
Madam Mora, okay, Anna Sisi, okay, pick Mora, okay, pick Mora,
Sorry, that reunion was overdue. When I met Daktari, that was 2015, right? We were in one institution called Business Networking International. And who would have guessed that one day we'll be standing here, right? Solving the same issues. And those are the days I was still in denial. Remember what we talked about? So at that time, I was still in denial, and congratulations, sir. And it is indeed an honor for us as parents to have you, one of us, to represent us in the High Court. And one of the things that I'd just like to bring forward is the many challenges that we face as parents. We have brought forth our cases to be heard, but hardly does it get to the right ears. We have seen our children be arrested because of crimes they did not commit. But the minute they're arrested, they're already considered guilty before even they are heard. They have challenges with speech, and you find that there is no provision for them to be given alternative ways of communication. And there we find a lot of misrepresentation, misjudgment. We have children being locked up, a lot of them in Mathare. And I know Through the Roof is here, and they specialize in justice for our children. And there is a lot that needs to be done. Because as parents, as he had said, we try to do the best we can. But you find we are also parents of our own, trying to support each other with limited resources and such heavy responsibilities in our shoulders that you find when one of us goes down, we all try to rally, but we can only do so much, and we can only afford so much in that space. So we would like to actually request that maybe we could be, or even pro bono services for our children who are held up, especially the youth, because of just maybe being in the wrong place at the wrong time, but they're being branded as the criminals, and they're not given fair chance to speak and be represented. That, I believe, will be a great deal for us as parents to save them and ensure that there is justice for our children who cannot speak for themselves, and us as parents who are not given the liberty to speak on their behalf. Thank you very much. My 1 minute.
This institute, the Honorable Dr. George Imana Laibuta, Justice of the Court of Appeal of the Republic of Kenya, other dignitaries present, participants, parents, children, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. I am not here to make a speech. I am here standing before you this afternoon to recognize the presence of the Honorable Dr. George Imana Laibuta. Dr. Laibuta is an embodiment of the immense possibilities and opportunities for the people with disabilities. You can see that Dr. George Imana Laibuta, despite being visually impaired, is a judge of the Court of Appeal of Kenya. And he didn't reach that high pedestal in the judicial system in Kenya out of favor. He reached there because of sheer hard work. And his disability never pulled him down. As we were having a chat in the office of the director a little bit earlier, I could only compare him to one of my former lecturers, Professor, what was his name? Dr. Michael Durumo. He later on became professor. Professor Michael Durumo was hearing impaired and was a professor teaching at Moi University in Eldoret. And he was teaching people who had the ability to hear, but he himself didn't have the ability to hear. Can you imagine a situation like that? That disability never pulled him down. Nobody favored Dr. Ndurumo to reach where he reached. He reached through hard work. I'm here to stand in front of you today to express to you the immense opportunities and possibilities of people with special needs and disabilities. They can reach the highest apex of their careers without being pushed, without being helped, without being held by the hand through their own hard work. And today we have one person who embodies that determination to be able to reach where every one of us can reach through our own efforts. It is often said, what a man can do, what a man can do, what am I driving at? What am I coming to? What I'm coming to is, what an able person can do, a person with special needs can do better. Can you clap? So with those very few remarks, Dr. Laibuta, welcome to this conference. Welcome to this institute. It is now your time to speak to us. Please welcome. Coffee.
Asanteni. A lot has been said about me, but this is really not about me. It's about you and I. It's about us. Do we have parents here? Do we have children with disability here? Am I here? That is what I want us to talk about. You, our children, and a few stories about myself, just to tell you what I have gone through and what parents mean to those with disability. When I was asked to speak, it was about 3 or so days ago, 3-4 days ago, very short notice amid a very busy working schedule. I wasn't very sure what I was coming to say. Even now, I'm not sure what I'll be telling you. But I'll try and tell you something you can identify with. Something that I know many have experienced. And just to single out one of you, Sylvia Mora, I am aware what parents go through you want to know what parents go through when they have children with disabilities or special needs, speak to Sylvia. She will tell you a big story. A story of success, a story of effort and courage and endurance, a story of tears and pains, and at times a story of joy when we see our children grow into what they have dreamt to be and what we have always wished them to be. Let me begin by denying my name. I'm not George. I'm sure somebody must have spoken to the organizers about Judge Laibuta, and they thought this must be George Laibuta. I'm K.I. Laibuta, a person who has seen two worlds, a world of complete visual ability to a world of complete visual impairment. I have lived sighted for 22 years, and the following 40 years with total vision loss. That tells you that what we are about to discuss this afternoon is a reality. A reality not just for those with disability, but parents who we sit here to try and say a few words that empower them and engage them so that they are able to nurture the potential of their children. But perhaps you may want to ask yourself, who really help us make the life we lead tasty? Friends or enemies? Friends, isn't it? The first thing a parent wants to be to their children with or without disability is to be their friend. And I think our bringing in my family was such that we always did things together, so that at the onset of my disability, nothing ever changed. If anything, it became easier to cooperate and identify what was necessary to see me going forward. Allow me to quote these words by someone by the name William Arthur. This is what William Arthur said about a friend. A true friend knows your weaknesses, but shows you your strengths, feels your feelings, but fortifies your faith, sees your anxieties, but frees your spirit, recognizes your disabilities, but emphasizes your possibilities. If we forget all other words, let us remember one word: possibilities. The possibilities our children have, the opportunities that lie ahead of them. Indeed, parental engagement, advocacy, and so forth, so as to nurture the potential of our children, must begin somewhere. But the question is, where should this journey begin? Some of the parents here have had children who had disability and special needs right from birth. Others, late onset. Others, much later in life. Of course, amid other children who have no special needs, no disabilities, but all are your children. All are our children. And the one thing parents should prove themselves to be is to be at the center of awareness and advocacy at all times, being aware of the rights of their children, particularly when the children are learners with disabilities, because those are critical moments in their life where they need families and family support more than ever before. Of course, when the children are young, it's fairly easy to feed them, clean them up, dress them, walk around with them. But when they go to school, it's another world altogether. And that is why parents must be fully aware of what it is that our special education provides, what our children will be going through on a daily basis, so as to achieve some education, some skills development that will help them to navigate independent living without much support. Of course, parents then need to familiarize themselves with a number of things. Supportive international treaty instruments that are the foundation of the rights that we wake up every morning to enjoy or to assert or to defend or to promote, whether as parents or as people in various organizations that promote and protect the rights of persons with disabilities. They must familiarize themselves with the Constitution, statute law, the various policies, and we'll be looking at a few of them, and the institutions for the promotion and protection of disability rights. The need to familiarize yourselves with those legal instruments, treaty instruments, is just so that you are able to tell what it is that is a right, that is a freedom of benefit to your children. And you've got also to know precisely which institutions you should join hands with so that you are able to fight for the various rights of children with disabilities. You must get to know the special needs of your children. If you do not, then it's very much like embarking on a journey, but you don't have any idea where you are heading or what route to take. So, knowing their special needs, and that is where institutions like this one come in handy, helps you now to know what measures of intervention exist, what assistance you require, whether by way of assistive devices, mobility aids, or whatever. All these are things parents must be aware of so that they are able to address the needs of their children. They must know the strengths and weaknesses of those children. Remember what we said about a true friend? A true friend knows you inside out. They can tell when you're sad. They can tell when you're unwell, when you're happy, when you're in need. A true friend can tell when you haven't eaten for a day. A true friend can tell what you're going through, even without a single word of disclosure as to what you're going through. So a parent who knows the strengths and weaknesses of their children is now able to at least build on their strengths, and they are able as well to seek intervention with the help of others or on their own on the weaknesses. A word of caution though, do not focus on the weaknesses of those children unless that focus is clearly intended for the purpose of intervention. I say this because I have seen families that hide away their children's disability. They focus on their weaknesses, their inability to walk about easily, their inability to see and run to school like every other children. So what do? They tuck them away. They lock them up. We've heard of media reports of those with mental challenges, developmental disabilities, chained up in bed as parents go to work. And I must say that more often than not, it's not with ill intention, but it's that hopelessness, the despair that parents go through. They do not know whether to sit with this child and starve or go to work, and they have no information or no idea where to seek help to make sure that the special needs of these children are met. And you can't blame them. Sometimes you can't blame them. It is wrong to do that, of course, but you can't blame them. Time comes when we must understand what a family goes through. It's very, very difficult for one to understand what one parent goes through in relation to a child with special needs. It's not easy. Only they can tell their story. Only they can tell. So knowing the strengths and needs of your children, getting to know what it is they require to navigate through life, at least is the beginning of better days ahead. And to do that, information doesn't come from the clouds like rain. Information is sought, information is shared, and hence the need to be ready and available to network with those who have similar experiences. And I know if you speak to 2, 3 parents in our midst here, they will tell you that they have learned a great deal from others. They have knocked doors to ask, your child is like my child. What do you do to ensure A, B, C, D? So that information sharing becomes critical. Beyond that, mentorship plays a significant role in all this. I'll give you an example of a young man who I am sure is known to some of you. I'll not mention his name. He lost sight through 2 attacks by highway robbers. One day they are hiking Gong Hills, they are attacked, he loses one eye. The next day with his foster father, they're driving through Kiserian, Kitengela Road in the evening, they are attacked, he loses the other eye. He's just about to complete his university education. The course he is doing is science-based, but he completes. And I remember him coming home with his fiancée to ask me what it really means to live a normal life with visual disability, total visual loss. And the conversation we had built a foundation on which he scaled heights to be a stable employee in a permanent job today in a governmental agency. Very happy. Happy and about, active and all. I remember as the second last I climbed Mount Longonot, he was in the company of 1 or 2 others with visual disability, and we were among the very few who believed that if you have to go and climb Mount Longonot, tafadhali sana, go around the crater. If you don't go around the crater, you are as good as not going up there. Because climbing that mountain is not just going to the rim and then taking your soda and biscuits and chocolate and then walking down and saying, I did it. I am talking about resolve to face the world head on. And that is what our parents must teach our children to do. Face the world head on. If what you have is a club in your hand, beat that beast with it. If it's a stone, throw it at it. If you have nothing in your hands, just pinch it or poke its nose and it will disappear. But you must do something, isn't it? You can't just sit back and say, oh my, now me, I am disabled, oh God, why? When I went to Thika School for the Blind for rehabilitation, of course mixing up with Form 5 and 6 students, from 1 to 4 and all that, coming from a university, I lost sight in first year. And I remember one young man who was in Form 5, and by the time I left, of course, he was in Form 6. He was always moaning and saying, I hate God. Those are his words. I'm quoting him. I don't know where he is today. He used to tell me, I hate God. How could God make me blind with a mother, without a father, and all we have at home is just one goat? I'm quoting him. Those were his words. And you see, when newly blinded, I would get very confused. Can life be so bad for a blind person? I thought I'm coming to learn how to braille and type and go my way and pursue my education. You parents and your children will come across those downers, will come across those who downplay your possibilities. And I remember some of the teachers I met at the Thika School for the Blind then. One who was a career counselor would ask me, now, you are doing BCom. What do you want to do now after all this rehabilitation? I told him, now I want to do law. He said, no, law is very difficult. Law has a lot of reading to do. So what you do, just do education like most of our students. They go to do education, they become teachers, they'll always get jobs. I have nothing against teachers. But I told him, sir, I don't mind being a teacher, but I would rather be a teacher of law. And just as a footnote, having left Alliance High School with a science certificate, I did sciences. I couldn't be a doctor because time came when I just told myself there is no way I will ever stand splitting up somebody's body for any reason. And the reason was because we lost a very, very close friend who drowned in the school swimming pool. So as we buried him, because we buried him as students, seeing that blood trickling from his coffin, I said, no, I will never be a doctor. So I went and did BCom. But now here I am. What do I do after loss of sight? Parents play a critical role. And I remember an uncle I grew up with told me this: you've chosen to do law, purpose to be one of the best. My parents' advice was very simple. One, thank God that you're alive. Two, you are privileged to have gone to university. Just focus your attention, finish, and we know you will do your best. Now, those messages, plus those of my friends who believed in me right from high school up to college when I left them for rehabilitation for 1 year, those positive messages made me who I am today. And I remember one gentleman telling me, you know what, Laibuta, think of it this way. Supposing you are walking down the road and a car ran over you and you lost your limbs. Would you ask to be buried or would you live on? I said, I will live on perhaps on a wheelchair or on crutches. And he told me, yes. So, you've lost sight, move on. Move on. My own elder brother told me, you know, now you've got to live your life differently. It's just a different way of life. But you've got to get used to it because it's your life. They were all very brutal. And brutal in a very loving way. You know what they call tough love? Nobody babysat me. I remember the first day I walked into KSB to find out what rehabilitation is. I hadn't seen that word in the dictionary. I hadn't bothered. To find out where to go or what to do. I went with my uncle, and I remember my good friend Ray welcoming us in his office and saying to me, "Join the club." And then he laughs. And I kept on wondering, what's wrong with this blind man? He can't even sympathize with me. A big lesson that I learned: sympathy never builds a character. Sympathy breaks you, sympathy demeans you, sympathy makes you an object. Sympathy makes you an object of charity, an object of help, an object of babysitting. Please, I beg you, never, ever, ever reduce your children to that demeaning level. Never. And all along, I got accustomed to my parents, my relatives, dealing with me as if, as if nothing ever happened. There were times I feel like that. You people, can't you see I'm blind? But I never would, because all through treated no differently. And there is one person who declined to accompany me because I was going elsewhere before I come here. My wife. When I met her, she was in high school. I was fully sighted. We would go for movies together. But that is one person who never shed a tear after my loss of sight. And never, ever even acknowledged that I'm blind. Yeah. That is the kind of spirit I would want you to display, whether as parents, as relatives of children and learners with disability, as friends of people with disability. Never, ever focus your attention on their disability. I want you always to remember that the biggest disability anyone may face is our attitudes. That's the biggest disability. It is our attitudes. I've had 2 occasions to be discriminated on a job offer, senior government positions, because of the attitudes many people have towards people with visual disability. The first was when, in Moi's era, I had been, no, not Moi's era actually, in Kibaki's regime. I had been put on a list of lawyers that were to be appointed as judge of the High Court. And the list was taken to the then Minister for Justice to present to the President for appointment. Those days, by the way, your names were taken, you didn't even know. I had no clue that my name had been fronted for appointment. You know what this minister said? Very simply, 6 words. We can't have a blind judge. And he crossed my name from the list. Fortunately, though, that is the time I was beginning my PhD at the University of Nairobi, and there is no way I would have accepted an appointment if I knew that my name was being fronted. So it was a blessing in disguise. Second time, appointed by the succeeding Minister for Justice to the Law Reform Commission. and the chairman says, Mr. Minister, we can't have this one because I have two very senior blind state counsel in this commission. This will be too much for us. He doesn't know that I know. But if he took me on that or ever disclosed, I would have told him, you know, you did me a big, big favor, because sooner than later, after the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, I was actually appointed as commissioner in the Commission for the Implementation of the Constitution. Perhaps a more privileged national assignment for 5 years. That presidential commission opened my eyes to a Kenya that values merit, a Kenya that values the efforts our persons with disabilities make to prove their worth and demonstrate their potential. That is what I am praying that you, parents, relatives, friends, support learners with disabilities to prove their worth. Do it without reservation. I say this because I have many friends who have really excelled. Some are university lecturers, others are senior public officers, others are in the international realm doing great, great jobs, notwithstanding their disabilities and special needs. And all they ask for is, give us the opportunity and we will serve you better than anyone else. Of course, we still have hangovers. Even today, I would not be surprised that there are those among our parents in our communities that still harbor that medical model of disability. I'm sure quite a number of you here speak Kikuyu, isn't it? Who will tell us what in Kikuyu language they would call a blind person? Etumumu, Namuruaru. Isn't it? Yes. I've been in places where I understand Kikuyu, I speak Kikuyu, and somebody says, oh, Muraru Oimana. No, we know you. So, you know, the medical model of disability was that a person with disability is a patient, and all we do is put him in a medical institution, let us take care of him. Isn't it? I'm sure you are familiar with those models. The other is the charity model, where we think that the minute a child has a disability, let's look for the nearest charitable institution, we dump that child there. When I was in Thika, I remember coming across a few children with visual disability in the primary school who were brought there by their parents or kinsmen and abandoned. Never to go home. Si tulimpeleka makao ya watoto vipofu. Si tulimpeleka huko. Sasa ni nini ingine mnaniuliza? One of them is a very close friend of mine. She grew up to be a teacher and teaches in one of our primary schools of children with special needs. She was actually abandoned in hospital, then taken out by Catholic sisters, brought up, taken to school, and only came to reconnect with her mother soon after she got a job, because now she was of some utility value. They could now look for her and tell her we are in need of this and that. Okay? Much as we have special institutions for children with special needs, that should never really be the destination. We have them there because perhaps there is where there are resources, but we must take responsibility and play an active role in their developmental journey. We must be the ones on the driving seat, even if the children are in those institutions. I often used to ask myself, why is it that the Salvation Army institution that went for rehabilitation, Vicar School for the Blind, why is it that the blind students would have their fees paid by the Salvation Army, and you know, while those same parents had other children for whom they pay fees in other schools, why not this one as well? Why should these ones struggle? Why should the schools struggle to give free education to these ones, while the same parents of these children are taking others out there? Now you see how the charity model plays in our psychology, even though we might not be conscious of it. All we say is mpeleke Likoni, mpeleke wherever, mpeleke Thika, mpeleke Kitui, mpeleke na huko ako sawa. But we forget one thing. That is our child. And that is the child that might indeed be the pillar of that family. You never know. Then there is the integration model, of course, where we experimented on just bringing them together, put a classroom for those with visual disability or other special needs on the side, and wengine hapa. Let's see how they interact during break time or whatever. But, well, that works to some extent, but what must really work for all of us seated here today is the social model of disability, where we want to be sure that we take disability not as an exception, but as one of the attributes of our social makeup. Where disability becomes the norm amongst us, as opposed to the abnormal. And that is why it would be offensive to start talking of, you know, normal people have no problem. As people with disability, there is no one who is normal or abnormal. We have differences. We are not disabled by our disabilities. And that's what one thing many people forget. We are not disabled by our disabilities. Those are just limitations that are thrown our way by circumstances. That's all that it is. But for that, we are okay to navigate through life, identifying what we are unable to do for ourselves and seeking assistance to cross that bridge. Because it's very much like a bridge over a river. There are those who can swim, there are the tall ones who can wade, and there are the tiny ones who must be carried shoulder high or paddled in a canoe across that river. But the end result is that all have done what? All have crossed the river, isn't it? And that's what we want for our children. We want them to cross that river to independent living, to self-awareness, being valuable to themselves, to the family, to the community. And I know it's those models of disability that we really struggled with when I led the technical team that drafted the Persons with Disabilities Bill that is yet to come into force. Very, very strong ideas about institutionalizing persons with disability, things we really want to grow out of, unless cases of severe disability of people who require 24/7 attention, because again, our social welfare schemes are not well funded to take care of our people at home, because home is where everyone must be. That indeed must be our focus, our goal, that we all live in our homes as a family, whether we are well or unwell. whether we have special needs or we do not. All we have to do is ask ourselves, as we pay taxes, aren't we in a position to support parents with children with disabilities, to ensure that their medical expenses are catered for, to ensure that their special needs are met? Can't we really afford a little money to pay caregivers who work at home and not put in institutions where we dump our children for 1, 2, 3 months, fetch them when they are very sick, take them to hospital at our expense? Isn't it time we had a government that is responsive to these special needs? I think some of these interventions are long overdue. But you see, I must also not talk so forcefully at you, and none of you is the Cabinet Secretary for Finance. I'll be doing I'll be doing zero work, isn't it? But amongst us, I believe we have very capable advocates who are able to push for some of this agenda. But what must we do then as parents to nurture the potential of our children? The first thing we must do is identify their strengths and weaknesses. We've said that. I will not tire to repeat. Their special needs must be at the fore. This is what we must invest in. We must invest in adaptive technology. We must invest in what it is that they require to move forward. Just before we walked in here with my colleagues, we started discussing the cost of disability. And the cost of disability is enormous. In our day, mnajua ile kalamu iliitwa kilometric ama big. Hata kuna wakati waliita big bus. Kiwa na big bus, don't need anything else. But that's for the sighted child. The child with visual disability requires a braille. In my day, it cost 70,000 shillings. The cost then of 70,000 kilometrics. One child has a pen, the other one has none. He has a stylus and a piece of hard paper where he punches holes and calls it braille. We used to call it dunga dunga. Una dunga dunga characters too, and come up with some, a very slow way of writing. And you want to tell me that child will compete on an equal basis with the other one with a kilometric? He can't. He can't. When there is only one book transcribed for them to read in the library, while in other schools there are several print books, just so that those with visual disability have to share the volumes. Wewe chukua volume 5, mimi nichukua volume 2, huyu atachukua volume 1, ukimaliza lete hivyo, we circulate. I'm not sure that sighted children tear up books in chapters and give each chapter to one of them to read. Akimaliza lete hiyo ingine, tukimaliza shule tutaunganisha kitabu na sellotape. Is that what they do? No. So why for this way? Now you see the kind of double standards that are applied. Come to sports. You find a school where none of the children has a physical disability, has an array of sports for children to enjoy themselves. And these others with physical disability have nothing tailored for them to be able to enjoy recreation. I remember in high school we had one young man with, who was on crutches. He was a very, very, very good swimmer, an excellent swimmer. You know? But that's because there was a swimming pool. Supposing there wasn't, what we did, we couldn't play football. You know? You couldn't play any other sport. So as parents, we need to take interest in what the institutions where our children go to school have for recreation. We should be the ones to voice it and say this. Our children need to jump around. They need to climb trees. They need to do A, B, C, D. They need to kick a ball. They need to run. They need to do A, B, C, D. Where are these facilities? You should be the ones to voice that. Mwalimu ataingia class na atatosheka tu kwamba amefundisha, amekava syllabus, hawa wamepita, hawa wameanguka, shauri yao. Isn't that the attitude mostly? So let's make sure that we forge partnerships with our institutions of learning for the benefit of our children. But to do that, we must be informed. We must get information on how those special needs can be met. If we do not look for information, then what are we telling other people? Ama utaenda kwa public, a state officer, umemsaidia mtoto wangu, anakuuliza nimsaidieje, and you have no clue what you want done. And that is where you must identify support programs of intervention where these kids can be assisted. Identify institutions that can sharpen the skills of these children. Some of these children are very, very talented. Some are very good artists, and they can do great things. All they need is exposure and the opportunity. But as a parent, if you do not take responsibility, I tell you, nothing will work. In my neighborhood back home, I know of a family that has a child with developmental disability. And I think for the best part of that child's life, he was tucked away in an institution. No one ever spoke about him until he was over 18, 20, he came back home with really nothing to do. Well, there is a lot children can do. So the idea is do not leave it to institutions to take care of our children. Much as they may be in some of those institutions of learning, it must be we, you and I, who take steps to ensure that you're in the driving seat, that the special needs of your children are met in your terms and in partnership with those institutions. But what we see in many homes today, differential treatment, where those who have no special needs will go to school timeously, fees paid, uniforms bought, everything bought, and the justification usually is, acha huyu asome, he will be helping this one here. Isn't that what many think? So they'll educate this one, they'll leave the other one behind. Not knowing that it is this one who you have left behind at home that you must really give extra support so that they reach their potential. And that if we do not do that, all we are doing is creating a burden for someone to carry in the near future. But to be able to do all that, again, you must be very well informed. You must know your law. You must know what standards international treaty instruments set for the global community to ascribe to. You must know the Constitution so that when your child is denied very basic rights and freedoms, you'll be the first to tell the lawyer, hey, you know what? I think I need to go to court. I don't want to ask people to raise hands because I won't see them. But I would have really wanted to know how many of you have read the Persons with Disabilities Act or the Constitution, various articles, you know, Article 27 on the right to equality and non-discrimination, 54 rights of persons with disabilities, and the Act itself. Mm. How many of us are familiar with the Basic Education Act? You know, the Employment Act, where you take your grown child to the first interview, and because sometimes you are an intermediary on intricate matters, if they cannot express themselves properly, should be the one to tell the employer, you know what? If you use assistive, if you employ reasonable accommodation on this child or on this young man or woman, don't you know that KRA will waive your accrued taxes to the extent of the amount you spend on reasonable accommodation? Yeah. Getting to know what the Employment Acts require as of right, and the Persons with Disabilities Act as to tax waivers and exemptions and reasonable accommodation, things like that. It helps you to advocate better. Recently, I was invited to join a consortium of business network that deals with disability. Kenya, National Disability, they come together to promote employment of persons with disabilities. And I spoke in one morning forum and said, look, sometimes we talk so much about employment. None of us focuses attention on skills development so that these people are able to compete even on equal basis, if not better than the others. And those of us who have enjoyed the privilege and the opportunity to be trained, to develop our skills along the professional lines that we took, we are able to compete with others more favorably. There is not a single interview I have ever attended that I would be asked about my disability. If anything, my disability never counts. Why? Because your track record shows what you are capable of. And that is what we want to build our children to be, so that they compete. Once I was almost torn into pieces in a disability forum when I told them, you know, you people, we talk about employment and 5%, what. What you don't know is that disability is not a qualification for a job. It is not. Nobody employs you because you have a disability. They employ you because you can deliver a specific task. There may be what we refer to as affirmative action, but remember, affirmative action is not about getting on board those who are incompetent. It's getting on board those who are competent, but those who are often discriminated on the basis of disability. Let me demonstrate what I'm talking about here. After graduating with my master's degree from the UK, I came back and got a job for about 4 months from my former pupil master, who told me, like, I have more than enough lawyers. I think I'll just take you on as you look for a job. And one morning I decided to make an application. And I used to type on my laptop and print all my communication. So I did a letter and took it across the road to one law firm. And at exactly 12, around 11, 12, I get a call. Am I speaking to Laibota? Yes. You want a job with us? Yes. Who did this letter for you? Me. Come for interview at 2. So I go for this interview to this gentleman, this Asian gentleman, the owner of the law firm. Didn't know me at all. He had no clue who is inviting, and it took him aback that this is a blind person with such credentials and certificates, and in my time, very few or did masters in law. In fact, as I took that scholarship to go and study at the London School of Economics, my colleagues would ask me, do you need a master's degree to practice law? And I told them, no, I just need it for its sake. But it played miracles, of course. He asked me, how do you work? How did you type this? And I told him, you know, sir, one advantage I have is if you take me on, I would never need your secretary because I do all my documents. Yeah, but you will need somebody to take you around and what? I said, no, I have my guide. At that time, my guide was paid from an allowance I got from Teachers Service Commission that has employed me on full-time and pensionable as a law lecturer at the then Kenya Polytechnic. So, of course, here I am negotiating for a second full-time job. And I always had 2 jobs anyway. So that wasn't strange. And he said, okay, so if you're your assistant and you don't need a secretary, I take you on. When do you want to begin? This afternoon? I told him, no. Let me come at the beginning of the month. We are saying this. Help your children to prove their worth. Support them to be of value to themselves and to be of value to your family and to be of value to our community. You will never get them there unless inclusion is practiced right at the home front. When my granddaughter is around, the one thing we must have is a movie date. And she doesn't care whether I see what's on the screen or not. But she will narrate everything that is happening. So at the end of the day, and that is what inclusion is all about. Do you take your children for recreational outings and leave the one who is on wheelchair or on crutches, or one who navigates their way around with a white cane? Is that what you do? If you do that, for heaven's sake, change. We were at a point where we were saying, let's familiarize ourselves with policies, legislation, treaty instruments, so that we have a focus on what we deserve. Familiarize yourself with the rights and freedoms that persons with disabilities enjoy under our Constitution. Beyond the Bill of Rights, the right to life is for everybody, the right to property for everybody and all that. But we have very specific rights that are tailored for the benefit of those with special needs. And one of them is accessibility. The right of access to every part of the environment. I'm sure, Dr. Director, there are no clues that even as I walked around, I was very conscious of the terrain of our descent and ascent, to be sure that a wheelchair can navigate these buildings easily. I didn't tell anybody, but my feet could tell me that this is one place that people have reasonable access to the environment. That's what you must have in your home, in your institutions, and be able to say that, look, this school is not well tailored for this, let's modify this and that. The right to equality and non-discrimination, I think that goes without saying, because we have ample provision in our Constitution that guarantees equality of all, including equality of opportunity in education, in employment, in health services, so that we enjoy the right to equality, not limited by discrimination on the basis of disability. I was being told of a few experiences of parents who take their children to schools, and I'm being, who you see Wahapa? Those were the words used. This child doesn't belong here. I mean, where else does a child belong other than in a school? Where? So some of these stereotypes, some of these, let's educate our teachers as well, but let us sensitize them so that they know. How about the right to privacy? Do you respect the privacy of your children, or do you flout that right just because they have a disability? Hopping into their bedrooms anytime because huyu mtoto nataka kuona yuko namna gani. Do you knock? You know? The right to information. These children require information. And sometimes parents might go an extra mile. Getting children devices with which they can access information. Of course, not just being on Facebook, on Instagram, on things like that, but, well, if they be, so be it, but let's give them the right to information. Sit and discuss current affairs with them. Socialize with them. After all, social inclusion is all about sharing in everything we do as a family, as parents, as children. Because we can never, never limit the right to inclusion in mainstream society and be proud of being parents to our children. So familiarize with yourself with the Constitution, which also domesticates the international treaties that set standards for the promotion of protection of disability rights, ranging from Article 7, it is the obligation to the state to promote, the development and use of things like sign language, braille, technology that is adaptive to various disabilities. Obligations of all public officers to respect the rights of persons with disabilities, so that when you go into a public office, you demand, you don't beg for attention or for services in behalf of your child with disability. Because that is a constitutional obligation of those officers under Article 21. 27, we talked about that, the right to protection from discrimination. We have said a great deal. But I must say this. For as long as the right to education cannot be limited with reference to our children, we must be the ones on the front line to ensure that they don't just get any education, that they get education that is of value to them, one that departs the kind of information and sharpens the kind of skills they need to sharpen to navigate life as able citizens. People who are competent for employment, people who are competent to lead as a right and to be elected even as leaders. We must advocate for formative action so that those we left behind because of our prejudices, we're able to come back and hold their hands and tell them, come, let us go. Let me conclude by saying this, that the only disability in life is a bad attitude. If we have a bad attitude, we are the ones with a disability. You know, very often I go to places and my assistant keeps on laughing. Somebody asks him, who you haoni? And then I turn to him and ask him, aya, hauoni? And then they say, sir, I'm asking about you. I say, no, mi nakuona. Let us also say this, that what really matters in our life, by the way, is our abilities, not our disability. Our disabilities don't matter. They do not matter. They do not matter. In fact, for me, I have to be reminded that I have a disability. But more often than not, when I want certain materials read to me, or I need to go somewhere, and one thing I have done in my life is to make sure that I do not drive myself. So for as long as I need somebody to drive me, it's okay. You can recognize my disability then, but that's a disability from driving. I'm not able to drive, that's all. That's all. So that disability should open our eyes wide enough to see our abilities and to let go that label of disability. Thank you very much.
Wow. You hear, special people are special in everything. That's a powerful, powerful message, which many people cannot do who are regular. Justice Lebota, we are humbled. Thank you for encouraging us and telling us disability is only a bad attitude. And what you have said is true. Somebody also went to an hotel in a wheelchair. The waiter asked the guide, what does this person eat? What does he eat? Because he's in a wheelchair, in an hotel. Bad attitude is the worst disability. I will not give thanks to the justice, Laibota. We expect that, so, this language for the learned people. Sometimes these titles, your lordship, disturb us. And because we're not in a court, we are forgiven. But in a court, there are penalties. Thank you for being one of us and for speaking for this family of disability. Parents encouraged. Are you not encouraged? Please support your children because every child can learn. Please try it and see it working. I don't, somebody should give you the vote of thanks, but we want to still appreciate you for speaking to us. And our parents, this institute is for you. Please feel free as we interact. You can even stay here up to that's no problem. This is your institute for your children. Something I want to mention, guest of honor, we thank you for the courage. I remember when we were inviting him, he told me, send me that letter in my WhatsApp. Somebody asked me, Hiya, WhatsApp. Yeah, they told me, send me the concept of the conference in my WhatsApp. Somebody was saying to my conference, hiya, WhatsApp. Bad attitude. Bad attitude. So, chairman of the conference, thank you for your team for getting such strong speakers. Mweu, you are writing history for this family of disability. Please, thank you so much for inviting this guest for us. I hand over now someone to give to thank the guest, Madam Balasi. Tell her, guide us from there. How does the guest want to exit from here? Guide us.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Justice Laibota. Thank you, our CEO, National Council on Persons with Disability. It has been a powerful discussion and talk. Thank you so much. And I'm not going to water down whatever we've had this evening. I now want to call upon Jackie Madaga, who is a parent attending this particular workshop, and she did her presentation in panel 2. I want her to appreciate our justice. Thank you. Welcome, Jackie.
Good evening, parents. Justice Laibuta, Asante. My name is Jackie Mathaga. I run an organization called ADAT Foundation, and I think the largest parent network in the nation called Through the Roof. Yes, Through the Roof people are here. So what we do is we do parent-to-parent support because there have been so many things that have been lacking for parents. And so we recognize that we are each other's support. Through the Roof encompasses parents of kids with all types of disabilities and adults with disability as well. And part of the work that I do for ADAT is access to justice, access to healthcare, and access to education for parents on behalf of families of children with disabilities. Justice Laibuta, even before I give my vote of thanks, I wanted to just react a little bit to the things that you have told us. You've mentioned very many things, but I want to address you in your capacity as a judge in this nation, and to just ask whether, how far we are. I know question time, we weren't supposed to ask questions, but how far are we in doing away with petty crimes against persons with intellectual disability? The reason why I ask that question is because it's a concern for parents in this forum. Our children with autism sometimes elope or escape when they are older adults or young adults. When that happens, some of them have very big bodies. When they encounter the police officers, they end up encountering the justice system in ways that defeat us as parents. So one of the things that we've really been advocating is the doing away of petty crimes against persons with intellectual disability. When your child doesn't know where the nearest bathroom is and the urge to go to the toilet is there, they'll pee. The body's urges must be obeyed. And so when they encounter the city council officer or the police officer, that ends up being an encounter with the justice system, and it becomes very difficult to then get them out of that situation. My other comment would also be in terms of how far are we even as a nation in decriminalizing disability? Because one of the things that happens to our children is when a crime happens or something happens, ni yeye alifanya, because they have a disability. We have also seen you with a very, very good AAC device, and you're able to use it. So in the justice system, we are advocating that our children get AAC access and are allowed to use those AAC devices. But then the challenge to even institutions like KISE and even NCWPD is those devices, our children must begin to use them in primary school. They must begin to use them in high school, because by the time they are before a judge and they want to give evidence for themselves, somebody else had to speak to them for them because they've not been allowed to, they've not been given this access. And for children who are non-speaking, my son is 16, autistic, non-speaking. So for children who are like my son, an AAC device then becomes a lifesaver because that's his voice. That's how he's able to tell me that he wants a piece of bread or that he doesn't want to go to school because the teacher was mean. So AAC devices as a right of every child who needs an AAC device in order to speak. The reason why I'm saying this in your presence is because you're using a device and you got access to it early, and that's why you're able to be who you are. So even as you've told us that we must advocate for the rights of our children and give them opportunities, we want to be enabled to have those opportunities, and most of them it's those AAC devices. And then to also ask these good gentlemen who are here whether we are measuring our workplaces and we are encouraging our colleagues in government to measure their workplaces and enforce the UNCRPD. Do we even know what the UNCRPD is? Justice Laibuta has mentioned very good laws that we have in our country. The Constitution is disability friendly. We have very many things that are disability friendly. However, I love the UNCRPD because it's what says globally that my child also has a loud voice and a bigger voice, and that he should be given the opportunity to speak and given access at all places. So one of the things then in terms of justice, We usually see in the justice system that officers look at the intellectual capacity of our children and deny them their legal capacity. Is there anything that is being done to ensure that that stops happening? So there are very many parents here who are advocates and who have in one way or another had their children encounter the justice system. We want that when that happens, it's in a friendly and a good manner. So finally, one of the things that I'd like to say before all parents, and because I know that I'm being heard, when you have the mic, you say the important thing. So in terms of education, is there any way at all that our children with disabilities, especially those who have intellectual disabilities, can stop repeating school classes? One of the things, can they just stop repeating? It's been a pain point for us. It's been a pain point that just because you're looking at my child's intellectual capacity, you keep him in class 1 and he is 16, or you keep him in class 5 and he is 18. When we do this as educators, this is for KISE to hear, Ministry of Education to hear, those who can support us so that we are able to tell schools, stop making our kids repeat. We learn so many other things in school apart from just reading and writing. Your social skills are enhanced, you live with people well. So we want the repeating to stop because we want the 17-year-old to be safeguarded so that we don't have things like the 17-year-old touched a 5-year-old. And they did that because they were playing as children. But then they are playing in inappropriate ages. His hormones did not stop at 17, or because he has a disability. Your hormones move with your age. And so let's begin to just do things also that safeguard our children. And then just finally, I know you've spoken about having gone through a special school. And I know special schools have done very good things for some children. But I just want to put it to everybody that special schools, especially when they are special boarding schools, are bad places for children with intellectual disabilities. Bad. In fact, with whatever act needs to come into place, one of the things that must happen is that we must do away completely with boarding schools. Empower us as parents to stay with our children. Give us everything that we need so that we can stay with those children, bring them up side to side with the other siblings, because when they graduate from a special school, they don't go into a special country. There is no special employment. There are no special people they go and meet. They come back to our families and they find that their family moved on, their relationships that were formed that they're not part of, and that disadvantages them. I will not say anything else. Mine was to say thank you, but my many thanks has come with comments because I saw, Justice Lebuta here, and I was like, how can I miss mentioning access to justice, and it's his office? So I don't know whether you want to respond, and then I shall say thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you'll allow me to continue sitting? Yeah. You remember what I said, that home is where everyone belongs, including our children. None of these children belong to institutions. And what you are saying is right. When I went to Thika School for the Blind for rehabilitation for just the 1 year to learn mobility, braille, typing, that boarding school had both visually impaired and sighted students. Sighted students were mainly in Form 5 and 6. And what I saw there was something you only want your daughter to tell you happened to her. You know, kids taken advantage of by the senior students. We need our children in our homes. That's what we must have. However, what has happened over history is that certain institutions were created with special facilities, resources, and a pool of instructors that took care of the needs of those children. And that's why most of them were taken there. Thika School for the Blind, do you know, by the way, it had been established to take care of blinded soldiers in the Second World War by the Salvation Army. Yeah, that's how it began. Then it became a school. However, that is not to say that you cannot study in an ordinary school with visual impairment. I mean, I never went to a secondary school that had with disabilities other than rehabilitation. But after rehabilitation, I came to University of Nairobi as every other student. No distinction whatsoever, no braille books, nothing. Nothing, just navigating through life through readers and typing my stuff and brailing my notes and things like that. Kawaida too. So who says that can't happen in a secondary school? It can, isn't it? In London School of Economics, there was absolutely no distinction between those who are visually impaired from India, from Kenya, from Ghana, wherever. No distinction. The only distinction was that in the library you got your own study room in the library, where your books are brought in a trolley, and you and your readers are there. Others will read in the normal library hall. That was the only distinction. So this can happen here, but we have to begin it. And that's why I said that parents, raise your voices. Advocacy is what will break through all this. As for equipment, I know they are extremely, extremely expensive. And you know, we are running away from, today by the way, I don't use Braille at all, at all. The only Braille I use is electronic, Braille on a device like this. But trouble is, if this device is going to cost so many hundreds of thousands, actually 370,000, how many students, kids will have this? But I want you please to get, let's keep in touch. I recently was elected chair of an international NGO that has been supplying adaptive electronic technology to kids with visual impairment, and I believe I'm hardly 2 weeks in the board, but I believe we can organize a systematic, a gradual placing in the hands of these children certain devices like notepads with Braille output that will help our kids adapt to technology. We are getting away from physical Braille, really. I mean, the world is moving on, and we are still clinging onto that Webuye paper and that Pakin's Braille. Pakin's Braille, in fact, I want to talk to the museum. Nione zangu watanunua na pesa ngapi. We are moving away from that. And when it comes to access to justice, I sincerely agree with you. But let's also say this. Not many law enforcement officers looking at a child with disability would be able to tell. I remember one gentleman who was hearing impaired was confronted by police officers in the street. I think something had happened around the corner. So I can't remember what had gone on. But he was stopped. And they started speaking to him, and he's just looking at him. And they said, oh, unajifanya kichwa ngumu. Tunakuongelesha, utaki kuongea. Eh? They beat him up brutally. You see the problem. It might help to be registered. Carry your card if you're an adult going your way. And please, if you meet such, just produce your card. Your disability card will explain that you are deaf, you're whatever. I mean, there are certain self-help measures that we can help these children to do. And I know it's not as easy as I say, but if they are registered also and they are in custody, something has happened, they've been picked up, it may be easy for one of the family members to just go and say, this is a person with disability, is the registration certificate, his card is here. These are his abilities. He's not really able to talk to you. He wouldn't even know what is going on, blah, blah, blah. But most important, of course, is to wage a campaign to inform even judicial officers. But I know, by the way, that our magistrates are very keen to identify. If it's a person with disability, they will know. They'll be able to tell. You know why, if you commit murder, you have to undergo a psychiatrist test to see whether you knew what you were doing? It's because those are some of the protections our law affords. And I believe the same could be. There will be those unfortunate moments where a child with disability maybe his hearing impaired, amepatikana mahali haongei, atapigwa. Before they know it, they will have caused some harm, isn't it? So I don't know. I don't have a ready solution for this, but criminalizing disability is something that is unacceptable, of course. It is not acceptable. This is not a lesson in law, but the simple legal doctrine is this. If you commit a criminal act and you did not know that it's a criminal act, you cannot go to jail for it. So if you have a mental disability and you don't even know that touching a young child inappropriately is a crime, I don't see how a judicial officer can put such a person behind bars. That I don't understand. Because there are two components in any crime: the wrong act, the criminal act, and the criminal mind that brings along the intention. What was the intention of this child who doesn't even know what it is doing? There really isn't any. So, and when you look at the mental age of that 17, 18-year-old, it could be age 5. And indeed, those are some of the things we need to take care of when we are having our registration, so that, and I think CEO, National Council, the card you are designing should be able even to tell that this is a person with hearing impairment, visual disability, mentally challenged, and even add that the mental age is dash in such a card. So there is not one size fit all, that this so-and-so has been registered as a person with disability. But if I produced such a card to a police officer, you look at me and unaniangalia na macho hivi na unasema wewe ni kipofu. Kitambo hata niongezi nimetandikwa kofi. And as I go down, kiki iko wapi kwa mdomo? Meno 3 iko wapi? Chini. By the time I prove that I'm actually visually impaired, it'll be very difficult. Because I look at you and say, siwa nakuona hapo. Na unacheka tu. You see, something I forgot to say. You know some of the derogatory language we use? Please don't use it on our children. Yeah. Hauna mtoto kipofu, kiwete. Yeah. Lakini uko na kijiko na vijiko. Uko na kiti na viti. Hauna kipofu, kiwete. Are we together? Hauna kiziwi. Uko na mtoto ana ulemavu wa macho, haoni ama hasikii, ama huyu haongei, hana uwezo wa kuongea. Let's use the right language so we don't reduce them into objects. Are we together? Yeah, si vijiko, kiti. You know, tunaweka kwa KIV class. I think that's enough.
Thank you so much. Now that we know you, I'm sure my colleagues and I will come knocking on your door. We want so many things in terms of justice. We have a big bucket list. The same applies to Mr. Hassan, National Council, but we'll give our views. We have Sylvia. So we have very many issues with the new card, but I know they'll be addressed. So what's been left to me right now is to just give a vote of thanks, and I just want to begin by thanking you, Justice Laibuta, for your time. We know your time is precious, but for availing yourself and sharing this afternoon with us and telling us about what you've passed through. We are encouraged as parents. one of the things that we really love is to see a person with disability succeed, who has succeeded, because we look at you as parents and we see what the future could look like for our children. And so we are grateful. We've seen the possibilities. We've been encouraged. We've heard what it is that we must do for our children. I also want to thank Director Kiogora for allowing us to be in this space. Asante sana, and for Director Hassan, thank you very much. We appreciate the new process that the National Council is doing with the new cards. We still think that it could be better because we don't want to carry our 90-kilogram children to an assessment center, but we will bring all those issues to you. So we want to thank you, and then I want to thank parents. I want to thank parents for saying yes to coming to this conference, because it is our conference. Thank you that you did not, as always, when parents are called to go and do something that concerns their children, they come running. In fact, the issue that we had in our parent support group is the issue of space, that we could not afford to pay for everybody to come, and not everybody could afford to come. Because again, we have to balance, am I buying rice or am I coming to the conference? But we thank you that it was online and it's on Facebook, because I know that people are following. So we say thank you to KISE for allowing us to have this space that we could meet and talk about our issues. And for everybody else who is a support of any kind to persons with disabilities, to children with disabilities, thank you for the work that you do. We as parents sometimes will be the biggest noisemaker to tell you what you're not doing right, but we also see what you're doing right, and so we say thank you. And I want to just ask us to just be upstanding for just 1 second. Our guests, please remain seated. I want to ask us as parents, I want the guests to remain seated, but the parents to stand up and everybody else to stand up. So what I want is, there's a clap that I like. I like doing the 5 factorial because it reminds me that I went to class 5 and I learned how to clap. And I learned how to count, that even if I can't count very far, I can count to 5. So I want us to clap for our guests, and especially in gratitude to Justice Laibuta for sharing his experience, and then also because of KISE, and they've given us this space to just, gather together. So when I say 1, 2, 3, we start 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then let's end the one with a very resounding clap. So are we ready? Prepare your hands the Kenyan way, like you're in a campaign and your candidate is standing before you. So 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, sir, for your time today.
Thank you, Jackie. And as our visitors leave, I would ask the band to just give us a number as our visitors leave. Thank you very much, and you are welcome once again. An announcement as the music comes. I am still holding a car key, unless you want me to take off with your car. So we still have the car key. Band. Kofia ni ya Muislamu ama ni ya Mborana? The kofia you are putting on ni ya Muislamu ama ni ya Mborana?
Hii ni ya mwamuzi yangu tu.
Oh, kwa hivyo you are not Muslim?
I'm Muslim.
Oh, will you kindly close for us in a word of prayer? Your name, please?
So I just read the Holy Quran. You forgot?
No, I called you 1,000 times. You never come back. Kindly don't leave. Kindly don't leave. Remind me your name. I called you. Okay, as we prepare to leave, we've not closed with a word of prayer. That is usually our culture. So let's have people sitting and we'll have our Muslim brother pray for us. But before I do so, the young man I was looking for in the morning who never turned up is here. And today it's his birthday and he wants to perform for us. He says it will make his day. So kindly let us give him 3 minutes to perform a song for us. Then our brother would come and close with a word of prayer, our Muslim brother. Happy birthday.
Good afternoon. Yeah, good evening. Yeah, I think we've been so much excited because of what we've had. But obviously, even before we finish, I would like to sing for you a song because today it's my birthday and I'm happy. I think, where is the DJ? Kindly. Maybe, do you have something that you can equip, whatever? Please, please, please. I have a flash disk with me here. Kindly, can I have very quick preparations? Or my phone. Maybe you can use my phone. I don't know. But let me just be singing before they sort out the digital area. Is it the phone that you use? The phone. It's okay. We are saying that disability is not inability, and it will be of great essence to sing and feel happy. As he prepares, my name is Martin Zalendo. I am happy to be a person with disability, and I have come here to just hear and to understand about it. So let's just wake up and just clap and celebrate our uniqueness. Haya, ulemavu si kikwazo, ni nafasi. I don't know. Let them, as they sort out the whole. Okay, we are saying ulemavu si kikwazo, ni nafasi ngine mpya. Ulemavu ni. Okay, let's just clap. Hold up, itatupata baadaye. Haya, sema ulemavu si kikwazo, ni nafasi ngine mpya. Ulemavu ni ishara ya kuonyesha tunaweza. Haya, makofi basi, tuone namna hii. It's our day to celebrate. Kunaweza kila nyanja ya maisha, kusoma na kuhitimu, biashara kuifanya, familia kuitunza na kushinda michezoni. Dunia inatambua, kwa hakika tunaweza kila nyanja ya maisha, kusoma na kuhitimu, biashara kuifanya, familia kuitunza na kushinda michezoni. Dunia give me a wave like this. Twende. Ulemavu si kikwazo, ni nafasi ngine mpya. Ulemavu ni ishara ya kuonyesha tunaweza. Ulemavu si kikwazo, ni nafasi ngine mpya. Ulemavu ni ishara ya kuonyesha Let's go like this. Let's go like this. March. Malengo yetu tulenge, na tuatimize, tutiwe uwezo mkubwa kutimia mambo mengi. Let's go like this. Twende. Pia tuwe na imani hata tusiloweza. Malengo yetu tulenge, maono tuyatimize, tunao uwezo mkubwa wa kufanya mambo mengi. Twende namna hii. Twende hivi. Pia tuwe na imani, hakuna tusiloweza. Ulemavu si kikwazo, ni nafasi ngine mpya. Ulemavu ni ishara ya kuonyesha tunaweza. Wave like this. In solidarity. Twende. Ulemavu ni ishara ya kuonyesha tunaweza. Thank you so much. I am so happy. Asante Daktari. Yes, maybe next time we shall handle. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow we shall handle that one. Sindi kweli? And thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much and happy birthday to you. Now I want to call upon our brother, our Muslim brother, to come and pray for us. And as people leave, we would like to see Nora Wakesho to come and see Dr. Lynette, who is just seated here in front. And our program tomorrow starts at 8 sharp. So have a good evening and God's blessings go with you. Karibu.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. صدق الله العظيم. Thank you so much.
So I will remain in this room with this key till everybody leaves. Ikikosa mtu minachukua gari. Asanteni. Kuna chai, watu wasiondoke kabla hawajakunywa chai. The last car, the parking lot would be mine.
Nora Wakesho, please. Nora Wakesho, if you're present, come, let's have a conversation. Nora Wakesho.